HPXLOTM, please call me Mr. Error by author Hoyne_Kyoma. Chapter 526 to 535. Loki woke up with a soft flutter in his eyelids. His arms trembled as he strenuously pushed himself up and began to observe his surroundings with a stern gaze. So it worked after all. He tried waving his hands in an attempt to interact with the gray fog blanketing his legs on the floor while patiently sitting in the silence enveloping his surroundings. It feels like running your hands through a thick mist for some reason. After messing about for a few more seconds, Loki finally stopped and mumbled out loud. Who would have thought that redirecting the honorific names to what I assume was the original creator would work to allow me to access the Saphira castle? Did it work because the Sephiroths haven't split from his body yet? Loki felt a slight chill at the thought that he involuntarily mumbled out while looking all around him, waiting for an old man to pop up and say that he was Santa Claus. Have I entered his body now then? Loki tried to concentrate on the vague memories of the final moments of the incident but didn't get any important clues directly. All I remember was that there was a large amount of wailing and agony. What happened to the door anyway? Loki had a simple plan to escape from the door that was about to touch him. If he couldn't fight the door directly given his ridiculously low sequence, and would get teleported away into the cosmos upon touching it, why couldn't he just make the door fight the Sephiroth's pulling force on his spirit body instead? Surely a uniqueness would lose against a Sephiroth. Loki's looking around stopped abruptly when he noticed a glass door standing calmly at a distance. For a second he felt afraid about walking closer to it, but after realizing that the gray fog seemed to have frozen it stiff from fear, he calmed down and walked up to it. Even after walking towards it, Loki still didn't carelessly touch it. Instead he wrapped up a bit of the gray fog around his hands like simple mittens before he carefully brushed them against the glass surface of the door. From so up close, Loki spotted the various motifs on the door that seamlessly flowed across its various dimensions. Stars glimmered from inside it as if trapped in an endless space held between the frames. Planets and asteroids seemed to form rings around the stars, creating a garland of pearls that slowly circled the sources of light. However, that was not the end. Almost as soon as Loki touched the door with the gray fog wrapped around his hands, the entire picture shifted, and instead of the outer cosmos being visible through its glass was a space that gave off an eerie sense of familiarity to Loki. The spirit world. Spirits big and small all traveled around, unbeknownst to the gaze of a being beyond their comprehension tracking their every move. So depending on what touches the door, it shows me a method to travel anywhere into that dimension. Loki pulled his hand back and the door remained frozen in its spirit world configuration, making him wonder for a second about how it had gotten stuck in the cosmos before it found him. Did it do that itself? Probably, since I didn't see anyone else in the area around it. Or maybe they were teleported into the cosmos and I stole the door from them before they could come back. Almost as soon as Loki thought the sentence, he felt something crack inside his body as a familiar feeling of warmth spread across his entire being. So I did steal it. But who'd want to go into the cosmos? Willingly. Feeling his potion fully digested but without any answer to his second question, Loki could only remain silent in his speculations. But how am I even immune to the corruption from the original creator? Loki mumbled out loud while staring at the door. The modified honorific name was supposed to be directed towards the original creator since only he can be the lord of the entire universe. That was the only option I had at the time since I'd already confirmed that the Sephiroths hadn't split from him, which meant that as long as I invoked his name, there was a good chance that by the law of convergence of Beander characteristics, I would be attracted to the Lord of the Mysteries Sephiroth, the Saphira castle, which could be used to fight away the influence of the door. But there was always the risk of becoming corrupted and reawakening the will of the original creator inside my body if I did that. Only, I seem to be immune to corruption even from him, for some reason. Loki shivered involuntarily before sighing and thinking if he could use the door to locate the original creator's body or something and then talk to him about potentially sending him back to his original world or something similar, but shook his head. I can't take the risk because there could be some reason that the original creator didn't realize my presence originally and can actually still corrupt me through some way. After all, I still have to digest every potion I take and I don't get free digestion. So even though I have some immunity to corruption, there should be a reason I still have to digest the potions regardless. With his mind set, Loki looked around the Saphira castle for a while, pondering if he should start the tarot club to learn more about this new world before quickly shaking his head again. I don't even properly know the state of the world and if there are even any strong beyonders that are not wonderful right now. It'd only be an unnecessary risk to bring someone here that could be stronger than me in every way. I might not have Klein's luck in that regard. And so, Loki did the only thing left to do. He broke his connection with the Saphira castle and let his spirit body sink back into the real world, going through a healthy dose of wailings in the crimson light that engulfed his sight before landing back in his body safe and sound. Oh, I'm fully healed. In spite of not having taken his body into the Saphira castle, Loki found it to be fully healed for some bizarre reason. Someone just happened to stumble upon me in this pit and then healed me out of the kindness of their heart. Yeah, right. Loki's words froze as he looked up into the night sky. There high above, instead of the familiar white moon that usually hung around like a bulb in the night sky, was an unfamiliar crimson. What the hell? Did I awaken the original creator and cause all the Sephiroths to be taken away from their respective great old ones? Wait, is that why he didn't pay attention to me, because every other great old one turned on him at once? Loki's blood chilled even though the unfamiliar icy chill of the door's uniqueness had long vanished, replaced by a familiar spring warmth. What have I done? Hermione looked at their new mission with some distaste. Are you all right, my own? Daphne asked softly, holding her friend's hand gently. Yeah, but it's all just a bit mental, isn't it? Daphne remained silent for only a second before nodding. Yeah, it is. I thought we'd be assigned to the front lines too. But what about you? Why do you have to come with us? Hermione asked, turning towards her friend. The Ministry doesn't have bad blood with your family, does it? Daphne shook her head. It's not that simple. It's more about Fudge not wanting to offend the Malfoys since they usually hold most of the palm-greasing money. The Greengrass family only pays the Ministry enough to keep their seat and not anything more, well, usually at least. Hermione nodded, showing her understanding before whispering, we won't be reading anything too dangerous, will we? Oh, come on, my own, you don't need to be so scared. You advanced to Sequence 6 Scrolls Professor recently, didn't you? That means you're stronger than most Beyonders out there then. And given that I will be by your side, you don't need to worry about being corrupted by a single thing. But Hermione looked at Daphne with slightly comically teary eyes as she spoke hastily. It's not myself I'm worried about, it's Ron. He's so dumb that he's barely able to follow orders in the potions book straight. I performed a divination yesterday and learnt that in the upcoming mission, he'll be the one in most danger because of the books. Daphne frowned at this, lightly, but frowned nonetheless before she spoke. How did you divine that? My last divination showed me that our next mission will be smooth and without any troubles. Huh. Hermione looked genuinely confused at the disagreement. Wait, let me perform the divination again and then you can see for yourself. Daphne looked confused for a second but nodded nonetheless, waiting as Hermione let the topaz pendulum swing out of her sleeve before she began whispering the lines she wanted to divine about, only. Daphne almost instantly grabbed Hermione's hands and stopped her with a strict whisper. Hermione, what happened? Hermione asked, slightly confused and partly disoriented because her divination was suddenly stopped. Where did you get this pendulum? Daphne explained her question while gripping the chain dangling from Hermione's arm tightly, preventing it from swinging. I don't remember. Hermione said softly, I think it was a gift. During Christmas. From someone. With each word Hermione's eyes only trembled further as did Daphne's, who spoke quietly. Let go of the pendulum, Hermione, I think it is cursed. But Hermione refused, almost instantly grabbing onto it like it was her lifeline. No, I don't know what it is, but I have this feeling that I can't part with it. The two girls looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds as several thoughts rushed past their heads. Each flurry or explosion of thoughts could be simplified, however, to a single question. Was Hermione's spiritual intuition warning her that the pendulum was to be trusted, or was it the pendulum tricking her into believing that it was to be trusted? The strenuous silence was only broken, however, when Daphne placed forth a new question. Can you at least let me examine the item, my own? Hermione closed her eyes, her mind rushing past several thoughts and questions in the moment before she opened them again and spoke calmly. You can, but please don't take it out of my sight. I have this feeling that, as long as the pendulum is away from me, something terrible will happen. Daphne nodded, gulping audibly before gently slipping the silver topaz pendulum out of Hermione's hands. They placed it on a desk in the empty classroom and began to quietly examine it from all angles. There are runes meaning, connection, carved into the links. Hermione noted while Daphne spoke of her own observation. Spiritually, the pendulum reflects a bizarre state of balance between good luck and misfortune. With their preliminary examination finishing, both leaned in closer to get a better view of their object of observation. Hermione wrapped the chain in a blanket of her spirituality as she observed the runes that shimmered to the surface because of that, while Daphne's eyes rolled into the back of her head as she lazily held her hand above the chain, keeping it as still as a calm lake. Just as they were about to study the chain with more precision, however, there was a sudden knock on their classroom door. Miss Granger. Shit. Both Hermione and Daphne thought at the same time as they quickly stuffed the silver topaz pendulum into Hermione's sleeve before she spoke up rather normally, completely hiding the fact that she had just been experimenting with a Beander item of unknown origins. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Daphne hung back while Hermione quickly opened the door as she looked outside, except, both the girls froze as soon as the door was opened. But Hermione's voice got caught in her throat as she looked at Daphne only to have the same confusion reflected back at her. Where's Professor McGonagall? I don't know. Daphne mumbled out before grabbing Hermione's hand and dragging themselves towards the deputy headmistress's office. They knocked politely on the door, and when they heard the professor's rather surprised voice from the other side asking them to enter, they rushed inside. You called us, Professor? Hermione asked immediately without regard for her breathlessness from rushing all the way here. McGonagall frowned in confusion before shaking her head. No, Miss Granger, I did not. She paused for a second as her eyes turned deeper, clearly examining the two students in front of her with spirit vision before she stopped and asked back, have you been caught up in a prank by the twins perhaps? Hermione and Daphne looked at each other, and decided to keep the pendulum a secret for now before they laughed slightly and pretended to have been caught in an embarrassing situation. McGonagall didn't make things awkward and spoke quickly. I was just about to go out looking for you girls. Your mission assignment has changed slightly due to sudden circumstances. Oh, Hermione asked softly, her arm trembling slightly as she looked at the letter McGonagall was holding. Do either of you know someone named Dominic Shacklebolt? His father has been cursed by a strange book about an evil god. Which god, if I may ask, Professor? Someone called Mr. Error, Harry looked at the two straw dolls in front of himself with slight unease. Why are you looking so guilty? It's not your fault we ended up like this. It's all that Slimy Git's fault. One of the dolls attempted to shout, but given its small form, it sounded more like a squeak. Harry bit his lips to hold his laughter back, making him look funny as the other straw doll finally bent over and broke into a fit of undying laughter. Haha, James, you sound like a bird. It's obviously that Slimy Git's fault. He was the one that gave me this body. Stop. Don't speak anymore. I can't hold it in, I might break out of this straw doll. Look, even Harry's barely holding it in. No one was born to stop the great me. Doll James finally exclaimed while striking a strong man pose, which finally broke Harry's resolve as he too burst out laughing. The two straw dolls shared a glance before quickly rushing up and climbing onto Harry's shoulders. Didn't expect you to become a Sequence 4 demigod so soon, James said softly while pressing onto Harry's cheek with his boneless hands. Harry giggled again before shaking his head and explaining, it was all mostly possible because Professor Dumbledore helped me so much. Oh. The headmaster did. Lily interjected from the side, seemingly interested in this new piece of information. I thought, Snape. Professor Snape. No way, all he's done since I've come to the school is find newer reasons to take points away from Gryffindor because of me. He once even took points away because apparently you can't bring library books out of the school for some reason. Lily's voice turned into a low growl that sent a dangerous feeling in both the boys by her side. But almost immediately it was replaced by a chirpy voice, then let's go thank the headmaster for taking care of you all this time. Harry laughed a little lightheartedly as he spoke, sure. I had to meet him anyway since I think I've come close to digesting my Sequence 4 Demon Hunter potion. As Harry quickly put on a sweater from Mrs. Weasley because of how cold it was outside the dormitory, he explained where he'd gotten it from to his mother. "So the Weasleys helped you all this time? I thought you lived with Dumbledore." James asked, confused. "Oh, no, I live with the Dursleys." "The Dursleys?" Lily asked with even more confusion. "You don't know them, Mum?" Harry asked, confused before assuming that Aunt Petunia had married after his parents passed away. Aunt Petunia married Vernon Dursley. Except both James and Lily looked at each other in confusion before looking back at Harry as Lily asked, "Petunia? Who's that?" Harry's eyes suddenly widened with shock. "What, comma?" Loki looked around himself with slight confusion as he pondered about where he would go next. Should I just pick a random direction and travel that way and let the convergence of Beander characteristics lead me to the next sequence ingredients? Loki thought about it for a while before shaking his head. "No, that's too risky since I don't know who or even what I'll encounter in the time I'm waiting. But can I do something better?" Loki thought about it and then quickly performed the original Creator Saphira Castle ritual to enter the Sephiroth, where he moved towards the glass door he had as a part of himself that he touched after wrapping his hand in the gray fog. Loki then used cogitation to focus his mind, spirit and body before he spoke calmly as if he were performing a divination. "The location of the Beander characteristics for my next sequence, Swindler." The picturesque scene in the door of the spirit world remained bolted for a few moments before it jittered and dissolved to reveal a new scenario, one of a man adventuring. "So that is the person who has my next Beander characteristics." Only, as soon as Loki thought so, he found the scene within the door changing rapidly. Two more people soon met up with the man in the dead of the night, causing him to pause and begin speaking to them with smiles of joy as he seemed to explain something of importance. The two other men looked at each other with some wariness, before nodding and accepting the strangely jovial man on their journey towards their village. It didn't take long after that a massacre occurred. The jovial man was a swindler. Not the kind that swindled you out of your money, but of the kind that could manipulate his appearance to swindle you out of your life. The man was a man-eating chameleon. And it ate up everyone inside the village during the night when they were all asleep. Single quote. So a swindling killer then. Loki shivered a little after seeing the carnage that remained once the swindler was done with killing everyone in the village. It made him feel a deep sense of disparity between their abilities, their methodologies and above all their skill. While Loki could have achieved the same outcome, he knew at his level he, at the very least, needed the help of an external distraction to keep everyone busy while he took them out one by one. But his current enemy seemed to have been able to do it without any distractions in a matter of minutes. Everything was quick, efficient and soundless. The swindler first took out any babies that could wake up their parents due to sounds, then any children that might wake up randomly, and finally the parents who were sound asleep. He did so while moving from house to house, tiptoeing across ledges, walking acrobatically on the thinnest of beams while using his superior physical strength to perform the most riskiest of leaps through windows to arrive at his destinations. It was as if the swindler had swindled the silence of the night into making no noise regardless of what he did. Even Loki remained silent throughout. His hands trembled as he tried to figure out what he could do to help. But nothing came to mind immediately. Even if he risked touching the door right now and teleporting directly to the location of the view in the door, he wasn't sure if his body would be brought along with him. And without his body moving with him, he couldn't do much in the real world, let alone warning anyone about the tragedy headed their way. Finally, after the last of the people in the village were killed, Loki simply closed his eyes and returned to the world outside the Saphira Castle. Inside the familiar pit he'd carved into the earth. What do I do? It's been a long time since I've written in my diary, but here I am. I don't really remember why I stopped writing in this book. My last diary entry is about me going on an urgent mission to Nocturne Alley at the end of my 4th year. Did something happen back then for me to stop writing? I don't really know. Perhaps I was just a little too busy. Anyway, the reason I've started writing again is because of two important reasons. First, because we're going on a new important mission at the end of today. Apparently our senior, Dominic Schickelbolt's father has been taken hostage by a cursed book. We're going to head towards the area he is currently held captive to rescue him by helping in studying the book while other experienced unspeakables make sure that the book doesn't cause an even greater problem as we study its abilities. Ron and Harry, however, will be sent out of the country for a while, apparently to curtail dissent among the general populace that have been fighting each other because of the provocations of various devils who wait for their deaths to harvest their souls. But the second and more important reason for me starting to write in my diary again is because I want to digest my potion. I was surprised when I drank the potion and almost immediately digested more than half of it. According to Professor McGonagall, that was because of pre-acting, a term used to describe a state where someone fulfilled the acting conditions of a potion before even consuming it. Professor McGonagall thought it was because of my habit of helping everyone with their studies like a professor and studying advanced knowledge scrolls and tomes in the library. As such, to improve the digestion of my potion, I'm taking to the role of a scribe, writing down anything of importance and recording all that I see to improve my chances of digesting my potion faster. Apart from all that, for some reason, I feel a strange sense of stuffiness recently whenever I think about him. It almost feels like he has changed. I don't know why I feel that way, since I've never known him personally, but it does feel different. Either way, I should go to sleep now since I should be in perfect condition for the evening. If Dominic's parents have been targeted, will mine be too? What do you mean by that, Professor? How can they simply forget about it? How can Mom just forget her sister? Dumbledore stroked his beard gently as he spoke in a measured tone. I do not know much about the ritual or magic to resurrect the dead by binding their souls to mediums. Perhaps their memories were lost when they lost their Beander characteristics after death. After all, plenty of living can vouch for their connections before they died. Lily looked at Dumbledore with suspicion while James held his chin and spoke in a slightly confused voice, "So Snape did something to us." "Oh, come on, James. Don't blame Severus for everything." Lily kicked his shin. Harry, however, had his own worries. Were the people in front of him still the same people he should have known? Were they really the souls of his mom and dad, or just an amalgamation of remnants from the wand that took their lives? Just as his mind was about to fall into a deathly spiral, he felt a calming sensation pass over him, causing him to look at Dumbledore in confusion. "Don't mistake imagination for reality, Harry." Harry's eyes widened slightly before he calmly nodded, waiting for any new instructions Dumbledore might have for him. "Perfect. I require you to help Professor Snape on his next mission." "Professor Snape?" Harry asked, slightly worried, thinking back to the annoying glare he'd faced when Lily told Snape that she'd like to be with Harry for now. "Yes, Harry, Professor Snape. With this mission, you can finish digesting your potion and finally advance to Sequence 3 Silver Knight." Harry nodded and stayed silent to allow Dumbledore to explain. Internally, however, he felt jubilant. He'd heard from Hermione how few people had actually crossed the threshold of Sequence 4 in the Beander world, since even Hogwarts professors had mostly only reached Sequence 3. "This mission will require you to hunt down the rogue Death Eaters and devils on the front lines. Professor Snape will decide your targets, while you will help him reach those targets so that they can either be turned to our side or at least deemed unfit for further contributions on either side. This should be the fastest way for you to digest whatever is left of your potion." Harry nodded and, after getting Professor Snape's location from Dumbledore, set off towards the dungeons to meet the Bat. "You must fulfill my wish now, Severus, for I have yours." Kneeling in front of an altar depicting the moon, Snape remained bowed with his eyes closed, paying attention to the feminine voice ringing lightly at the edge of his ears. "What can I do?" Snape asked calmly without any arguments. "He will have an opportunity to revive soon. And to do so, he'll need an opportune moment of distraction." Snape asked, slightly confused. "He is my benefactor and also yours." The voice replied back. Snape, still puzzled, nodded nonetheless before asking once again, "What level of distraction must I create?" The voice on the other end paused for a few seconds before speaking up. "All you have to do is to make sure that the true gods of each pathway on the planet don't realize the true source of the originator of chaos in the coming times." "Originator of chaos?" Snape asked again, slightly puzzled. "Times have already shifted in his favor. And so the river of all life will move towards his pointed direction. The only thing we can do is to prevent anyone else from recognizing his presence." Snape tried to decipher the contents of the vague prophecy-like words he had just been fed, but failed rather easily, since he had never heard of someone referred to as the originator of chaos in mysticism. A sharp knock disturbed his conversation, however, which led him to quickly clear up the altar and move back to his desk, from where he flicked his wand to pull open the door in between him and his guest. "Yes?" Snape asked softly, with a rather clearly annoyed expression when he saw Harry and his two parents riding on his shoulders. "Professor Dumbledore wanted me to hand you this letter," Harry said, giving the letter to Snape and patiently waiting in the shadowy dungeon. Snape read the letter once over as the feminine voice from before spoke into his mind. "You can use this to create chaos and distract everyone from the true source." "What about those on the Arbiter pathway?" Snape asked back. "Leave them to me, comma." Loki looked back at the door in front of him. His mind wandered over the different ways he could take out the swindler in front of him, but all such thoughts eventually ended with the same conclusion: as long as I can't touch him, I can't do any damage. But if I can, then I might be able to end him before he knows anything about it. Loki finally broke out of cogitation and then performed another pseudo-divination to test his information. "The current location of my body." Loki repeated the statement 7 times before the door changed its location back to the pit where his body was. After the image in the glass door stabilized, Loki got rid of the gray fog and quickly brushed his ethereal spirit body hand over the door's surface. The world spun around him for a second before he vanished and reappeared outside the Saphira Castle, right at the location of his body, which was standing in the final counterclockwise step it had taken to enter the Saphira Castle. Loki tried pulling away the leather water bottle and managed to unclip it from his belt, but anything heavier proved to be a Sisyphean task for him. "So I can at most carry around a few hundred grams from one place to another. Can I take things back to the Saphira Castle?" Loki held the leather water can close to himself and promptly tugged on the vague feeling of belonging he had inside the Saphira Castle and found himself inside it, right in front of the glass door. Loki looked at the leather water can in his hands and mumbled softly, "Okay. I can teleport back into the castle and bring items along with me. So this is just a better version of the Klein self-prayer teleportation ritual, since it allows me to travel to anywhere I can divine about. But how do I take the swindler out with all this?" Loki looked at the setup around him as a simple but efficient plan popped up inside his mind. "I can do that. That'll be easy and still allow me to extricate myself if things go wrong somehow. I only need to be able to lower his guard by letting him sleep, and then once he's sound asleep simply stab his neck and kill him as soon as possible. Once that is done, I just take the Beander characteristics that form and leave the place none the wiser." And so began Loki's strenuous plan to stalk the swindler that was going around looting the random people he'd killed in a random village. And by the end of the night, Loki found himself with the most perfect opportunity to get the swindler. He's taking a rest after having looted the village. Loki noticed after the swindler dropped a bag filled with valuables in the messy undergrowth of a particularly thick bush near which he set up a short camp and fell asleep after a night of hard work. Loki took a deep breath in and quietly returned to the real world himself. He'd gathered enough information about the swindler's habits to know exactly how he would move in case he sensed danger, which was why Loki was currently grabbing the spoils of his earlier fight in the forest, the Sequence 7 Nightmare Beander characteristics that he had sealed inside a small pouch. Loki reappeared inside the Saphira Castle and quickly teleported to the site of the swindler sleeping peacefully. As soon as he did, Loki poured in a ton of spirituality into the Beander characteristic he was holding, causing everyone in its vicinity to fall into a simple dream, including Loki. However, only Loki knew for a fact that the scene in front of him was currently a dream, and so Loki exploited it ruthlessly. Almost as soon as the dream began, Loki appeared in front of the swindler and attacked his head with a rock with all his strength. Hearing the noise and the strong sense of danger, the swindler's eyes snapped open as he analyzed the situation quickly before rolling out of the way of the rock falling on his face. In the next immediate moment, the swindler grabbed a fistful of dust and tossed it at Loki in the dark, causing him to forcibly close his eyes, which further allowed the swindler to speak quickly, "Allowing me to kill you is in your best interests." The words, as nonsensical as they seemed, made perfect sense to Loki in that moment as he froze up with a glaze covering his eyes as he allowed the swindler to walk up to him and stab him in his guts. The knife would have stabbed his guts had Loki truly been there with his real body. But he was currently only a spirit through whom physical attacks simply phased through, and since it was all a dream, Loki had the perfect chance to counter-attack as soon as the dream was broken. The swindler, still reveling in his joy of overthrowing his attacker, missed the fact that the real attacker was right in front of him and was completely unharmed all this time. So with a plainly open view of the swindler's front, Loki jabbed his sharp knife into his neck and twisted it open for blood to flow out in hordes. The swindler quickly grabbed his neck, hoping to stop the jarring destruction of his body, but even before he could try and take a fresh gulp of air, he choked on his own blood and collapsed to the floor. A puddle of blood formed underneath his head as the man twitched for a few seconds before going into a permanent rest. Loki stared at the dead man calmly. His breathing was slightly uneven because of having used so much spirituality to keep up the dream, but other than that, Loki's eyes only stared at the spot the swindler Beander characteristic was forming soundlessly. Only 8 more sequences until I become a true god, and only 1 more after that to become a great old one and a pillar. Maybe after that I could even accommodate the God Almighty pathway since I'm immune to corruption for some reason. Could I become the original creator myself? Loki looked down at the corpse of the latest Mad Beander from the error pathway he'd killed. How many does that make it? 10, 12. Loki waited patiently for the Beander characteristics to form before he quietly whisked it away with himself into the Saphira castle. Before leaving, however, Loki left behind a short mark on the forest floor using the blood of his enemy. All praise Mr. Error. Once inside the Saphira castle, he patiently shattered the Beander characteristics and let it reform by placing it in a crucible made out of the gray fog with the door pathway uniqueness spinning inside it like a blade. All this had become a routine over the past few months for him. He had finished digesting his swindler potion long ago by simply swindling a few of his enemies into becoming his prey, while also swindling some of his enemies into conspiring against each other without realizing that he was the manipulator behind the scenes. What he was doing now was overdosing on the swindler potion and also the marauder potion, all in preparation for sequence 3 when he would be able to create avatars for himself. Of course, not all of these Beander characteristics were pure. Most were mixed in with non-adjacent sequences, and some were mixed in with corruption from outer gods who had landed in the solar system after the original creator had momentarily woken up due to convergence. But Loki had learnt to purify them rather easily by simply tossing them at the door pathway uniqueness so that it would slowly chip away at the corruption and seal it away before teleporting it to a random spot in the universe. Loki could use the corruption to hurt his enemies, and destabilize their mental condition, but he already had a metric ton of them stored in the form of runes hovering around him at all times after he simply used steel on them. At this point, he was rather afraid of one of those runes undoing itself at some random point and causing his death, not by simply corrupting him, since he was immune to that, but by alerting an outer god of his presence. It was also why he'd taken to tossing the corruption away by blessing random spots in the universe with it so that the convergence of the Lord of the Mysteries pathways did its trick and affected all the nearby Beyonders. With all of it set, Loki returned to his physical body, which was residing in the hollow of a tree protected by a spiritual wall sealing him inside it. God, is there a god or goddess out there that I can simply pray to for good food? Loki was tired of eating plainly cooked meat with the faintest hint of spices since he'd finished almost all of his stock in the last couple of months. It was bearable in the first few weeks, but once things settled into a routine of hunting down his targets, food, his only source of entertainment in this monotonous life, became the target of his frustrations. Oh, I know. Loki quickly performed the original creator worthy of heaven and universe ritual before reappearing in the Saphira castle, where he paused the door uniqueness's job of reforming his Beander characteristics and called it for a divination. Loki placed his hand over it before using cogitation to focus his mind and perform a divination. The place where I can get spices for my food. Loki repeated the statement 7 times before opening his eyes to look at the result. Only, what he saw nearly burnt his eyes into oblivion. Ag, the hell. Loki shut his eyes and quickly enclosed the door in a walled box of the gray fog before using some more of the gray fog to heal the burns on his spirit body. Except, the sight he had just witnessed hadn't just burnt his skin, instead it had quietly burnt new information into his mind that he didn't quite like. Eternal blazing sun. Inextinguishable light, embodiment of order, God of all growing life, guardian of holy plight, the witness of contracts. But Loki didn't have the time to study the new information that had just been fused into his mind without his consent. Instead he had to be more worried about the true god that was literally trying to reform inside the Saphira castle by casting his rays through the grey fog and using it to teleport into the castle wherever his light touched. However, the process that should have taken mere moments to occur because of the speed and power of a true god, happened in seconds because of the interference of the Saphira castle itself. Seconds that gave Loki crucial time to counter-attack with the only weapon in his arsenal. Almost instantly, as soon as the eternal blazing sun stepped into the Saphira castle, Loki bombarded him with all the collective corruption that he had turned into runes until now. Of course, not all the runes reached the man. Most burnt up as soon as the sun god himself appeared in front of them, while others couldn't make it past the first phase of his glamoring defense. Even without thinking much, Loki knew he needed to create an opening for a breakthrough. And so he churned the grey fog itself, something that had remained dormant until now, strictly playing defense, and turned it into a weapon. A torrent of the grey fog rushed down below, piercing through the air like a spear as it struck its target with force he could never imagine. For a moment or so, since the eternal blazing sun failed to recognize his current location, he appeared confused and bewildered about a mere sequence 8 Beander having an authority that was greater than himself. Enough to damage even the great him. And Loki took full advantage of that bewilderment. Almost in a second, Loki slammed the rest of the corruption runes that he had on him, throwing it with all his might into the grey fog that had created a dense gap in the eternal blazing sun's defenses by causing it to focus on fighting off the grey fog instead. Not even a second later, the corruptions became fully rooted in his body, causing an inarguable amount of pain to a true god as his sanity was chipped away almost instantly because of the introduction of the wills of several other outer deities. The rest was simple. Loki just used the grey fog to spear the eternal blazing sun and killed him without remorse. As the spirit of the eternal blazing sun faded away, leaving behind a mass of Beander characteristics, uniqueness, and mystical items and materials, Loki collapsed to the floor. His spirit body was cooked. For every second he'd spent in front of the true god, Loki had been bombarded with all sorts of electromagnetic rays that had turned his skin a shade of black deeper than charcoal. His brain seemed to have stopped working a long time ago, but his instincts of survival seemed to have survived. And so, through all the pain and numbness, Loki directed the grey fog to nourish his spirit body so that he could live again. Sprawled out on the floor, Loki was afraid to return to the real world. Will there no longer be a sun outside? The question was only rhetorical since Loki knew the answer to it. But Loki didn't know the answer to a different question that had been troubling him for the last few hours as he healed from the miraculous win of his previous fight. Will I be able to take down the current high-sequence Beyonders of the error pathway if I do the same thing to them? My lord, I've failed to find the location of his sister. I'm ready to accept any corrections for failing the task, Gehrman Sparrow said solemnly, keeping his head bowed while kneeling gracefully. Mr. Error looked down at his subordinate and resisted the urge to plunge his hand into his subordinate's gut because this one was the only one that remained after the final battle of the fourth epic. A battle in which he had finally regained his freedom after the everlasting torture as a mere remnant he had to undergo at the hands of his captor. Unfortunately, his captor had chosen to sacrifice himself fully, which caused him to lose his body once again and be forced to be turned into a will that haunted him through his rebirth. Who knew, however, that the next chance came only a couple thousand years later when his foolish captor would try and forcibly raise his sequence to sequence 3, especially when he had planted a fake sequence 4 Beander characteristic for his captor to consume earlier that was filled purely with his will. But now that he had finally returned, after a fight that had lasted 3 epics, how is it that he couldn't find the one thing that he needed to get rid of to make sure that his captor never returned? Was this all a part of his plan too? An involuntary shiver spread across Mr. Error's spine as he clenched his fist to keep control. He could have simply spoken with distasteful anger at this point, but he knew just how bizarre his thoughts were, and so he turned to Gehrman Sparrow and spoke calmly, "Keep looking. Let me know as soon as you find her." With that done, Gehrman Sparrow took his seat back at the seat for Mr. World as Mr. Error raised his hand to start the tarot club today. Figures appeared one by one, bathed in a crimson light that faded away gradually before allowing them to see around themselves. Miss Magician was the first one to get up from her seat as she curtsied and spoke gracefully, "Greetings, Mr. Error." After receiving positive acknowledgement from him in the form of a nod, Miss Magician moved on to the other members. Mr. Star is missing today as well. Hermione asked casually, causing Mr. World to speak up in response. He said he was performing a mission he had received from the true god of his pathway, which is why he is busy. The words caused a slight rumble through the members of the Tarot Club. Especially Mr. Moon, Severus, who was slightly confused by the implications. Is that not an offense against Mr. Error? Silence soon returned after that, however, as they remembered that they were supposed to be spreading the gospel of Mr. Error, and that was a mission from a true god anyway. Hermione, however, took things a step further. Mr. Error is also guiding me on my door pathway journey. So in reality he is equivalent to the true god of my pathway. Mr. Error cast a glance at the thought and ignored it completely. He had already tried stealing such thoughts over the last few Tarot Club meetings, but then quickly realized that doing so would only make her think even weirder things about him. As such, Hermione was safe from his thefts. Silence reigned over the Tarot Club until Mr. Strength placed a request in front of everyone else in the group. Does anyone know a way to get rid of a curse from a true god quickly? There was a short silence for a minute where everyone had their own thoughts, while Hermione quickly connected it to the most recent occurrence of curses in their lives. Is that Dominic Shacklebolt? No way, it can't be so coincidental. And while Hermione didn't want to expose the identity of someone a part of the same club, it seemed like Snape wasn't so keen on secrecy as he posed a rather direct question. Is it for yourself or for someone else? Mr. Strength paused before he spoke calmly, for someone else. Silence spread through the club once again before Snape spoke up. If it is for someone else, you could transfer the curse to someone else by performing a sacrificial ritual. As long as the other person is willing to take the cures in their stead, they can sacrifice themselves to take over the cures. The response was blunt and it asked a crucial question: was Mr. Strength willing to make such a sacrifice for the other person? Could he sacrifice himself? Miss Empress, however, chimed in at this moment. You could try praying to the primordial demoness. Mr. Strength only felt the first wave of disgust at having to contact an evil god when Hermione chimed in. Oh. You can just use the steal spell, can't you? Since it even steals corruption. Mr. Error's fingers tightened around the armrest. He didn't want anyone using those spells since they would strengthen his remanent will. And allow him to resurrect smoother if he were to try. But since he didn't steal the thought, as it was from Hermione, it was now in the open. But is it really so easy? Mr. Strength asked once again, this time looking at Mr. Error. Do I just steal it? And it'll be solved. Although the question was directed towards Mr. Error, it was Mr. World that answered it this time. No. Not really. Since you're not immune to corruption, you'll have to toss the corruption you stole onto something else. And if you don't do it fast enough, you'll have to suffer the corruption instead. So the same as Mr. Moon's method? Dominic asked, slightly tired. But Hermione responded with a slight up tone to her voice, no, not really. As long as two people know the spell, they can easily ping-pong the corruption right. Everyone's eyes widened slightly at the proposal. All for reasons similar to Mr. Error, who was looking at Miss Magician with a certain sense of disbelief. When did a girl that's not even a demigod get the courage to play ping-pong with the corruption of true god? Mr. Error then tapped the table with his nails, causing everyone to fall silent as he spoke. Do not underestimate gods. Their corruption is not something that can be stolen or even transferred so easily. Hermione immediately fell silent as a blush colored her cheeks pink. So that leaves me with just Mr. Moon and Miss Empress's methods. Dominic asked patiently, once again looking at Mr. World. Mr. World spoke up at that point. Yes, those should be the only methods one can use to deal with the corruption of a true god. However, if a true god's corruption has left you alive all this time, it usually means that the true god wants something from you. If you can give them that thing, then the curse could be lifted naturally. Dominic fell silent at that and nodded quietly before settling into his seat comfortably once again. Breaking this silence was Mr. Moon, who raised a question for Mr. Error to answer. My lord, I've fulfilled the last mission you handed over to me well. Is it possible that I ask for a reward in return right now? Mr. Error tapped his nails on the edge of the table before nodding. You may. Snape then spoke rather hurriedly. My lord, I'd like for you to cure the corruption on the goddess of my pathway. Everyone instantly became dumbfounded. Partly because it was an old request from Mr. Moon, about helping the goddess of his pathway which Mr. Error seemed to have failed to complete until now. And partly also because Mr. Error had just told them that corruption from true gods wasn't to be dealt with so carelessly. Mr. Error himself at this moment seemed rather annoyed and surprised as he studied everyone's thoughts rapidly. What gave him, as a mere sequence 5, the audacity to promise someone that he could help the true god of their pathway with corruption from an outer deity? How did he even think that saving someone from corruption induced by her was possible? Is it possible? Am I missing something here? Seeing Mr. Error fall into a short silence, everyone looked at him with patience as they all entertained their own possibilities for the scenario. Is this task beyond Mr. Error? Hermione questioned, her unfaltering unbending image of Mr. Error faltering ever so slightly the longer Mr. Error took to respond. Eventually, however, he did respond, causing everyone to look at him with full attention. It is possible, Mr. Error finally said, but I will need to prepare the sacrifice of a true god for it, which will take me some time to do. How about picking this matter back up during the next meeting? Snape's eyes widened, as did everyone else's. Sacrifice another true god. In just a month. And so Mr. Error's reputation in the Tarot Club grew further than it ever had. Even Mr. World seemed surprised by Mr. Error's declaration as his posture beamed an esoteric sense of pride and confidence. But only Mr. Error truly knew that his plan was rather simple. It was to sacrifice the Hanged Man and make him die after taking the curse from the Moon Goddess to fully heal her. A waste of a true god, but a sacrifice that would give me a lot more in value otherwise. It will allow me to anchor the Tarot Club members to myself rather than to him. So that in the future, when they grow strong enough, I can completely take over the identity of Mr. Error when he eventually tries to revive within me again for the last time. Hermione, on the other hand, felt something incongruent in between the images of Mr. Error in her mind and the one in front of her. Wouldn't Mr. Error have simply said that it would be done by the next Tarot Club? Or rather, why would he bother explaining the method to us? Mr. Error noticed her observation but said nothing, since Dominic posed a question to Mr. Error at that moment. Mr. Error, would it be possible for you to help me cure the curse? Mr. Error turned his head to look at the boy before he explained in a deep tone, there is a great difference in power between a true god and a mere mortal, which makes it so that methods suitable for the former fatal for the latter. I understand, Mr. Error. Dominic finally said with a deep sigh. Miles away in time, in a world that had just had its disaster woken up, a beautiful lady with a head full of lush hair whose ends were snake heads opened her eyes in confusion. Where's he? He promised to meet me at noon. Why did he break his promise? Cheek could believe anyone else breaking their promises, but not the eternal blazing sun. And so after waiting for another hour, she felt like she had no other choice but to divine about his well-being. She closed her eyes and brought forth the mirrors all over the world. And out of them all, she chose only a single mirror-like reflection in the eyes of his gate guardian. Only, the moment her eyes caught the reflection in the eyes of the angel from his divine kingdom, her heart fluttered with hawk and impatience. On the white marble throne that he was so proud about, sat not the grand majestic being that rules over all light in the solar system, but the hollow, empty corpse of his shadow. Hung from his neck was a simple board written on which were the words, "All praise Mr. Error." What? The snakes on the ends of Cheek's hair hissed sharply as if echoing her surprise as she jumped from her regal throne. Being the high peak of a pathway that was deeply intertwined with mysticism, Cheek only needed a single glance to figure out who had done the unthinkable. Her followers had recently come across the same saying at several other locations, and they had divined that this was the work of a Sequence 8 Beander of the Marauder pathway. But could a Sequence 8 have killed a true god? Cheek could not wrap her head around or believe it in any way. So, just to be sure of it, she decided to divine about it directly. After all, her enemy was supposedly just a Sequence 8. And to top it off, he had just fought against a true god. So the odds were looking to be in her favor, which meant that if she caught him at a good time, she could even take away his spoils from the fight against the sun god. With her focus set, Cheek performed a simple mirror divination. She conjured a mirror of Mercury in her palm and peered into it while simply focusing on her question. The being responsible for the death of the sun god. She did not even repeat the statement 7 times before the ripples on the mirror of Mercury settled to reveal a distant scene. The scene showed a plain gray background accompanied by the deathly throes of a dying man. And not even a second later the scene snapped as the Mercury mirror in her hands exploded into a dangerous shower that bombarded the walls of her room. Cheek was left stunned. How could a sequence 8 do that? What was that gray fog? Was it all related to the moon turning crimson a few months ago? Was it related to his momentary awakening a few months ago? Without any answers to her questions, she chose to place the name Mr. Error at the back of her mind before cutting off all her connections to the sun god spiritually, making sure that nothing about their deal was ever known to the rest of the world before vanishing from the place altogether. Only, Loki was currently spectating the hell on earth that was currently the sun god's chambers using the door pathway uniqueness. Interesting. Half a dozen true gods had tuned in to watch the proceedings of the sun god's funeral. Loki obviously couldn't directly notice all of them since they were well hidden. But the fact still remained that he could notice the effect they all had on the spirit world. Areas where they had gathered were avoided like a plague by the rest of the spirits in the spirit world. Spirits related to light that should have been abundant in this part of the spirit world connected to the astral realm, were nowhere to be found in certain sections. The only reason they would do so was likely because other great beings were imposing themselves in the area. Loki however took it all in calmly. His eyes scanned every bit of the world as he looked for a high-sequence member of the error pathway among them. He didn't find any, so he left the place in silence, continuing his routine journey from the last couple months, hunting Beyonders half-mad and a danger to themselves and to him so that he could increase in sequence and grow stronger. However, this time, Loki had a million other ways to kill his enemies faster, almost instantly. One of which was to subject them to the uniqueness of the sun pathway directly, a miniature sun. Purifying them of corruption wasn't an issue now either, simply bringing them closer to the sun purified it to oblivion. So he didn't have to keep tossing them at random places in the universe using the door pathway uniqueness again. As such, in only a few months, Loki had advanced to sequence 5, and he was currently targeting a sequence 4 that seemed to have been unaffected by any corruption, a surprise in this time of the world. A pale-looking man who had a monocle over his right eye suddenly kicked the heavy wooden table, splitting it in two as it flew over and thrashed into the wall without regard for any damage. The man looked at his right hand that was covered in a plethora of woody veins that intertwined all around the right side of his body and finally reached the monocle itself, making it seem as if the monocle had grown and fused itself into his being. How could I have known that the monocle that I've been wearing for the past year would suddenly be corrupted? It was exactly as he'd just said. He'd taken the monocle off while going to sleep, and put it on when he'd awoken, only for the monocle to reveal its suddenly corrupted nature and fuse with him through the veiny tree roots that had grown all around and through his right side. It was as if the universe had decided to corrupt the monocle or no reason at all. He had managed to stop the corruption from spreading fully and taking control of him by multiplying and creating several avatars, in a quest to create more anchors and maintain his sanity. But it had come at a heavy price. The price being that all the avatars he had created were affected too. Which meant that he had to order his older avatars to create more avatars. And to make sure that they didn't question him to take the top spot, he had to kill one of 2 of them to make a point. Of course, he'd used an illusion to hide his corrupted arm in the process, but it had still raised a few questions. Even still he pretended like it didn't matter before using the new avatars to stabilize himself. Only, recently, some idiot calling himself Mr. Error, the name of the sequence 0 of his pathway, was going around killing his avatars for no good reason. Suddenly however his eyes glazed over as a smooth smile washed over his face. So he's targeting another one of my avatars that walks alone. Then I'll get rid of him and this bizarre corruption in one go. Loki looked at his target with some curiosity. Given how much I've been hunting Beyonders from the error pathway these past few months, I assumed that they'd be taking things more seriously by this point and at least hiding themselves better. But they haven't. Or maybe this is all one elaborate setup for me. A trap of grand proportions. I don't really know what it is, but I should be safe either way since I have the uniqueness of 2 pathways and I can abort my assassinations whenever I find it risky. The only risky thing is if my enemy figures out that I'm about to end the assassination and teleport away, he steals my intention of doing so, making me stay in place in a daze. But even in that case I can just give myself the thoughts of leaving I stole from myself to continue the plan. And if he still steals all of those thoughts from me, I can have the sun pathway uniqueness appear and burn away my enemy in a suicide attack which should keep them away. With all that set up, Loki finally descended into the real world so that he could take on his target with as much efficiency as he could. Except as soon as Loki stepped into the real world, he felt his thoughts slow to an uncontrollable crawl. Parasitism, Loki mumbled, watching in slow motion as his target turned around and looked him right in the eyes. How did he know I would come right now? Single quote. Divination. But I thought the Saphira Castle would protect me from that. Not having the time to sit and play detective with his enemy, Loki almost instantly broke free of the parasitization, with the help of the sun uniqueness. But instead of completely breaking free and taking the advantage, Loki had something different in mind. Instead of simply breaking free, Loki did the next best thing. He pretended to put on a struggle just to show his enemy that he was at a disadvantage, and could easily be taken out if not for his struggle. And that seemed to have worked. His enemy stepped closer, speaking with a strange charm that Loki was supposed to find irresistible. "Oh, come on, you don't need to reject your benefactor. You want to get stronger, don't you? Then I'll help you if you let me." Loki's eyes widened slightly at that. His focused eyes lost some of their shine as he paid attention to his benefactor's words keenly. "Grow stronger," Loki thought softly. "Of course I want that." "Yes, you want that, don't you?" His enemy tempted him, whispering sweet nothings into his ear as he came closer. Loki nodded, vaguely, no hint of resistance in a single cell of his body as he fell to the opponent's charm. That was when his enemy lifted his right hand slowly and held it in the air, prompting Loki to raise his own hand and place it inside the enemy's, as if he were meeting a gentle friend and giving him a calm and gentle handshake. Only, as soon as Loki's hand touched his enemy's, the handshake went from being one that reminded someone of the gentle rays of the morning sun directly to hellfire. The world burnt as it squirmed in and out of focus for Loki. His mouth opened in screams that never left his throat. His head slammed onto the floor without any regard for how caved in his skull became. It was impossible to handle the pain. Almost like a freight truck had hit his head and slammed every bone in his body to a crushed, jumbled puzzle. Only, all of this was a bizarre act that Loki had set up to lower his enemy's guard, making sure to steal every thought of disbelief at how easy the process was and making it seem like this was the perfect outcome. Of course, a mere sequence 5 would never be able to overpower someone with actual divinity. Of course, a mere sequence 5 would find the charm of someone with actual divinity irresistible. Of course, a mere sequence 5 would find the path to instant power a little painful. After all, if there was no pain there would be no gain. Loki, however, had noticed the corruption in the arm of his enemy almost as soon as it had appeared. Yes, appeared, since the corruption wasn't there when Loki had scouted his enemy or even when he had landed in its vicinity. Instead, Loki had watched as it suddenly sprouted onto the enemy's body along with a monocle on its right eye. For a second Loki almost thought he had been visited by the great Aemon himself. But after recalling his several attempts to meet him had failed, Loki knew that he was only dealing with a look-alike suffering from corruption of an outer god. So Loki wanted to play his cards right, because if he did, he would have the error pathway uniqueness in his hands. And so, the game began, as Loki watched himself be subjected to the pain of an outer god's corruption. He bore it all through gritted teeth since he knew that no matter what happened, he couldn't be corrupted fully, and that he could save himself by simply using the sun pathway uniqueness or just stealing the corruption from himself. Within seconds of the corruption switching its target over to him after he came in contact with the Aemon look-alike, Loki enacted his counter-attack. And his counter-attack was simple. He used his free hand to smash the uniqueness of the sun pathway into his enemy's face. But it didn't end there. As soon as their spirits were connected firmly by the corruption rooted in both their bodies, Loki teleported himself and by extension his enemy to the Saphira Castle, taking him to his stronghold so that he could cook him up in the best way possible. The rest of the battle didn't take long to end after that. Almost as soon as the Aemon look-alike found himself inside the Saphira Castle, He was bombarded with a ton of mystical weapons, each earned by Loki from his one-sided battles with his enemies during this time. Some caused the Aemon look-alike to freeze up, some caused him to burn, and others simply stole away his ability to have a proper cohesive thought. And within the next second, Loki had stabbed the man with a spear made from the grey fog, ravaging his insides into vast emptiness before he stepped back to allow the man to at least die a graceful death. The Sun Pathway's uniqueness floated to Loki's side after that, curing him of the horrendous-looking corruption that he had been subjected to as he calmly took in the scene of the enemy who had attempted to trap him, dying because the trap hadn't been big enough to fit its prey. And within a few more minutes, the monocle and the Beander characteristics both formed on the surface of the Aemon look-alike's corpse, which Loki graciously grabbed and tossed into his ever-growing pile. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. With the soft thud of the carriage, Hermione pretended to wake up from her sleep that she had pretended to take while she was at the tarot club. Her eyes still slightly in a daze as she thought about what Mr. Strength had told them about. A corruption that not even Mr. Error can do anything about. Are we going to Mr. Strength right now? Thinking something my own, Daphne asked from the side as she waited for someone to knock on the carriage door to let them know it was all right to get out. Not that they couldn't get out otherwise, but since they were dealing with a rather dangerous corruption this time, they were supposed to take every precaution they could to save themselves and those around them. Hermione's gaze flicked towards Daphne before she broke into a smile. Nothing, I was just wondering what scrolls I'll have to read and write to make sure my current potion digests quickly. Daphne nodded before saying, if you want to digest your potion quickly you should read things from the third epic. They are the most mysterious but also interspersed with information about high-sequence beings. Hermione nodded, but just as she was about to respond, a soft knock from outside on their carriage door interrupted them. Daphne quietly pulled open the latch and stepped outside along with Hermione, only to be greeted by her first-year Slytherin prefect and head boy. Dominic. Dominic looked worse for wear. His usually neat hair was all rumpled up and thick eye bags hung around his sunken cheeks. Yet, his posture didn't falter as he bowed deeply before speaking. Greetings, Madam Greengrass. I was not expecting you, or I would have been better prepared. Daphne simply waved her hand. I'm not so heartless, Dominic, and I'm not here as Heiress Greengrass this time, just a member of the Unspeakables. Dominic nodded, relief evident on his face as he quickly looked at Hermione and gave her a short nod before walking towards the modest manor behind them as he began speaking. My father is rather unwell. Most Unspeakables higher up in the Department of Curses have already taken samples of my father for study. I have sent away all the servants after they were screened for any potential contamination. And since Mother is away trying to find a way to help Father, I'm here keeping him company through all this madness. Hermione trailed along a little behind the two of them, her eyes constantly scanning the priceless artifacts scattered around them in various glass cases, with an occasional glimmer in her eyes as she contemplated about how she would one day own something similar in her grand mansion after she became a rich young lady as a high sequence in her own pathway. Only, her machinations were cut short when they entered a rather silent, cold and opaque corridor. At its end was a simple door that gave Hermione an unnerving chill, but she didn't let it show. Instead, she patiently followed Dominic and Daphne as they moved in silence to the door and then to the world beyond it. And it truly was a different world altogether. The mansion outside, one filled with wealth of unimaginable price from all parts of the world, was replaced by the sudden ramblings of a mad old black man who was half drooling, half sleeping and half scratching the surface of the walls with his nails. Blood painted the surface in tally marks that counted from or towards an unknown point in time as Dominic quickly rushed towards him. Father, no. Don't do it. I told you already, there is no one hidden in the shadows. No one's waiting to watch you die. Hermione looked at the person squatting on the ground in the corner with a slight tremble in her hands. Her palms turned sweaty and her mind felt strangely bogged down by the sluggishness of fear. Her gaze flickered between the person fighting Dominic for control of his hands as he attempted to etch his blood onto the wall some more, and then to Dominic himself, who looked pained and heartbroken. She gulped dryly before whispering to Daphne, "Isn't he, already?" Daphne shook her head and stayed silent, but quietly pointed at her eyes. Hermione understood and quickly activated her spirit vision. Only, it failed. Single quote. Single quote. Things clicked in Hermione's head and the coincidental suspicion suddenly turned into a solid confirmation. So he is Mr. Strength. But, the corruption of a true god. How are we supposed to cure that? Why did Professor McGonagall even send us up here in the first place? Suddenly the divination error from earlier that she and Daphne hadn't had the time to figure more about felt rather important. So the entity corrupting Mr. Strength's father interfered with Daphne's divination but not mine. Why? Does it have something to do with the topaz pendulum I use for divination? Could the pendulum perhaps have a way to stop the corruption of the true god corrupting Mr. Strength's father? Hermione clenched her fists tight as she felt the cold sensation wrapped around her wrist inside her sleeves. She felt a strange discordance around herself from the room she was in. Almost as if the room had turned stuffier in an instant, like someone had wrapped a noose around her neck. She did want to be a high-sequence Beander one day, and also help serve Mr. Error a bit better, but wasn't this too soon? She wasn't even a full-fledged Sequence 6 yet and she was already dealing directly with a true god's corruption. Hermione then slowly turned towards Daphne while keeping an eye on Dominic, who was slowly and gently dragging his father back to the bed to let him rest. And it seemed that Daphne had the same idea as her, to test the strange topaz pendulum of unknown origin. They nodded when their gazes locked and Daphne took a step forward. We want to try something out, but it'll take time. Dominic looked surprised because he hadn't expected Daphne and Hermione to be of any real help. He'd only known that Professor McGonagall had asked them to be sent over herself after discussing a few things with his superior Laura, but he assumed it was just to help him handle his nearly wonderful father, not actually solve the issue. He'd already seen the look on the faces of the curse-breaking department's team members and knew that if nothing was done soon, it might be the end of the line for his father. But he still held hope. Why he still held hope was simple. It was because it was as Mr. Moon had said in the Tarot Club, that perhaps the true god who had cursed his father didn't want him dead and only wanted to use him in some way. Maybe if he could distract the two little girls with something else, he could look into this avenue of the matter on his own. And so he nodded softly while looking a little unsure but still confident. After all, if worst came to it, he could ask Mr. Moon for the ritual and sacrifice himself to keep his father safe and well. It pained him to see such pain on the face of one he respected the most. With that, Dominic showed the two girls to a separate room nearby where they made sure to make themselves comfortable and prepare to examine the bizarre chain that Hermione had acquired. Do you think the two things are connected, Daph? I don't know. Daphne shook her head, but if they are, I wouldn't be surprised. Hermione nodded softly before placing the topaz pendulum in her hand onto the table for them to examine once again as another question came to her mind. Perhaps Professor McGonagall knew about it all along. Daphne shrugged as she enveloped the chain in her spirituality since she had sensed that the chain wouldn't harm her as long as she didn't harm it. The runes on the chain showed up first, which Hermione began to sketch onto papers she'd conjured using her wand, while Daphne was more interested in the chain's reaction to her on a more spiritual level. The two stood in silence around the table, continuing their deepening research while Dominic summoned books from the library towards him in his father's room, to try and figure out if there was any way he could communicate with the true god that had cursed his father. Phew. Hard work, Loki said, wiping the sweat off his brows as he looked at the newly formed Beander characteristics in front of him. Am I going to become a true god all at once? Loki found it a little disbelieving that he had encountered the true god of his pathway, or at least a king of angels, so soon. And above all, that he had killed it without much effort. Well, not like anyone wouldn't be surprised by an artifact that is above the sequence in a world where outer gods have only just reached the planet. Loki frowned then in thought. Couldn't the gods have already figured out my identity though? Why haven't they dealt with me yet? Perhaps because they fear that I am only a shell that is a spawn of an outer god. So they don't want to risk corruption without knowing how to defeat me for sure. Worried to turn crimson like the moon. And then there's the fact that I already killed the sun god. I'd be scared if I were them too. Or is it just because of their inherent madness in this era? Perhaps both, Loki finally concluded. A sharp gleam appeared in Loki's eyes at that moment. Can I steal the uniquenesses from all the mad gods? After all, that would be a service to humanity, would it not? And it would also help those mad gods regain some sense if they haven't already been corrupted by outer gods. And so the fire of greed suddenly lit up in Loki. In doing so I could even find the current full pathway true god if one exists and steal his uniqueness and give it back to him when he completes his apotheosis ritual, only to steal it from him again to become the error pathway true god and lord of the mysteries once and for all. How easy. Is LOTM supposed to be so easy? But something that had been sitting in the back of his mind reared its ugly head in his mind once again. There's that thing that the goddess of the Wheel of Fortune pathway said and wants to do with me. What does she want to do with me? Surely she knows that I'm the one performing these killings of true gods, so why hasn't she tried to stop me or kill me to help the others? Troubles for another time. Loki shook his head before grabbing the esteemed monocle off the table in front of him. Can I place it on my right eye? Or will that cause me to become the guy from before? Alright, I'll only put the monocle on my eye when I reach King of Angels status. Until then let's advance my sequence. What was the ritual for becoming a sequence 3 mentor of deceit again? I should have just asked the guy before killing him like I did while advancing to sequence 4. Loki walked up to the precious door that had survived attacks from 2 true god-level beings by now and still stood standing impressively before placing his hand on it and entering divination mode and quietly moving in search of his next target. Location of an avatar of the error pathway true god I killed that has advanced to sequence 3. The stars within the door gently floated around as if scanning the vast world around them before spitting out the fractured image of 4 different people. One was an old man gardening in his backyard. The other was of a child sitting patiently in what appeared to be a church to the sun god in a random village. The third was strangely of a single-celled creature floating around in some liquid he suspected was blood. And the final was of a young dashing man preaching to other people about the gospel of the crimson moon. Only, things weren't as good and easy as they seemed. The old man gardening had fused with his backyard, using his tears to water the plants. The young child sitting patiently in a church of the sun god was staring blankly ahead, completely oblivious to the half-dozen knives stabbed into his body. The single-celled creature inside the bloodstream was consuming itself. And the one teaching the gospel of the crimson moon seemed to have become a tree that had trapped random people passing by to preach to them. Did they all lose control when the main body died? But weren't avatars supposed to be independent? Mysterious. Well, I can just try and divine where the blasphemy slate of this era is. The location of the first blasphemy slate. Loki repeated the statement 7 times before opening his eyes and looking at the translucent gate whose image twisted into a swirl before it paused and shuddered for a second and quickly returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Divination failed. No, that felt more like rejection or anti-divination. Is it because of the power inherently within the blasphemy slate, or is it because of some true god? Loki frowned. He then looked at the characteristics on the table and thought of a different, rather cumbersome plan that he did not like the thought of one bit. Can I just subject myself to absorbing the characteristics forcefully and then experimenting with whatever feels right and wrong and helps me digest the potion better? After all, isn't there supposed to be a guiding instinct within a Beander to make sure they remain a semblance of humanity regardless of the situation? And even if there isn't, I'm sure I have the time and the means to experiment since I don't get corrupted fully. But the question still remains, why do I have to even act to digest my potions? With no answers in sight, Loki did the best he could to quickly advance to power in this world of madness. He simply swallowed the sequence 3 Beander characteristics without even making a potion out of it. The effect was near instant. Loki felt his body explode with power, only the price extracted for it was rather enormous. His body exploded in a shower of worms as he heard the wailings of a million different creatures, all aiming to fuse and overwrite his own identity, his image and his history. Aiming to transform him into something beyond himself, into something unrecognizable as it all ate away at his sanity. Loki remained sane, barely, by focusing on the fact that he was incorruptible. Why can I not be corrupted by outer gods, the Sephiroths and everything else, but have to bear with the corruption of a stupid Beander characteristics? What's wrong with this game balance? If you're going to give me debuffs, at least give me something that makes sense. Loki waited patiently as he felt the Beander characteristics slowly dissolve into his body, merge with his core being and become a part of his spirit. Only did the hellish assault on his senses stop. But the wailings of beyond remained, just slightly toned down to be audible on the edge of his hearing, like tinnitus. Mr. Eyre looked down at the card of blasphemy in front of him and sneered. What a fool, he followed the trap I set up for him through the founders, and now he's done all the wrong advancement rituals to advance through the sequences. He then looked at the sequence 3 and 4 ritual that was written and compared it with what he knew himself. Instead of parasitizing a fundamental force of the universe, all I have to do is to collapse the order in a region. And with the uniqueness of the Justicar pathway in my hands, that is rather easy. For sequence 2, instead of advancing by remaining a parasite for 300 years and drinking the potion after that, all I have to do is assume the identity of another through deception and without violence. This one I am already doing by assuming his identity, obtained only by exploiting the loophole that I was always a remnant will in his Beander characteristics since he advanced forcefully after killing me. I only have to make sure that none of the Tarot Club members find out so that I can turn them into my anchors. Should I include new members? So that I can create more anchors. After all, I can't create more avatars and risk awakening his will within me again. Mr. Eyre's nails tapped away at the table rhythmically as he pondered on the identity of these new members before coming to a conclusion. Perhaps someone from the Sun pathway, the Death pathway and the Abyss pathways will do. With his mind firmed, Mr. Eyre filed away the act of inviting them for later by shortlisting candidates with the help of Gairman Sparrow, and quickly waved his hand to use the sequence 3 Beander characteristic. He had recovered it from his body after taking over when Loki died because he invoked the will of the original creator in the Abyss. He then waved his hand and used the characteristic to manipulate his seal on the true creator. Who would have thought that the fool would store away the uniqueness of the Eyre pathway in his own soul and hide it there so that it remained with him when he reincarnated? It was only because of that when Mr. Eyre took over that he had been able to temporarily raise his sequence to 0 forcefully and manipulate the memories of all those around Loki to forget he ever existed, reducing his anchors so that his will would be weakened. The sealing keeping the monocle sealed quickly caught on, however, and ripped control back away. But before it did, he managed to parasitize the avatar sealed alongside it, Gairman Sparrow, and bring it to the real world. As for the monocle, it would unlock eventually when he advanced to sequence 1 anyway, so he wasn't worried about it. Now all that remains is to advance slowly and methodically to make sure that his remnant will never reawaken within me. With that, Mr. Eyre walked up to the true creator hidden in the fog of the Saphira Castle, sealed by various errors in space and time that caused him to remain frozen while experiencing the flow of time in a bizarre manner. At least his plan of making someone become the full pathway true god wasn't a waste. I can use it to advance myself now. Hermione looked at the symbols she'd drawn on her paper by copying the pendulum with slight confusion. Have you ever seen runes arranged so meticulously before, Daph? How much would this thing even be worth? 30 galleons. Daphne looked up from the ritual she was setting up before gazing at the runic arrangement of the locket that Hermione had drawn in the book. It was nothing short of spectacular. She had taken runes as her elective too and knew just how hard it was to come up with an arrangement so perfect, yet so beautiful and without any random shortcut blemishes. I don't think such a thing would even exist. Hermione nodded, but that does narrow it down a lot, doesn't it? Who among the people currently alive in the wizarding world would be able to make such a thing? Daphne's eyes widened slightly. No way. Exactly, the headmaster and Nicholas Flamel and Perenelle. Daphne nodded before sharing her own observations. The lingering balance of fortune and misfortune tells me that the pendulum was recently touched by the domain of luck, meaning it was in the possession of a high sequence Beander of my pathway, or even my true god. I wanted to perform a ritual to divine an answer from her, but if we know the 3 people who are likely to have made it, the price I have to pay won't be that big. Understood. Hermione nodded, slightly nervous about knowing more about the pendulum, something that seemed to be haunting her and those around her with its mysteries. Only as soon as Daphne finished setting up her ritual and was about to set up the wall of spirituality, a small tabby cat jumped out of thin air, appearing with a soundless swirl of perfect apparition. The cat immediately transformed into McGonagall, who rushed towards Hermione without reserve and grabbed her shoulders. Miss Granger and Miss Greengrass, I'm sorry but I'll have to take you away from this mission for now. Looking at the worried expression on McGonagall's face, Hermione felt her throat dry up. Something ominous lingered around McGonagall's expression as it made her immensely worried seeing her pillar of support and admiration suddenly in such a panic. "What happened, Professor?" Hermione blurted out in a rushed whisper. McGonagall looked at the two girls before speaking softly, "The corruption seems to be able to spread." Huh. Hermione felt surprised for a second, wondering if Professor McGonagall was actually just worried about that since she felt just fine right now, but then McGonagall dropped the bombshell. "The corruption spreads not directly to those in contact with the patient, but to those that they know and spend time with." Huh. Hermione became dumbfounded as McGonagall went on to explain. "Harry and Ron have been infected, Miss Granger, and Astoria too, Miss Greengrass." "What?" Hermione blurted out while Daphne's hand hung loose over the altar she had just prepared. Both the girls felt the world buzz by in a whirl after that as they even left Dominic out of the loop before they apparated away with McGonagall, back to the castle before rushing towards the infirmary where their dearests were being held. And both felt it would have been better had they not laid eyes on the result. Harry and Ron were struggling to get off the tight leather shacklers keeping them on the bed, trying to scratch them off with their nails as they ground their teeth in a fit of madness, all in trying to break free. Blood flowed out of shattered teeth as they each had already bitten through the leather straps in their mouth before Madame Pomfrey rushed towards them once again with a syringe. "What's happening to them, Pomfrey?" McGonagall asked first. "I don't know whose curse it is that is on them, but it is hell-bent on making them carve out numbers to a certain day in the future. The walls in their dorms have been ruined. They were discovered after those straw dolls over there asked the students for help." There was a short silence before Pomfrey spoke again. "Could you get a hold of your sister girl while I forcefully feed these ones the sleeping draught?" Pomfrey ended while looking at Daphne whose eyes were wide as she stared at her sister who was in a similar if not worse state than Harry and Ron since she had managed to break free of one of the leather restraints before scratching the skin and muscle off her other hand to the bone. "Don't worry dear, I'm sure the headmaster will figure something out, he's already here." Daphne's head swiveled towards the door where Dumbledore had just entered the room looking rather surprised and a little worried. He ignored everyone else for the moment and rushed straight to the patients' beds, watching over them closely as he examined them while bending low enough for his nose to touch them. Surprisingly, each one of the maddened patients ignored him completely as if he didn't exist, but since no one was in the mood for a detailed explanation, the phenomenon went unexplained. Sound ceased to exist for everyone in the next moments as they waited with bated breaths for the outcome of the examination of the world's greatest wizard and Beander. The painful silence that had only been expected to last a few seconds started to stretch further, and after only a full half a minute of close examination did Dumbledore whisper into the deafened silence. "Not again." The words were perfectly audible in the silence and it aided everyone in their own line of thoughts. McGonagall and Lily, with their rich knowledge as a sequence 4 of their respective pathways, began to think about recent history, leading their thoughts on various mentions about the bubonic plague being the work of a powerful Beander. For Hermione, the extended silence had let McGonagall's words from earlier sink in a little. If people related to those who were in contact with Mr. Strength's father are infected, then, are my parents all right? Did the headmaster see more infected people on his way here? Daphne was stunned about the fact that the goddess of her pathway had simply blessed Astoria with the misfortune of another curse. While James simply sat stunned, wondering if it was all the work of some dark wizard like Grindelwald or Voldemort. Especially since curses were often related to the latter. Or if it was possibly a witch. Dumbledore straightened his back before turning around to McGonagall and explaining, "You are right. This is indeed the bubonic plague. That plague occurred because of the corruption of a true god too. Those that were Beanders were heavily affected while those that weren't faced mild corruption in the form of physical ailments. At least according to records in Hogwarts headmaster's diaries." Not minding the invasion of the privacy of her mind in the situation, McGonagall nodded before asking, "Is there a way to cure them?" Dumbledore gave a hard long look at Harry before speaking softly. "No, not really. Not unless one can survive for centuries without any sustenance or be reborn in some way. The last plague wiped away nearly all independent Beander organizations in the world that existed at that point in time. Not even if we sacrifice ourselves?" James quickly asked, hoping to at least transfer the curses on themselves since they were already dead. But Dumbledore only shook his head. "No. Not unless you are just as strong as the one you want to replace." The expression on the straw doll that was Lily fell as an aura of sorrow and absolute distraughtness radiated off of her since they were both weaker than Harry currently without their Beander characteristics lost at the time of their deaths. They still had parts of their divinity still, but that was of no use now without any characteristics, especially when they were only sequence 4 and Harry was sequence 3. How long has it been? Loki asked himself as he studied the night sky for the nth time in the last dozen centuries. He adjusted the monocle over his right eye slightly before speaking out into a glassy rock that reflected his image. Cheek, did you come to peek at my beautiful self again? Or are you here to tell me just how much better it is to be a man than to be a woman? The reflection shimmered for a few seconds before the rock disintegrated. Tisk, shy as always, I've helped you so many times yet you always give me the cold shoulder. Or is it that you want some new help from me? What was it the last time? Didn't I kill the Lord of Storms for you? I just took the uniqueness and the characteristics as payment and you're so angry. A short angry voice filled the air, coming from behind Loki as the dust from the rock shimmered to form a mirror out of which Cheek stepped but she was still hidden, as if light itself bent away from her anger. You made me pay you with the Beander characteristics of the Twilight Giant and the death pathways just so that you could kill the Lord of Storms while I ended up with nothing. And worst of all, killing him was something you already planned to do. I bet if I looked into it, I'd find Thudaham, threatening and killing my followers indiscriminately was part of your plan too. And before that you tricked me into paying you with the White Tower pathway and the Mystery Prior pathway characteristics to kill the Hanged Man and you took his characteristics then too. Only later did I find that you were the one who informed him about my secret and told him how to kill me. Hey, fool you once, shame on me, fool you twice, shame on you. And what did you expect? Killing a true god for the price of a few characteristics and you still want their uniqueness and characteristics after advancing and fully completing your apotheosis ritual. What even is that saying? Who even says that? And it wasn't just any characteristics. Those were characteristics from sequence 9 to sequence 1. You could make a king of angels with those characteristics. What are you even doing with them? Don't worry about it, I never ask you what you do in your free time while standing in front of the mirror and putting on makeup while dressed as a man to look pretty, do I? Cheek coughed up blood at that moment. Fortunately she was hidden and hence Loki didn't seem to have spotted her. Oh, you actually coughed up blood from that statement. I always wondered if the saying was true, now I know it is. Oh how? Forget all that, tell me why you're here. I'm a little busy at the moment, I need to communicate with her. Who? Oh, her. Have you still not stopped pursuing her? A woman's heart is delicate, want me to give you a few tips? I'm sure all you're doing is driving her away with your persistence. The last thing I should be taking from you are tips, and for the last time no, I'm not pursuing her. It's just personal business. Loki whispered but the words seemed to have reached Cheek's ears as she shouted out loud. But since Loki reflexively stole her ability to speak she found herself mouthing words strenuously to produce no sound whatsoever. Cheek stopped in a while after which Loki restored her ability to speak. They both immediately adopted a serious look before Cheek began speaking, I need your help. I want you to find me believers. Loki smiled and spoke quickly, how many? 50,000, 100,000. Maybe even 1,000,000 if you're feeling a little unstable at the moment. The price is 1 sequence 1 Beander characteristic from the door pathway, negotiable of course if you want the believers for less than 50 years. Cheek's brows twitched before she spoke rather strenuously, no, not those fake avatar believers of yours. I want to become an orthodox deity. Loki shook his head, not possible, unless you're willing to change your ways. Not everyone has the ability to steal knowledge from the ravings of their own pathways advancements and change them, you know. Cheek said harshly, annoyed. Then give me your uniqueness for a few minutes and I'll do it for you. Cheek gave Loki a deadpan stare which caused him to chuckle slightly as he spoke again, alright, I do have a different way, but it'll take a long time to implement. What is it? No way, I'm not telling you about it. What if you steal it? I'm not from the error pathway. It was Loki's turn to deadpan before Cheek spoke Aegean. I'll give you 1 door pathway sequence 1 characteristics and 1 fool pathway sequence 1 characteristics in the next decade. Deal. The method is to create an artificial prayer ritual that anyone can take part in along with any god on the receiving end so that neither the ritual performer knows which god is on the other end and neither does the god know who the ritual came from. It will help with avoiding you becoming contaminated by the images of your believers while you get the full effects of them praying to an anonymous god. Cheek pondered the idea for a while before asking simply, is it really possible? More or less. I already have a frame in mind and I think I can follow it to make it come true. Fine then. I'll make sure to deliver on my promise as long as you deliver yours. Loki nodded and watched as Cheek slowly shimmered away, and only then after nudging his monocle a little did he speak out loud. Finally, I have the locations of 2 more sequence 1 Beander characteristics of the door and the full pathways. I should be able to snatch them up sometime in the next few days. It's been a long time, Loki wondered as he undid the illusion on the bone wand in his left hand that currently had only a single spell recorded on it. Legilimency. A spell that had been birthed by Loki for reading the minds of those that wailed away mystical information constantly while he was unstable so that he could learn the advancement rituals quicker. He had spent the first century waiting to figure out the advancement ritual for sequence 4 but had no luck since there were no other error pathway beyonders around, and those that were all birthed directly by other creatures splitting off the characteristics without progressing through the sequence like he did or had to do. And so he had a strange idea, what if he birthed himself? And so Loki began to study creatures birthing each other with split-off characteristics so that he could advance himself. Only, the second you interfered with the process of birthing, it seemed that you couldn't advance to a new sequence, or even if you did you would have to be mad or in the same state as you were before. Why? Loki hadn't figured that out yet since it was a rather well-kept secret one couldn't learn without losing themselves in the process. He could either learn the secret and lose all his characteristics or keep his characteristics and never learn the secret. It was possible to rid oneself of corruption this way, but not advancing through the sequences. Believe him, he tried several times by delicately stealing thoughts of his parents, of running away once they had his Beander characteristics and not mating with each other. Fortunately because of madness and a couple strong suggestions they mated with each other and gave birth to a still mad him. So, he spent the rest of the half-dozen centuries after that developing the spell to pierce the minds of those that had constantly been wailing in his ears all this time to piece together bits and pieces of information about his pathway, those that he knew, like the abilities and finally the advancement rituals. It had delayed him quite a bit, but after a few centuries he finally did it and his progress shot back up, advancing to sequence 1 in only a year more. During that time Loki took on odd jobs to keep in touch with the Beander world while also constantly bugging around the goddess of fortune to figure out what she meant by the words she had spoken when he'd first come to this world. But she'd either forgotten or was ignoring him completely since she never responded to any of his rituals. Granted, I call her about 3 times a day on average, but it still feels like the right thing to do. After all, this could be a question of my life and death. What if something goes wrong during my apotheosis ritual? Can't have someone immune to corruption lost, can we? After all, I'm the only person in the Beander world who can currently take on jobs related to fighting off the spawns of outer gods without any risk. I'm doing a great service to humanity. The Legilimency spell was rather odd, in that Loki had made it using the remnant will of the previous Mr. Error who had died at his hands. The bone for the wand was sourced off of the previous Mr. Error's body which had given him the remnant will which could use Beander abilities by forcing it to flow through various runes prearranged by Loki. He used his own authority as a king of angels to force the remnant will to perform his bidding. It worked not because Loki was threatening the will in some way, but because the will wanted to resurrect itself. It tried to maintain its sanity by accepting Loki's ritual of asking for an ability to manifest before blessing it to happen. It was almost like ritualistic magic, only shortened quite a bit using runes to activate it immediately, like a charm. It allowed him to use abilities without any detection in secrecy or with greater strength than usual if combined with his own, which was why he had recently secretly stolen Cheek's memory regarding the locations of the 2 sequence 1 characteristics, only as advance payment of course. So while this did not mean that the previous Mr. Error had returned, it did mean that the previous Mr. Error was being kept alive and abused like a slave. Knowledge about the Sephiroths and Great Old Ones has become common over the years among the remaining true gods. Fortunately I'm a king of angels right now and hence no one can really pick a bone with me. Not like there's anyone even really left to pick a bone with me. I have the entire sequence characteristics from sequence 9 to 0 for the Twilight Giant pathway, the Death pathway, the Mystery Prior pathway, the Sun and the White Tower pathway, and the Moon pathways. And the uniquenesses of the Hanged Man and the Tyrant pathway. That's a lot of gods in my pocket. Shouldn't I be called the original creator at this point since I will be helping birth so many true gods? I should rename my honorific name too. The one who births, the master beyond eras, the king who defies all madness, the true original creator. Loki already had the abilities from the other pathways, and there wasn't anyone really in the 3 adjacent pathways who could be his match in any way. But Loki still hadn't advanced to sequence 0 or even above the sequence because he hadn't found the perfect opportunity. My fate still shows uncertainty, Loki mumbled looking up at the spirit thread connected to his body. It wasn't the uncertainty of death, it was one of survival. He wouldn't die during the apotheosis ritual, but there was a great chance he would be turned into a cog in the machine for someone else if he did so right now. Is it the goddess of fortune? I don't know. And what's the Chaos Pathway duo doing anyways? Why can't I ever find any of them on this planet? To his fortune or misfortune, Loki hadn't found a single Beyander from the Anarchy or Order pathways on the planet. Not even a Beyander characteristic from the duo, which left him slightly puzzled since not even the other remaining gods knew of these pathways, like they didn't exist on Earth at all. Either way, I should start setting up my plan for birthing the new gods and goddesses by making them a part of the Tarot Club, so that I can have a legion of new gods and goddess at my beck and call. How nice of me to protect the planet from outer gods when we have a deficiency of true gods on our side. Loki thought while adjusting his monocle while looking at the cosmos directly. He stared at the moon for a while and thought it shuddered before chalking it up to his imagination and looking elsewhere at the stars where a grand cosmic tree resided. Godric, Rowena, Helga and Salazar were sitting around their table once again in silence. This can't be happening, can it? Rowena asked solemnly, her tone filled with fright and horror, something that very few things in the world could bring to her. Salazar simply shrugged as he spoke calmly, her response is the same as last time. What? She said that shitty prophecy again. Salazar simply nodded before uttering the prophecy word for word. You killed him and hence you will die. It's the law, it always has been. Hiss, Rowena sucked in a sharp breath as she looked at Helga who calmly sipped her tea and then at Godric who seemed unperturbed. How are the two of you so calm? Godric shrugged his shoulders, the plague won't affect me this time. I've already advanced to a half-great old one status. While Helga said, I've fully accommodated most of the God Almighty pathways, and once I find the Chaos Sea I'll be at least a half-great old one too. Rowena's face darkened, I was a great old one last time and I was still affected. What makes you think you'll be any different? Even if your pathways allow you to purify corruption or put a stopper to death, that doesn't mean you'll be able to resist his influence. I nearly died to prove that to you all once and for all. Godric shook his head, that still doesn't change the fact that we can simply ride it out over the course of the next few centuries. We did it twice, and we can do it a third time. Helga was about to nod but Salazar suddenly interjected. Not possible. It's stronger this time around. I subjected one of my followers to it, and he went mad almost instantly. He started praising Mr. Error as the only creator for whatever reason. The follower was a demigod, so I don't have any hope for us. The only way to rid the world of this plague is by sending in someone of a low sequence to get rid of it at its source in the cosmos. A stunned silence passed through everyone else as the words sank in slowly. What about asking her for help? Godric asked but Salazar shook his head in disappointment. She said she'll help us if we help her resurrect him. Resurrect him? Why does she even care? She never responded to any of his prayers. He always said she leaves me on scene. So why all this love now? Rowena practically screamed but Salazar simply shrugged his shoulder again. Love is a foreign concept to the darkness, perhaps one grows fonder with time spent apart. Can we even stop her if she wants to resurrect him? Helga asked the important question. Salazar frowned for a second before explaining his confusion. I'm not sure, but I don't think she's talking about the same him as we are. Everyone around the table became dumbfounded. Who's the other Mr. Error if not him? Like I said, I'm not sure, it was only a spiritual intuition at the moment, nothing more. Salazar shook his head again. All right, why don't we do this? We'll send in someone to break the plague in the cosmos while sending along her descent vessel for the mission, then monitor everything she does. Rowena quickly came up with a plan to which everyone else acquiesced before moving on to a different matter that Helga brought up. He contacted my avatar to join the tarot club. Me too, Godric said. Although he asked one of my misguided ones, though she's had a change of heart recently. Then we can have the two of you keep an eye on him. The two of them nodded before Rowena asked again, is that all for this meeting then? Seeing everyone nod, she dismissed them all before returning home in the Antarctic. Honey, I'm home. Oh, so it was today. What do you guys even discuss for so long? The plague's back. The chained god fell silent for a while before he nodded. Yes, I felt it. It's stronger this time too. How did you know it's stronger? Because, well, the chained god slowly stepped aside to reveal the white wall he had been covering that was now painted red with bloody scratches. No, Rowena gasped as she rushed to hold the chained god, letting out a pained whisper in the process, I just got you back. Fleur keenly studied the bodies of the victims of the recent plague that was just starting up. I'll need to use the Tyrant Pathway uniqueness for the magic system that's similar to Harry Potter. So that leaves the Darkness, Twilight Giant, White Tower, Sun and the Hermit pathways to be distributed. And the Hanged Man pathway is necessary for the plan of my apotheosis ritual. How do I pick the most suitable people for these pathways though? Do I just help any random person along the way or should I wait for someone to naturally pop up? Loki thought about it for a while, debating the pros and cons of each method before settling on the latter since he didn't want some whimsies who couldn't handle their own in a fight as a part of the tarot club. He'd make sure to supply suitable contenders with Beander characteristics and recollect them if things went south and they weren't able to save themselves. By the way, I wonder what happened to that dog that brought me along to the first village when I spawned into this world. I never met it again after that time. No one even knows of such a kind giant fluffy dog. Perhaps he's only ever kind to me and cruel to everyone else. Well, whatever it is, I'll make sure to help him out when I finally see him. With all that decided, Loki finally began to observe the world using the crimson stars in his Saphira castle, all to find people who would fit his criteria to join the tarot club. Those who could become true gods or even great old ones and still have the courage and decency to remain faithful to him and his orders. No, not this one, she's too pretty, likely a demon. No, not that guy, he's more handsome than me. No, not. The world had changed since his time as a naive Sequence 9 Beander. Villages had grown into smaller fiefdoms with nobles sprouting up here and there claiming to protect their land from invasions and famines. Both were rather common due to lack of education and widespread sensitivities since every man was to fend for himself even under the rule of these great nobles. As such, the first member of the Tarot Club, the Child of Darkness, was found in one such invasion. The boy was literally a hidden gem. He hid away from the assault of various bandits and enemies on his village as he cowered in the darkness in hopes that they would miss him. Fortunately, even during the light of the day, the darkness seemed like his friend, bending and curving around him to shield him, while the light remained his enemy. Loki liked the symbolism and hence chose him to be the light bearer for the darkness pathway. He named him Salazar Slytherin. The second one he found was a man who loved training with the sword, a son of a noble that bravely stood behind with his fellow villagers to defend them from the oncoming onslaught of a large group of bandits who aimed to pillage his village. Loki chose him to be the path clearer for the Twilight Giant pathway. He named him Godric Gryffindor. The third was a woman of much refine. She held grace in her actions and she constantly attended to those in her fiefdom in pain and suffering, helping them grow from injuries, cooking them something delicious while also making sure that their mental well-being was taken care of. She was a pillar of light for everyone. And so, Loki chose her to be the anchor for the White Tower pathway. And he named her Helga Hufflepuff. The final person to grace his ranks was a simple commoner who fought against the lord and ladies, sucking her fellow villagers dry. Using as much as she could learn about mysticism to make her own rudimentary charms to curse those that ruled over her. He chose her to be the lighthouse of the hermit pathway. He named her Rowena, Rowena Ravenclaw. And once they were all chosen, he let them rise, while covering them with a hint of the gray fog to keep them slightly hidden, while also making sure that should they reach a high enough level and be able to notice the gray fog itself, they would directly associate their rise with his kindness. Time passed and the world changed as they rose. Since each one was someone who had seen the ruthless ways of the world, they attempted to change the haste and waste around them by becoming lords and ladies of their own regions, causing a time of lasting peace and prosperity to arise. This change for the better Loki and the other gods and goddesses named the third epic. An epic where 4 of history's greatest beyonders rose with the help of their followers while simultaneously pulling them along the way to rise even higher than they would have otherwise. Attention to scientific discovery was unlocked and people became calmer and more unified to each other's sensitivities as the world turned peaceful at last. Loki played a key role in all this, since he whispered sweet nothings in the ears of his chosen ones in their dreams in the guise of the Tarot Club, watching the world change through them as he quietly molded it to his liking. Only, things weren't all as good as they seemed. Resentment furrowed in the hearts of the unfavored. Cheek, the chained god, the war god, the lord of the abyss, the mother to all, and the moon goddess all felt left behind through this progress. And so they sowed dissent against their enemies in the softest but harshest ways possible, by filling the minds of commoners with malice. They whispered to their followers that the ones leading the change were evil, and the ones leading the change only wished to consume them to grow themselves further without letting any of them grow, akin to a parasite. But even those against never realized that their complaints only stemmed through the gradual corruption of the outer gods. Only Loki did. However, it was already too late. Amen, I didn't know this would happen, Cheek said softly, her voice trembling as she spoke with fear and a soft reverence. Loki simply sighed before speaking. It's not that you did this that hurts me, it's that you did it at a point in time where we don't have a single great old one on the planet that hurts me. Cheek remained silent with her head bowed in an apology as she tried to shrink herself into a ball before she spoke once again in a soft squeaky voice. I can sacrifice myself if you promise me that I won't have to live as a corrupted fragment of her, holding. Loki chuckled softly. Sacrifice yourself? For what? You're overestimating your worth to think that you can hurt her with a sacrifice. I mean, sure, both of you have the ability to touch the primordial chaos, but realistically, your authority is far lower unless you can merge with the Red Priest pathway in a short amount of time. Cheek's head lifted at that comment as she looked at Loki with a firm gaze. And what if I can? Loki's eyes widened slightly at the comment. So you've been preparing to advance to a great old one all this time too? What about the Red Priest true god out there? Cheek paused for a few seconds before explaining. He's already corrupted. It would be for the benefit of all if he were killed. His death would serve a greater purpose. Loki whistled softly as he heard the declaration before speaking up again. If you can merge with the Red Priest pathway uniqueness and reawaken the will of the primordial chaos in you, I have a better way to get us all out of this situation without you having to sacrifice yourself. Cheek's eyes widened slightly before she broke into a wide smile that almost tempted Loki to do the unthinkable. Of course you would, Cheek said with admiration. Of course I would, Loki reaffirmed before continuing to discuss the finals of his plan with her. Hermione sat blankly in front of Harry and Ron's beds while Daphne sat in front of Astoria's. Both looked equally lost and forlorn as they stared at the result of what was possibly their own actions. The sleeping draft had worked, barely, since each patient kept trembling awake at random moments while they slept, trying to get out of their restraints before falling asleep once again. Meanwhile, more and more patients had been added to the hospital wing. It started from various students who Hermione and Daphne knew, like Malfoy, to professors like Flitwick and Sprout who Madame Pomfrey knew and was in close contact with. But at this point no one really knew who was in contact with whom to have fallen sick to the plague. It was absolute chaos both at Hogwarts and the wizarding world at large. The two girls had stayed up for about 18 hours straight at this point, yet neither felt a lick of sleep. Even Hermione, who had a lot less energy in her when compared to Daphne given she was just a sequence 6, found herself wide awake in a situation like this. Since each time she even blinked she found herself staring at a void of regret and sorrow that she didn't wish to face. For a second, the two girls looked at each other and spoke across beds. It'll be all right, right? Hermione asked Daphne, who appeared to be calmer than her. But Daphne just shook her head. I don't know, I'm only taking this better because Astoria, she's already been through something similar once before, it was just, less violent then. Hermione nodded, her eyes turning hollow and losing more hope than ever, but she held firm. No tears, or expressions of pain showed up on her steeled face as she looked at Ron and Harry. Yet the feeling of a hint of history repeating itself lingered at the back of her mind. Why do I get the feeling that something like this has happened before? Has it happened before? Hermione kept looking at her two friends, and not long after she slipped into slumber herself. Only, her dreams weren't as dead as the ones of the two before her. As soon as Hermione fell asleep, she found herself transported to a realm she recognized. It was Nocturne Alley. A place she had been to countless times with her friend Daphne on missions. In the dream she was about to turn around after someone had violently pushed her when Hermione awoke with a gasp, gulping fresh air as if she were drowning only moments prior. A tremble of fear clenched her chest as she tried not to think too hard about what had just happened. She had a feeling that if she thought about it, she wouldn't return the same from whatever happened afterwards, since her head hurt for some reason even as she skirted around the memory. What was that? Hermione whispered, opening her eyes to see that it was already afternoon and someone had been kind enough to wrap a blanket around her while she sat on the chair by the bed. What happened, Myone? Daphne asked softly, placing a hand on Hermione's shoulder, causing her to turn around to spot Daphne holding a tray of sweets and biscuits. Nothing, just a bad dream I guess. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Prophetic dream. Hermione paused at the question, unsure of an answer until Daphne explained, if you're unsure it likely is. Hermione nodded but remained quiet, only whispering a response in return, I feel like if I think any more about it I'll explode. Exclamation mark quote. Daphne's eyes widened and she quickly placed the tray away on a desk on the side before rummaging through her pockets to pull out a key item in all this mess, the silver topaz pendulum. Hermione's eyes widened too as she saw the pendulum before quickly asking her a question, why did you take it away from me? Professor McGonagall asked us about it since she remembered we were messing around with it when we were at Dominic's place. I took it to show it to her. I was about to return it to you, didn't think it would cause such an adverse reaction. Hermione nodded and quickly attempted to snatch the pendulum, but as soon as her fingers brushed against the cold metallic surface her vision was tinted with crimson as a scene played out in front of her, overriding reality. A tall woman whose figure she didn't quite recognize was kneeling in front of an altar speaking reverently to Mr. Error. Mr. Error, I have a mission that requires Beyonders below the demigod level to participate, the lower their level the better. It could help in solving the matter of the plague once and for all. Are there any such members in the Tarot Club who could help me? By the time the vision ended, Hermione was already holding onto the silver topaz pendulum, but her eyes remained widened. Solve the plague once and for all. Her gaze shifted towards Harry and Ron, whose hands and feet that had been bound by leather straps appeared braced and bruised, and then towards Astoria, whose hands held deep gashes once again after Madame Pomfrey had fixed her up before. Then her eyes flickered to the pained look in Daphne's eyes before she nodded to herself to accept the mission. If they need only Beyonders below demigod level, the mission can't be that dangerous, can it? With that, Hermione excused herself from Hospital Wing for a moment to go to the washroom, where she set up an altar for Mr. Error and performed a prayer in response. Please inform your blessed that I accept the mission, Mr. Error. When Hermione returned to the Hospital Wing, Daphne was already tending to Astoria, cleaning her up and redoing her bandages, so Hermione helped with Harry and Ron. Although her bandaging skills were rather poor when compared to Daphne, she managed to get through it in time for Daphne to propose something else. I was thinking about it, and wondered if it was possible for us to figure out a cure to all this, Myone. Us. When not even the headmaster could. Daphne simply shrugged. You did figure out it was the basilisk in the second year before everyone else, didn't you? Hermione smiled and nodded. To the library then. Since the headmaster said what happened is a repeat of the bubonic plague, why don't we start from there? Daphne nodded with a wry smile, the best she could muster given the situation. And so after Madame Pomfrey returned to check on their beds once again and gave them the go-ahead, the two girls rushed to the library, where there was a surprising lack of people given the current situation. It was only after they spoke to Madame Pants that they learnt that the school was currently under curfew and that very few Beyonders were allowed to move around unrestricted. They quickly settled into a corner seat after that to isolate themselves from the world before pulling up books about the bubonic plague. And they noticed something pretty quickly. What curse would be fatal to Beyonders more than Muggles? And what curse would be more fatal to those stronger and higher in sequence than those weaker and lower? Daphne asked, puzzled. After thinking for a bit in silence, Hermione finally said with some confidence, maybe it has something to do with why we act. The acting method. Yes, don't we act to suppress the will of the previous inheritor of the Beyander characteristics from reawakening within us? Perhaps this curse causes them all to go mad for a reason related to that. That would solve the reason from earlier, since those that have accumulated more characteristics are more likely to go mad and those that have less, like Muggles, who have none, are less likely. That makes sense. But then does it mean that as long as one loses their Beyander characteristics they can forego the curse? That might be possible, but the question remains, how does one forego their Beyander characteristics without dying or going mad in the process? There was silence for a few seconds before. I might be able to help you with that, girls. A voice suddenly interrupted the two of them, causing them to become startled and almost prep their Beyander abilities in retaliation. Whoa, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm here to help, I promise. The tall woman said with an air of elegance as she raised her hands gracefully and spoke calmly. Who are you? Daphne instantly asked, but Hermione remained slightly surprised. She's the one that contacted Mr. Error. Mr. Error's blessed. I'm Coco Chadwick, the woman said as if that were introduction enough, but to Hermione it was, since she instantly elaborated on the woman's behalf. Chadwick, you're from the founding family of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Gotten in one. The woman nodded calmly before continuing to explain her mission. A little birdie told me your location. She sent a meaningful glance Hermione's way before continuing. And since you girls happen to be the perfect candidates to help me, I couldn't resist interrupting you by arriving here. Help. You. I'm sorry we're busy. Daphne quickly shot the woman down, but Coco didn't take it seriously. Instead she spoke calmly, don't be so quick to turn down my offer. I come bearing news about your troubles. You're trying to cure the plague, aren't you? What if I told you it was possible to simply rid the world of it all at once? Rid the world of it? How? Hermione asked this time, baffled because not even the headmaster had this solution, but slightly accepting of the absurdity because it had come from Mr. Error's blessed. Your decryption of the matter is almost right, keyword being almost. Almost. Yes, almost. While the madness does stem from the beyond characteristics itself, and the fact that those who have more of it suffer more, it is not the end of the problem. Tell me, do you know the will of what else is present in the Beyander characteristics apart from its predecessor? The original creator. Hermione asked, a little unsure, but Coco nodded, precisely. And that's the key. Ah, Daphne gasped softly as she mumbled, the primordial chaos. Bingo. Exactly. Coco said with her smile widening as she explained further. The original creator is called the primordial chaos, and this curse awakens his will as the primordial chaos within everybody. So as long as we kill the root of this will, everything will return to normal. The two girls stood dumbfounded. Kill the original creator? Why did the difficulty suddenly jump beyond Great Old One level? Aren't I just a silly little Beyander that isn't even a demigod yet? But Hermione also quickly found that this didn't cover the entire picture. Why does the curse skip people in direct contact with those that have been cursed? Coco simply shrugged, it's learnt from the last time. Learnt from the last time. Daphne mumbled, her brows forming as she thought about it for a second before coming up with an answer. Is it to cause more chaos and confusion? Coco snapped her fingers again, precisely. With it skipping people seemingly at random, no one knows who or when they'll get affected or even who is infecting whom. The last time this happened, the high sequence Beyonders all sealed themselves up and caused the spreading to die out. But this time, it's becoming harder and harder to stop the spread in any way. So the only way is to kill the original creator? Hermione asked with fear. Coco looked into her eyes for a moment with maturity beyond her apparent age before she nodded sharply. Yes, comma. Loki gazed at the cosmos that had been simmering to a boil slowly over the pressurized vessel that was the battlefield of Earth. His gaze soft and steady as it observed each key item he had placed on it to counter every corrupted god and outer god they might meet today. It's about to begin, Loki mumbled. And not even before the echoes of his words died out in the astral realm, the white moon shimmered with a deep crimson, flickering with power as it rose by 12 degrees in the sky, signifying that something vast had dropped off it, unburdening its orbit as a few new cracks spread along its bottom before a vast, ginormous figure appeared above the planet. It was a gigantic woman with fleshy organs hanging off of her. The astral barrier blocked the figure from entering the planet, which gave everyone inside it some respite, but Loki waited patiently. He was waiting for the one single moment when the barrier shattered for his plan to succeed. His gaze remained fixed on Mother Goddess of Depravity even as other orbiting gods and goddesses appeared on the field outside the barrier. Crimson light falling from the moon onto the planet birthed abominations of bizarre products. A three-headed man whose heads could be juggled in any order, a giraffe whose legs were replaced by multiple long-necked heads of other giraffes, a person whose cat had fused with his head causing his face to sprout an unnatural Cheshire grin along with a tail, and so on and so forth. Demons all over the world shivered as Rowena redirected the crimson light towards the abyss as punishment for attempting to destroy her kingdom. The chained god shivered when Salazar wrapped a rapidly growing sapling in darkness and tossed it towards the Antarctic. Rowena, however, not yet a full-fledged true god, suddenly fumbled with the weight of the crimson light. However, Helga and Godric stepped in at that moment to help support Rowena in directing the light to three different locations. First the abyss, next the war god's home, and finally the mirror dimension. But given the light was already spread thin, it was reflected back out of the mirror dimension and onto Loki himself, who simply turned it into a rune and stole it. Loki watched patiently with a steady gaze as the barrier over the astral world trembled after it recognized the authority of the original creator. Ho! Loki breathed out softly as he watched Mother Goddess of Depravity appear on the battlefield, shattering the barrier in the process using the authority of the Mother of the Primordial Chaos, the embryonic original creator of the next universe. Loki immediately teleported Rowena, Helga, Salazar and Godric away as the shards of the broken barrier were still floating in the air around them. Making sure they were safe from harm since they were going to be his backup plan should something happen to him in this fight. Almost as soon as they teleported away, the first shots were fired. Loki activated his theft and stole all the abilities he could from Mother Goddess of Depravity, namely he stole her ability to invoke new life. The authority which gave her the option to imbue anything, even attacks from enemies, with their own life, her ability to invoke, revoke life, which gave her the ability to steal all life from her enemy and sentence them to an early death, and her ability to invoke moon manipulation, which allowed her to mix the spirit world and the real world and unleash several malice-filled spirits into the real world. However, Mother Goddess of Depravity was not one to easily give up, since she rather easily chose a separate option to save herself. Given she could no longer use new life or revoke life, she chose to corrupt the spawn of the original creator within her, which caused her to also become corrupted with her own abilities in turn, which allowed her to regain new life and revoke life to some extent, albeit in a weaker fashion. But by the time she did so, Loki had already moved. I wish for the will of the original creator to become the absolute strongest it has ever been, closest to me. Loki made a wish that was inconsequential to him. He was immune to corruption, but Mother Goddess of Depravity, who was the closest to the spawn that was the original creator and the firstborn of the original creator, could not simply ignore his call. The first time he had woken up when Loki had disturbed him, she had lost her Sephiroth and total authority over her pathways. Now when the will of the original creator suddenly rose to an all-time high due to Loki's wish, she wailed as she felt her body tear apart. This was where the wording of Loki's wish came into play. He had wished for the will of the original creator to strengthen closest to him, meaning the closer one was to him, the stronger the will's effect would be. That would mean that the original creator who was within Mother Goddess of Depravity would tear her own body from the inside to be closer to him to regain sanity. A premature birth that would end this universe and start another directly if it happened, and one that Mother Goddess of Depravity couldn't let happen, for she would be erased in that scenario. But Loki didn't stop there. He stepped closer. This amplified the effect. So now, even though Mother Goddess of Depravity partially regained her authority of new life and revoke life, she was being constantly tortured, with her womb being torn open from the inside by the original creator before she was healed by new life. Mother Goddess of Depravity didn't stop her attack, however. She brought out her authority of Mother and exercised life. Almost instantly Loki found his body mutating uncontrollably as his feet turned into roots that dug into the ground. His hands turned into stalks and his head into a flower that bore fruits before returning to the ground. But Loki didn't die then. A large Big Ben dropped out of the sky, its clock turning back by a second before a large bell struck, ringing to change the very fabric of the universe as the changes in Loki were reversed before he reappeared. However, this reversal of time applied even to Mother Goddess of Depravity. But this was not a mistake. Almost as soon as the damage within Mother Goddess of Depravity was reversed, Loki performed a new theft. This time he stole 4 abilities in succession. A series of thefts he had planned from earlier. He stole her ability to invoke new life, revoke life, and her ability to manipulate the moon. These were the same as the previous time, but this time Loki followed it up with the most important theft of the game, the theft of her thoughts of corrupting the original creator's spawn so that she could not regain her new life abilities. Now suddenly, with the burden of the corruption of the wish that Loki had made about increasing the original creator's will around him, the pain that the goddess bore could be borne no more as she was forced to leave the planet almost instantly and create distance from Loki to stop herself from being torn apart by the symbolism of her own baby. But Loki wasn't so forgiving. Almost as soon as Mother Goddess of Depravity even thought about leaving, her thoughts were stolen. She entered a short daze and was left with an opening where Loki stepped even closer before plunging his hand straight into Mother Goddess of Depravity's womb. Taking the moment of the stabbing as an opportunity, Mother Goddess of Depravity stepped away and moved back out of the planet, leaving Loki behind. However, almost immediately after she teleported away, Loki began laughing uncontrollably. Mother Goddess of Depravity twisted her head in pain to look at Loki carefully to figure out what exactly he found so funny right now. They had just begun fighting and the fight was nowhere near done, so why was a mere King of Angels laughing so arrogantly after winning a single round? You're wondering why I'm laughing so much, aren't you? Loki asked softly, trying to hold his shoulders from trembling so much as he contained his twitching lips. Mother Goddess of Depravity remained silent in confusion, but suddenly her eyes widened as she looked towards her stomach and then towards the shards of the barrier that had suddenly frozen in place before returning to the sky to reform the barrier around the planet in the astral world. Precisely. Loki snapped his fingers, making a correct gesture as he calmly walked over towards Mother Goddess of Depravity, only the astral barrier separating them this time. You didn't think you could simply barge into my house uninvited and I'd let you, right? Tell me, why did you choose my house out of everyone's out there? Wouldn't the abyss be faster for you to go into since you could regain your Sephiroth quicker? Why come straight away to me when I didn't even do anything to you? It's almost as if you wanted to get beaten up. Oh how? Mother Goddess of Depravity blurted out in shock and surprise. Oh, you're so surprised by how I controlled that little spawn of the original creator in you to recreate the astral barrier? Or is it related to some deep mysticism secret that made you want to kill me first? Mother Goddess of Depravity remained stunned in silence as she felt a force beyond her comprehension invoke the supreme authority of the original creator within her and expel her from the solar system. She resisted with all her might, but resistance was futile unless she wished to reuse the supreme authority and risk giving birth to him prematurely. Even so, she managed to delay her departure long enough for her to listen to Loki's explanation. I asked Cheek to merge with the Red Priest, and when you revealed the supreme authority to break the barrier, I parasitized it through their symbolic connection, and since I can't get corrupted, I simply now control him. Loki suddenly coughed up blood. And then he violently vomited piles of flesh and blood before stopping to wipe off his mouth as his skin suddenly rotted and started to die. He swiped through the air and stole back his parasitism of the spawn that was the original creator to stop the sudden unexpected rebound as he spoke softly. It seems not even I am immune to the corruption of the original creator, but I'm immune enough to kick you out, Loki mumbled before laughing once again as he shouted for Mother Goddess of Depravity to hear as she zoomed out of the solar system. Keep trying in another 2160 years, you hag. Loki stood tall and observed the damages the very short battle between him and a great old one had brought onto the planet, and it was nothing short of devastating. The once lush lands of Africa that bordered the Mediterranean Sea had been turned into a harsh desert after Mother Goddess of Depravity had revoked all life in Loki's vicinity. The many organizations of Beyonders that were prepared for the chaos and devastation were no more, completely erased in the aftermath of the other outer gods appearing on the battlefield for mere moments after the astral barrier had been shattered. Most humans on the planet were once again turned into maddened creatures that only knew how to reproduce to save themselves. The abyss was corrupted with the devils leaving it for better grounds, already bargaining a deal with Salazar who hoped to save them and convert them to the faction of his lord. The mirror dimension was shattered since Cheek had forcibly absorbed the Red Priest characteristics and uniqueness after killing the true god of the Red Priest pathway in a surprise attack only to then be doused with parasitism by Loki before being brutally hurt to deceive the concepts by similarity into hurting the primordial chaos within Mother Goddess of Depravity. It hurt her quite a bit. But she knew well enough that in such a situation escaping death by being turned into the plaything of a great old one was a greater boon than anything else available. The moon goddess was dead, sacrificed by Loki since she was already corrupted beyond saving so that he could steal Mother Goddess of Depravity's authority over the moon by deceiving the theft of the weakened moon goddess to apply to the outer god. She was supposed to reincarnate into a new vessel of Loki's choosing. A price she had to pay because she had schemed against Loki and his disciples. The chained god was corrupted as well by Mother Tree of Desire. So the tally was 2 gods dead, 1 corrupted god and 1 whose home was now dislocated. But it wasn't all for naught. They had repelled the outer gods and Loki had even managed to corrupt the original creator's spawn inside Mother Goddess of Depravity. If nothing went wrong, she would have to take drastic measures to keep herself safe from the healing of the corruption of the original creator's spawn, like separating herself from it or even possibly getting rid of it in some way. But the fact still remained that Loki felt a corruption engraved deep within his soul as a rebound at his attempt at corrupting the original creator's spawn, even though successful. A corruption of magnitude he could not properly comprehend even as he spent time studying it from all angles to see how it could be solved. Only, he could figure nothing out. Can I divine about it in the Saphira Castle? Since the castle is an original creator level item, it should be able to at least help me figure out what the fuss is about, shouldn't it? Loki looked around the battlefield and cleaned up any remnants of his blood or fleshy bits from it before vanishing on the spot and reappearing on his seat in the Saphira Castle. He could have performed the divination outside by dragging the Saphira Castle's influence outside, but he didn't want to leave behind any traces. The high sequence Beyonders that were all alive were mostly from his side, but should any other angels catch wind of his poor state and plan something with the enemy, true gods like Cheek and the Chained God, it would almost certainly spell doom for him at this moment, and he didn't want to be caught off guard. So Loki flicked a coin to perform the divination inside the Saphira Castle. The corruption of the primordial chaos in me is for a planned reason. The statement indicated Loki's already sharp mind decrypting the nature of his corruption partly. If the corruption hadn't killed him yet, that could only mean that the spawn of the original creator wanted to use him in some way. And true to his status as a king of angels, Loki didn't have to repeat the statement 7 times or even close his eyes. A vision simply flashed in front of his eyes as a scene drew itself up from vivid colorful paints in his view. So you finally choose to kill me? A feminine voice asked Loki inside the vision. Loki, holding a bizarre bone stiletto, looked in the direction of the voice hidden in darkness and spoke in a bizarre voice that sounded both broken and pleasant at the same time. It was harsh on the ears but soft on the mind. Almost like an error, but of a much greater magnitude than Loki could currently conjure. The day you died was nailed to the calendar, the day you chose to kill me. The vision shattered and Loki found himself seated in the Saphira Castle with his back drenched in sweat. What? The goddess of fortune wants to kill me. Loki's mind went into overdrive as his decryption abilities clicked into place. No. If she wanted to kill me, she would have killed me when she first met me or anytime else. But why was I trying to kill her then when we have no beef? Was I possessed? Did the corruption of the original creator grow and take over my body and make that scene happen? But why? Why does the original creator have beef with the goddess of fortune? And what does it have to do with me? Loki sat puzzled for a few seconds before things clicked into place. I can't be corrupted by anything other than an original creator level corruption. Am I the descent vessel for the original creator or something? No, that can't be the case. If that were true, then she wouldn't have risked letting me live so easily. She did nothing to me, and even in the vision she patiently asked me if that was my choice. It doesn't seem like I'm a descent vessel for the original creator, or I'd have known sooner. My fate would have always been tied to his descent if that was the case. But if I'm not a descent vessel, then why am I incorruptible? Loki frowned in thought until a vague thought struck him. The primordial chaos. If Goddess the Fortune is willing to kill the primordial chaos as the vision stated, then it could be possible that it is because the primordial chaos has already corrupted her. Which is why she wants to get rid of it. And to get rid of it she needs it trapped in a vessel. And that vessel is me. Loki's mind trembled at the revelation. Is this true? But how is a vessel to contain the original creator made? Such that it is incorruptible to anything other than original creator level power and corruption. Loki still remembered the words that the Goddess of Fortune had used when she'd met him. You're still rather naive, this iteration won't do. That means that, she, has created multiple of me and destroyed them all multiple times before. She has faced off against the primordial chaos multiple times before. How is it so cheap to create vessels that can contain the original creator level entities? Especially since I just transmigrated into the world one day, didn't I? Didn't I? Loki felt his worldview shatter as he felt himself losing control. And almost instantly, the corruption within him grew in size, gnawing on his sense of self as it tried to assert control. Ravings that he had once parted with after their long stay returned with full force as Loki did his best to remain sitting still. Loki wanted to do nothing else than create an avatar and swap places with it to achieve a temporary rebirth while it died to the corruption, but the words that the Goddess of Fortune had told him next echoed in Loki's mind. You must start over again once you reach the peak, or there will be no hope in the next. Did the staring over mean for me to be reborn? Reborn for what? To die again? How would reaching the peak of my pathway or even a great old one status help? How does a great old one even fight a fully powered primordial creator? How can one fight original creator level being without being an original creator level being himself? The question suddenly struck a deep chord within Loki as he repeated it a few times, specifically. Without being an original creator level being himself, how could he fight an original creator level being? Without being an original creator level being. Single quote. Single quote. What if my peak isn't just the great old one status? What if it is straight up original creator level? Single quote. Single quote. Comma. Hermione gulped audibly as she along with Daphne followed their guide out of Hogwarts. Are we going to Ilvermorny? Ilvermorny? Coco asked puzzled. Oh no, we aren't going there, little ones. That would be too far for my taste, and we need to go to the Department of Mysteries anyway since that's where you'll be departing from, so let's finish everything there. Hermione nodded but was slightly confused, so she proposed her question. How are we going to stay sane in the Department of Mysteries? My memories of whenever I entered the place are all fudged up. You don't know its secret? Coco asked, slightly surprised, but before Hermione could say anything else she nodded, thinking to herself, of course you don't know. It isn't taught at Hogwarts anymore. Don't worry about it. Just know that I know the person in charge of the Department of Mysteries, and they will let us go in and out without being affected. The person in charge, Madame Bones? Daphne asked softly, only to have Coco give out a high-pitched laugh. Ha ha ha, no, what a funny joke. What made you think that a mere Sequence 2 angel could be the lord of what's in the Department of Mysteries? Anyway, like I said before, don't worry about it, worrying will get you nothing. Mere angel. The words rang in both Hermione and Daphne's minds. What was the sequence of Miss Coco for her to be able to call someone a mere Sequence 2 angel? Was she a true god? No, no way. Why would a true god of all people come down and ask them to help her? That would be truly bizarre. Perhaps Miss Coco was a Sequence 1 angel herself. As expected of Mr. Error, he has someone like Coco under him. Hermione mentally commented. Either way, both the girls started to unconsciously respect Miss Coco more. And Daphne asked her another question. Wait, is Madame Bones a Sequence 2? How? I thought no one in this era can grow beyond Sequence 4. And doesn't the Arbiter pathway not even have a true god? How is she even beyond Sequence 5? Hermione nodded at the question too, since it was something she'd recognized as well. Coco looked at the two girls with a funny smirk before motioning them to zip their lips as she winked and explained vaguely. All I can tell you without risking you to corruption is that a genie trapped in a bottle somewhere will be helping us out in our current situation and is related to the Bones Pathway mysteries. The girls nodded, wondering if the genie was the true master of the Department of Mysteries, but didn't question Coco any further since they'd stepped outside the Hogwarts grounds and onto the unguarded pathway towards Hogsmeade, where Coco turned around and spoke to them. "Come on girls, place your hands on mine and we'll apparate to our destination." Hermione looked at Daphne and they placed their hands into Coco's, and soon after the second they did, they twisted from the spot in a swirl of colors before landing in a dark and dreary but mostly empty place. Almost as soon as they landed, Hermione felt the pull of an external force on her. Almost as if she was meant to be one with the object pulling her, not physically but spiritually. Hermione turned around and there it was, standing in all its glory, a glassy door. It was underneath an archway that held a mask sitting on the front face of the vault stone, on top of which was a lamp much like the one from Aladdin. The door pulled her closer almost automatically. One moment she was standing a couple meters away and the next she was right in front of the door, about to touch it with her hands. However, she was stopped at the last second. Both by Daphne and by Coco, who were looking at her with a slight sense of confusion and intrigue respectively. The entire place was caked in a thick layer of dust, so Coco softly pushed Hermione behind her before clapping her hands and to make the dust magically vanish using a simple Scourgify spell. After which, Coco moved directly to the now ominous door that visibly radiated a deep hatred towards her before flicking her finger and grabbing the lamp sitting atop it using the levitation spell. The display of magical authority captivated Hermione the most since she'd never seen anything like it before, but she was further surprised when Coco slightly rubbed the lamp like it was a wish-granting lamp before the wick at the spout of the magic wishing lamp suddenly ignited, emitting light that looked like viscous water, spurting upwards to form a blurred and distorted pale golden figure. "A real genie," Hermione audibly gasped. "I thought you were only speaking in similes. So I need to become the original creator or reach his level before dying along with the primordial chaos to be reborn without corruption and escape the fate of becoming a descent vessel." Loki concluded after recovering from his shock, only to sink into another shock after he concluded this. "What the hell? But I'm already cursed by the primordial chaos. And the only way to rid myself of his corruption is by being reborn inside one of my avatars and switching places so that it dies instead of me. But now you tell me that I have to reach the level of the original creator first before being reborn to save myself. How do I do that? How do I reach the original creator level without cleansing myself of corruption from the original creator?" Loki closed his eyes and thought carefully for a solution. "And he found one, a risky one but a solution nonetheless. What if I let my avatar grow to the original creator level and then parasitize it fully as if it were my own self? And then replace some random avatar to die in my stead with the primordial creator's corruption? Of course this has the risk of the avatar turning against me. Especially since it would have gained original creator level authority. But shouldn't it listen to its master if I explain it the situation a little? After all, according to the goddess of fortune, we can't survive either way without me being reborn after reaching the peak, and if my avatar tries to take birth without merging with me, I will simply steal the rebirth or at least contest for it, which would let the primordial chaos fudge things up again. Also, if I fall asleep during the time I plan for the avatar to be born and work for me, merging will simply be a continuation, as in, my memories will end when I fall asleep and the avatar's memories will be a continuation, blurring the lines between who lives and who dies. But is it possible? Is there a safer way to do it? What if I transfer the corruption at the right moment? What if I transfer the corruption of the primordial chaos to the remnant will of the previous error pathway true god that I killed and trapped in my wand? Loki frowned in thought, thinking rather deeply about his greater plans and the final details for his resurrection. Making sure every detail was taken into account so that he wouldn't fall through. And after quite a bit of thought, Loki felt like he had conceived a preliminary plan that could be put into work. What if when I create a new child avatar, I also create a backup avatar so that in case something happens to the child avatar, the will in the wand can take over for me to sacrifice it to the corruption, while the backup avatar becomes a backup for the child avatar to resurrect in. This way the will of the wand lets me live longer by living as me for now while I am asleep and waiting for the right time for the resurrection of the child avatar. All that will be needed after that is for me to guide the will in the wand into freeing the backup avatar in case things get spicy. And I'm pretty sure if I lock the will in the wand to the Saphira castle, he'll want an avatar to try and explore and affect the outside world, so he'll try to parasitize the already available avatar and use it instead. Which means that given as long as I protect that backup avatar from getting parasitized, I can upload the will of the child avatar into it and then let it continue reaching the top in case something happens to it. To reach the top, I'll also need to provide the child avatar with rituals for advancement, that is a blasphemy card. Perhaps I can even give the child false advancement rituals as a backup plan for myself, so that I can parasitize the child easier in the final event. Especially since my avatars can't get corrupted, so as long as the child avatar believes that he has successfully passed a ritual, he'll be happy, and since he will never try to use a different ritual from the ones in the card of blasphemy, he'll never know that those are the false rituals. So as long as there are no original creator level corruptions, I should be safe. Perhaps even Cheek's corruptions could affect the avatar since she has already temporarily achieved the level of the mirrored original creator. But why would she even corrupt me? No reason for friends to turn daggers against each other, right? No, if she does, I should have a backup plan for that too. But what can cleanse the corruption of a god that has previously attained the level of the mirrored original creator? To cleanse corruption on the level of life. Loki's eyes suddenly narrowed. Isn't that the authority of the sequence 0 of the moon pathway? So as long as I bargain for some favors from the newly resurrected vessel of the moon goddess, I should be able to get myself cleansed of corruption. Single quote. Loki finally relaxed. He knew just how he would gain those favors from her. If he could resurrect her in any vessel he wished, then he could simply make her a family member the next time around. With a plan finally settled, Loki acted almost immediately. He changed the trajectory of the fate of the moon goddess to be reborn close to when his avatar would be reborn. And made it so that they would be a family that would be under his protection as long as the plan was in effect. After which he carefully decided on the memories to give his new child avatar that would resurrect in a few thousand years. The new avatar must want to constantly grow stronger. And to do that he must choose the error pathway. Since I don't want anyone else to choose that pathway, I'll give the responsibility of my avatar choosing the error pathway to Salazar so that he'll cover the Lord of the Mysteries pathways in a layer of concealment once he becomes a true god, so that only my avatar can see through it and use the pathway's potions and advancement rituals. I can guide Rowena and the others to set up Hogwarts in the meantime so that my avatar in the future thinks that there is something more to this world than on the surface, so that he isn't distracted enough to experiment with his incorruptibility. I can even use the avatar sealed in his soul for a backup to pretend like he gets corrupted by having it play the sound of ravings each time it thinks the child avatar should be corrupted, so that the child avatar stops doing whatever he is doing and finds a way out of the situation. I can even make the backup avatar sealed in the child avatar's soul add ravings like Hornassus Flegre, to make the child avatar believe that he needs to get stronger by following those like Klein did. With a smile, Loki then moved to slowly replace himself with the will inside the wand by taking its position in the wand, so that he could fall asleep for now and only periodically wake up to make sure his new avatar would be created in time and the surrounding situation would happen as expected according to his calculations. All I need to do while periodically waking up is make sure there's someone like Dumbledore and Grindelwald and Voldemort in the future. The genie in the lamp looked at Hermione and Daphne before his eyes widened slightly. Where did you get? That's not important, Mr. Genie in the lamp. Coco interrupted unhesitatingly before continuing with her purpose. I want to use my second wish. The genie looked at her with a soft glare before nodding. What is it? I wish for these two to be sent to the primordial chaos's hold after I give them the required items to clear the chaos plague. The genie's eyes widened almost instantly before it shouted as it tried retreating back into its lamp. Insanity. Utter insanity. Who would do such a thing? But Coco held a firm grip on his clothes using the levitation spell, causing the genie to comically freeze in the air as it tried swimming away. Finally, seeing no semblance of sanity in the woman holding him hostage, the genie turned towards the girls. You should know how wonderful the job you are doing is. Do you really think you are fit for it? Hermione's eyes firmed, as did Daphne's in that moment as they spoke firmly. We are. Hermione then added on, if we can do it, then we must. The genie looked absolutely bewildered at the madness it was witnessing before simply adorning a neutral face that had no reaction on it and asking Coco a question. Are you sure? Coco nodded and then shrugged her shoulders as she explained, as long as you don't take them to a different primordial chaoses hold, everything's fine. I'll handle the rest. I can't control how the wish is twisted, but alright. The genie nodded. Coco then turned to the two girls waiting for her instructions. She walked up to them and placed her hands on their heads. A warm current of energy flowed into their bodies, spreading through each nerve, each fiber, each pore in their bodies as it gave them a relaxing feeling before something coalesced in front of their chests that was different looking in between the two of them. The crystal in front of Hermione was in the shape of a surreal, shimmering eye embedded with intricate gray-white patterns and flecks of starlight, while Daphne's was a sharp, deep black horn-like object with countless gray-white wrinkles. It was their Beander characteristics. Coco had used the Sun Pathway's purification ability to purify the two off their Beander characteristics. She grabbed them from the air before holding it for them in return. I won't be holding them for you, instead, since you'll need the abilities of your pathways to help you in the assassination, I'll morph them into this. Coco revealed her hand to show new items in it once again. Both were powerfully bright golden bracelets, one with the eye embedded into it and the other the horn. You can use these mystical items for your mission, and once you're done, simply consume the Beander characteristics to regain your sequences. Hermione and Daphne nodded, but Coco wasn't done. Instead, she handed the two similar-looking glasses. Wear these and it'll steal your vision before turning anything that can corrupt you through sight into cartoonish figures and showing it back to you. It'll also translate any language for you so that you can understand it to the best of your ability. Hermione and Daphne nodded again, putting on the glasses and immediately feeling slightly startled when Coco turned into a chibi version of herself and Genie turned into a cartoonish character too. The plan is simple. You're going to be teleported into the center of a dying neutron star where a diseased baby is being held. All you have to do is ascertain your direction to the baby and reach it before strangling it or killing it using any of your Beander abilities. Baby? Hermione asked, her tone faltering slightly. Don't be sorry, it's a baby that's over 2 millennia old. Hermione gulped and nodded softly. The place is going to be filled with a ton of different spirits, so make sure you aren't caught, or even if you are caught after you kill the baby. I will teleport you back here once you are done with another wish, so you don't need to worry. Got all that? Coco finally asked. Hermione and Daphne nodded again. All right then. Coco turned to the genie before speaking, you can send them away. The genie snapped his fingers, and even before he was done, Hermione and Daphne found themselves in a dark stone cavern enclosed on all sides with the only open side blocked by hard stone bars. Single quote. They looked around themselves to find a large crowd in the middle of which they had arrived before Hermione's eyes fell on a board at the top of the bars. Prison block, she mumbled, causing Daphne to look at the same board before they looked at each other in surprise and mild shock. Of all the places we could go to, why did we have to begin with a prison? Loki felt a slight incoherence as he awoke. He nudged the monocle on his right eye out of a habit that was not his before he looked down at his hand and realized it did not belong to him. The ashen slender fingers coarse with dirt and blood looked foreign, felt foreign, and most importantly were foreign. Memories slowly trickled in as his mind settled in the foreign body he had suddenly occupied. Where am I? I'm Voldemort. How does Voldemort have the monocle? Did I parasitize him in some way? Or is it a gift from Mother Tree of Desire? The last thing I remember is remembering something bizarre that gave me confidence about finding Elaine after she had gone missing. What was it? Single quote. Loki scratched the edges of his body of heart and mind to remember or even figure out what it exactly was that he had forgotten, but the memory seemed to have been buried rather deep inside. It would take time given the lack of an Accio spell for memories to be found. So Loki tried to focus on the present to see if he could excavate the memory easier that way, perhaps even using his decryption abilities for it. How did I become Voldemort? Loki browsed his recently gained memories as he saw something rather confusing and, for the lack of a better word, absolutely bamboozling in them. I'm Gehrman Sparrow. And I work under Mr. Error. Does this even make sense? Single quote. Who wrote this twist? So I can't access the Saphira Castle now, or can I? Loki wondered softly, his eyes scanning for the connection to the gray fog around him. It exists. How is it connected to two people at once? Or did the fake Mr. Error get kicked out now that I've returned? Where did the fake even come from? I thought I was the only one who knew about the error pathway. Another one of Mother Tree of Desire's corrupted demons. Questions, so many questions. Let's think about this logically first. I was racing all the true gods and outer gods to gain the knowledge to travel back to the past, and then I remembered something that gave me confidence after I won, and then I woke up as Voldemort. Loki frowned since he still failed to remember what he had remembered then. It was as if the information was on the tip of his tongue only for it to keep slipping away each time he attempted to reach for it. Like he was trying to cup water only for it to slip through his fingers. Loki looked at the grand hall around him. The human candles seemed grotesque, the piles of screaming and wailing human skulls seemed bizarre, and the world seemed all the more confusing for it. Where am I right now? The answer showed up in his memories as Voldemort, whom he seemed to have parasitized when he was Gairman Sparrow. Underneath Hogwarts. Why am I underneath Hogwarts? Why is Voldemort underneath Hogwarts? How is Voldemort underneath Hogwarts? Is this another one of Salazar's hidden secret chambers? The answer came up in his new memories once again. I see, so Voldemort found this space underneath the castle when Dumbledore died. Wait, Dumbledore died. When? He seems to still be alive in my memories, though, given Gairman Sparrow has divined about him. As usual, the answer showed up in Voldemort's memories. He just suddenly up and died around the same time I vanished from the world after the curse on the Defense Against Dark Arts position latched onto him. I vanished from the world. How? Did the fake Mr. Error do so to try and steal my identity? Was he also the one that killed Dumbledore? Is that why he's still alive, since fake Mr. Error parasitized him and turned him into an avatar? How did he do that to a Sequence 1 author anyway? Was Voldemort's curse so potent? But wouldn't it have been better if he just deeply parasited me and then continued living as me with none the wiser? Why go so far as to wipe my identity away from the face of the earth? And then parasitize Dumbledore? Confusing. Everything is so confusing. There was a sudden pop in the hall as two people apparated into it, each already kneeling on the floor, afraid to look up. Whoa, Voldemort's lackeys, Death Eaters. Loki thought to himself as he looked at the two kneeling on the floor. Speak. Loki commanded simply, as he knew nothing about what or how things around here operated, since he hadn't had the time to study Voldemort's memories in detail yet. My lord, the delegate from Ilvermorny has left the school with the two girls you asked us to keep a watch over. Blood Trader Air Greengrass and the Mudblood Granger that hangs around the prophesied boy. One of the two people kneeling on the floor spoke with clear excitement, as if they had just learnt something profound. Huh, Hermione and Daphne. Or is it still Astoria, since Daphne is a soul? Or did Nicholas and Perenelle already give her a new body? Why did they even go to Ilvermorny anyway? Loki questioned, only to receive an answer in the form of a memory from his time as Gairman Sparrow. I see, so a new member of the Tarot Club requested help to get rid of a plague. Didn't she mention low sequence beyonders though? Isn't Daphne a demigod already? I remember divinity radiating off her soul when I last saw her in the abyss. I'll have to divine about this. What happened to the Sequence 3 Beander characteristic I had merged with? Oh, so the fake Mr. Error has it. I see. And he's trying to advance with it. But what about me? Didn't I already complete the advancement ritual back then? How did he separate the characteristics from me and then use it? Why did he even separate it in the first place? Who would want to get weaker to only try and get stronger once again? Suddenly a memory appeared in Loki's mind that gave him chills. I was doing fake advancement rituals. And the fake Mr. Error has the true advancement rituals. How? Why? Who changed them? Rowena. But why would she do that? My lord. The lackey asked softly, still keeping his head bowed, causing him to miss his liege's shocked expression. Loki let out a dumb sound, however given Voldemort's lack of nostrils it came out as a rather cold, intimidating snort, causing the lackey to shiver with fear. Oh, these guys are still here. I'll just tell them to leave for now. Leave. Loki simply mumbled before turning around and gazing at the skull on the wall as Voldemort usually did until recently. There were two pops of apparition and the two lackeys vanished, leaving Loki alone in the grand hall once again. However, Loki remained enamored by the crystal skull filled with what looked like a thundering cloud inside it. Why was Voldemort collecting desires? I see, a part of his advancement ritual for Sequence 1. He needed to collect desires of despair and distraughtness from a large amount of people. The more distraught they are, the more successful the ritual. But whose characteristics would he get to advance to sequence 1? Shouldn't Farbati have them all since he is a true god? Perhaps he's missed some over the years he was hidden by Salazar. I still have that promise I made to him, to let him return to the abyss. But why did Voldemort choose Hogwarts? A place where only the first-year kids might cry if they ever see him. Wait, is that why he chose Hogwarts as the ground for his advancement, since he wished to kill Harry Potter and collect all the despair from the people in the castle? Memories surfaced again and Loki realized something. Oh, and the rest of the world using specially prepared altars made using human sacrifices to channel all the hatred and despair towards himself. What a sissy. In the end all he amounted to was collecting screams from itsy-bitsy children. But how did Gehrman Sparrow parasitize this fool anyway? Oh, using the Turncest brass notebook. He used it as a carrier of a worm of time, an item that was supposed to be passed along to Voldemort after Bellatrix Lestrange got it from Snape before parasitizing him once he touched it. And he bypassed Voldemort's danger sense by simply using the monocle to cover his fate and hide it with an illusory one so that Voldemort's spiritual intuition wouldn't be triggered. It's the same trick I used to stop Dumbledore and Grindelwald from learning. I spoke their names and schemed against them. So they still went on with the mission I had planned about giving an item to Snape in the Tarot Club. Although I'd only planned to parasitize a Death Eater and not Voldemort, it worked anyway. Nice. Now I just have to parasitize Mother Tree of Desire, and backstab Mother Goddess of Depravity, and everyone will be safe forever. Single quote. Single quote. He, ha ha hey 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 hey. Loki laughed as Voldemort, not because he found anything particularly funny, but because he wanted to laugh like a villain while he was pretending to be one. He simply adjusted his monocle and paused slightly before speaking again. Funny, the villain laugh does sound evil. Alright, what do I do now? Do I dig deeper into how I arrived here or chase after the full blasphemy card I'm due? Should I change my pathway? That ought to throw a wrench in the plan of everyone who made this happen, wouldn't it? Hermione almost immediately tried to use her door ability by twisting her wrist to open a door mid-air, however the mystical item on her person failed almost instantly. A cutely drawn chibi dragonhead human looked at her with a silly expression before asking, "New around here, cutie? I haven't seen your kind here in a long time. Did you forget that mystical abilities are prohibited here?" Prohibited? Hermione asked, a little afraid. The dragon-headed person nodded. Of course, the warden is from the Arbiter pathway. He can prohibit anything he wishes. The bastard prohibited us from playing spit catch last week. Quote. Hermione controlled her expression with great care. She didn't want to appear confused or disgusted, and so she kept her expression neutral before nodding to the dragon-headed human in thanks before turning to Daphne and speaking in whispers. Mystical abilities are prohibited here, but how are our glasses working? Daphne looked around in slight amazement and fear before speaking her mind, probably because the glasses are a high-level Beander item, from a sequence greater than the Warden. I can also use my abilities, but they are going to be severely weakened. Hermione nodded, accepting the explanation before looking at Daphne and asking the real question, what do we do now? Collect information, Daphne muttered while scanning through the crowd for an opportunity to do so. Only Hermione paused at the question since she had spotted a roulette table in the distance. She nudged Daphne in the direction too and asked her a question, "You can use your abilities, right?" Daphne nodded, immediately catching a whiff of Hermione's plan, but before they could implement it she spoke hastily, "Let's pick our target first. I have a feeling that we won't be able to abuse the loophole to use my ability more than once." Hermione's eyes widened slightly since that meant that the Warden was constantly watching everyone in some way, adapting to their actions and creating more rules and regulations. "Do you want to only target those playing or also those we can get to play?" Hermione asked softly. Daphne remained silent for a while before speaking up, "Let's split up. I know those that gamble the best. I'll look into the ones playing to find a suitable target. You go and scour through the rest of them. Surely there might be someone who might tell us something more about this place." Hermione felt slightly unsure at the thought of having to split up, but she nodded anyway since Daphne had been the one to propose the plan. They nodded in each other's direction before they split up, with Daphne going towards the roulette table to search for losing whales that might want some luck to turn things around, and Hermione going towards the wider crowd, searching for someone here that had been around for a long time and might know the ins and outs of the place. Even vague whispers would do in their current scenario. Hermione scanned the place thoroughly, her eyes marking a few targets she would try until her eyes landed on a small chibi rat-like humanoid creature that had special chains on his wrist that kept him hanging from the roof and tied to the floor. His eyes were bandaged and his mouth stuffed with cloth. How did I miss someone who requires special restraints inside the prison? Hermione noticed quickly and began walking in her target's direction. As she made her way through, Hermione thought up several questions she could ask, ranging from the layout of the place to the general patrol routines of the warden keeping watch over them. However, the second she entered a short range around the chibi figure drawn in replacement of the original, she froze. The crowd shifted in between, people walked to and fro, but Hermione's eyes remained fixed on the rat that had been blinded. All because she could feel it. The gentle brushing of the legilimency probe that was trying to scan her mind. A spectator. Hermione nearly hissed. She wanted to turn and walk away immediately, but the rat turned directly towards her and spoke into her mind. Ah, a member of the door pathway, how rare in these parts, and one that knows my branch of occlumency. Even rarer, tell me, are you from a planet called Earth? Hermione froze. Her occlumency shields rose up with full force as she turned her mind into a steel trap in hopes that nothing could get in. However, it seemed like she had underestimated the rat. That was a poor response. You protected your mind from the external while forgetting about the internal, the sea of subconscious. Get out. Hermione shouted inside her mind, but the rat simply shook his head in real life. You're loud. I heard a saying on your planet before, empty vessels make the most noise, and it seems to be right. Not only do you not know how to protect yourself properly, you even ask your enemy to leave when you're unprotected. Hermione quickly did the first thing that came to mind. She stepped back and dropped out of the supposed range the rat had control over. Only. Haha, how funny. You think I have a range. Why do you think you walked in my direction? With both her earlier options failing, Hermione did the next best thing she could think of. She shouted the honorific name of Mr. Error in her mind without regret. The error that does not belong to this era. The Mysterio. Hermione's mind froze. What was I doing? You were calling for a true god like he was your friend. Young girl, you seem to have a lot of connections in high places. Hermione shivered. You said error, so you're calling the true god of the error pathway then? He has been dead for a long time, has he not, or at least near dead because of corruption? At least he was dead when I visited the planet. He only made a bargain with me to create a virtual persona and write a book on occlumency before he fell asleep once again. Hermione shivered once again. Has he woken up then? If he has, I'd also like his help. Go ahead, little one, continue your prayer. Hermione felt heavier, like a bag of stones sinking to the bottom of a lake. Her eyes flickered towards Daphne in hopes that she would come rescue her from this nightmare, but no response returned, as if Hermione had turned invisible to the world. There was no hope of rescue and no one to help her break free. In the end, after a few seconds, all she was left with was a forceful burning desire to follow her captor. However, Hermione, ever the clever witch, twisted her methods at the last second. She was still going to contact Mr. Error, just a little differently than usual. She conjured the symbol for the error pathway inside her mindscape, exactly as it appeared on the door when Mr. Error helped facilitate their requests. And at the same time she spoke in her mind. The error that does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The one who walks the veiled path lost to history. And be it because the rat didn't object to her warning the true god, or if she had really tricked the rat because of its restraints, the simple trick went through. Only Daphne on the side gave Hermione a soft glance before continuing back in her mission to find the whale that was losing the most and could give them some information. Loki patiently continued digging through his memories, seeing exactly what the Faker had planned for Gehrman Sparrow to do by parasitizing Voldemort before he nudged the monocle on his right eye and shifted his attention to it. How is the monocle present on me though? Shouldn't the fake Mr. Error have recovered it after I parasitized Voldemort? Loki quietly plucked the monocle off of his eye and began to examine it carefully. To his surprise, there were several runes on the monocle. Loki looked at the runes and quickly concluded that it was an item tied to his soul. Or rather the soul of Gehrman Sparrow until he had reincarnated in this body. However, Loki felt a keen sense of error from the monocle, not as its unique authority but in its position. It almost felt to Loki like the monocle was flickering rapidly in position between him and someplace else. The fake Mr. Error has it too then. At least he did in Gehrman Sparrow's memories. Why did I reincarnate so suddenly though? I feel like I'll know the second I remember what I'm forgetting. But what is it that I'm forgetting? Loki switched into his island of consciousness and began examining the place for any hints of his forgotten memory that had left him feeling puzzled and unfulfilled for so long. To his surprise, there was a second large spherical hole in his island, much like the time after his fight against Mother Goddess of Depravity. So someone stole my memories again. Who? And why? Fake Mr. Error. Who even is this fake Mr. Error? And for the first time Loki hit a wall with his memories when nothing came up about fake Mr. Error apart from the fact that he was currently his master. Could the fake Mr. Error be myself from the future who traveled to the past? But why do I exist then? Shouldn't I be the fake Mr. Error if that was the case? Perhaps he was a different Mr. Error who was inside my Beander characteristics. The previous Mr. Error who wants to reincarnate using me. Is it possible that he stole my corruption that came from using the wrong advancement rituals so that could replace me when the time came without letting me ever catch on to the fact that such a thing was happening? It's just speculation for the moment, but let's run with it a little. So if this fake Mr. Error was the previous Mr. Error, then there should have been someone who knew him, right? Wouldn't there be such a person? The founders perhaps? Or someone before them? The goddess of fortune? Just as Loki was about to delve deeper into his memories, he heard a few whispers in his ear. They surprised him for a second as he assumed he was going mad from using all those wrong advancement rituals until now, when he realized that it was someone praying to him. Should I answer? No, that would make the faker suspicious. I have to pretend to be Gehrman Sparrow until I get direct access to him. Then I'm pretty sure I can beat him up since I have a sequence 2 angel parasitized and he's only a sequence 4 like me. Except just as the prayer died down, Loki felt another instinctive connection to the prayer even as it was already accepted. Loki's mind instantly decrypted the phenomenon as he noticed that it was someone praying to him while their prayer had already been accepted. And since that wasn't possible, it was likely someone using the error pathway symbol to connect with him directly. Can I accept this? Loki wondered for only a moment before accepting the connection, since he realized that as long as the second connection hadn't been accepted, it was invisible to the fake Mr. Error for some reason. Only what he saw surprised him greatly. Hermione. In her mindscape. And who's that rat? The rat looked at some place else in the sky and began speaking randomly. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Mr. Error. How have you been? There was a short silence before a different voice, one familiar to Loki, spoke directly to Hermione. What do you need? Hermione trembled in her mindscape as she wondered if Mr. Error had gotten her warning or if she had led him into further trouble. And when Mr. Error didn't even acknowledge the rat-like being in her mindscape, she felt afraid of a creeping possibility. Did Mr. Error fail to notice him? Is he not strong enough yet? Hermione wondered, but not wanting to anger him, she answered his question. As you know, Mr. Error, the current plague is being caused by primordial chaos. As long as we get rid of it, we can get rid of the corruption being spread by it. So I wanted to help your blessed who asked for our help in ridding the world of the plague by assassinating the primordial chaos. Loki watched as the rat's eyes widened in surprise and shock at being missed, but he had bigger things to currently deal with. Almost as soon as Hermione had mentioned the words primordial chaos, his mind decrypted a million things at once. Primordial chaos. The one inside Mother Goddess of Depravity. Why would it be outside anywhere in the world? Wouldn't it only be born when the next universe was forming or taking birth and this one was ending? Someone hurt Mother Goddess of Depravity. Did that fight I was in with Mother Goddess of Depravity hurt her enough to make this happen? Force his birth early. Loki frowned. How did I do that though? The only way to hurt the primordial creator would be to hurt Mother Goddess of Depravity directly. Or, hurt the mirrored original creator and use the similarity to hurt the primordial chaos inside Mother Goddess of Depravity. But to hurt the mirrored original creator, Cheek would have to combine with the Red Priest pathway. Has she already combined with it? No, that can't have been the case. If she were, she wouldn't have responded to me when I asked her for help through Fleur. She wouldn't have taken the risk of me using her to attack the primordial chaos if she awakened the will of the mirrored original creator within her. So this happened sometime in history. In the third epic, when the final battle happened and Mr. Error repelled the outer gods then through his own sacrifice. If that was me, and I could be corruption-free, did I risk corruption from the primordial chaos just to hurt him, and send back or repel Mother Goddess of Depravity and the other outer gods? A long-forgotten memory stirred within Loki at that moment. He felt a seal unlock and a barrier break within himself as something reminded him of a past he had recently forgotten. I remember that battle with Mother Goddess of Depravity over the Chaos Sea. It was a battle between a king of angels and her. Someone possessed me just as I was about to die and turned the situation around. Who was it? Myself from the past. Myself from the future. How? Why? The conversation in the prayer continued with the rat trying to take the lead. You can't see me. However, Mr. Error ignored him again, as if he didn't exist at all, and spoke to Hermione again. Do you require help? Hermione, not knowing if Mr. Error truly couldn't see the rat being or if he was ignoring him on purpose, nodded fearfully, hoping to send some message to him. Yes, Mr. Error, I currently need help. A seemingly high-sequence meander of the spectator pathway has invaded my mind. I can't fight him off. There was a short silence before Mr. Error spoke the words Hermione was dreading to hear. You're alone. Are you sure you are not losing control because of having been separated from your meander characteristics? Hearing that Hermione was in danger, Loki snapped out of his thoughts and quickly read her mind. That was where he learned two key pieces of information. Firstly, that Dumbledore was only a virtual persona, presumably of the Ratman in Hermione's mindscape, and secondly, she and Daphne had no means to defend themselves inside the prison they were in. The prison for the primordial chaos. Hermione, still shocked, couldn't speak. And that was when the Rat Man took over. If you can't see me, you must not be real, but the little girl who's your follower can see me. How curious, even after that pact I made with the real Mr. Error. Are you special in some way, little girl? Hermione snapped out of her shock as she spoke quickly in a panic. Mr. Error, please send someone to help us. There was silence again before the fake Mr. Error spoke once again. All right, I will. The prayer ended there with the fake Mr. Error cutting it off, as did Loki's connection to it, forcing him to return to the real world. Right at that moment, a crimson light glared upon Loki's eyes and dragged him into the Saphira castle. Loki looked on at the head of the table where he used to sit, only to find a new Mr. Error sitting there. His face was covered by the gray fog, so Loki couldn't tell his features apart, but he just knew instinctively that the person there was using his old body. Almost immediately Loki felt the strong urge to attack the fake Mr. Error and reclaim his rightful throne, but Loki clamped down on such thoughts by simply stealing his desires that were excessively strong given his new host. Now is not the right time. I must make sure that I have the upper hand, and that means that I must first recollect my stolen memories before making a drastic move. But why did I steal my memories? Unless I'm not the same Mr. Error as the one in the past, but an avatar meant to be reincarnated into. Loki bowed as per the customs in Gehrman Sparrow's memories before speaking. Yes, my lord. I need you to go help one current member of the Tarot Club and one potential member of the Tarot Club. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Where should I go? There was a soft silence before the fake Mr. Error spoke again. I'll send you to the right location. You only need to prepare. Loki bowed as the connection was cut once again and he returned to the real world. He quickly grabbed the turncest brass book and the skull filled with desires that Voldemort was enamored with before praying to the fake Mr. Error once again to tell him he was ready. As he did so, a sharp gleam showed up in his eyes. If the primordial chaos can corrupt my original self, can I ascend to the status of the original creator to forcibly overtake my original self while merging? Loki felt his vision blinded by the crimson fog for a second before he found himself appearing in front of the transportation door he was so familiar with. The door opened and beckoned him to enter, creating a strong suction force that gave him no other choice but to walk in. Loki tried to peer beyond the open door, but something kept blocking his sight, not by stealing it but by flooding it with crimson light. As if he wasn't supposed to know of the location before he entered it. So Loki did the only sensible thing for now. He stepped forwards and allowed himself to be absorbed by the doorway. The world blurred in a swirl of colors as Loki felt the world twist around himself. Am I traveling through the spirit world? Loki wondered since he occasionally saw various non-humanoid figures rush by him at high speeds. Did the faker get a traveler beyonder characteristic or something? For Hermione to advance to for the next sequence. Loki calmed down and examined the phenomenon as he began to lay the plan for his rebellion. He hasn't protected himself while transporting me. The travel lasted precisely 4 seconds and Loki found himself in front of an open door once again. This time however he didn't have the choice to stay back and examine. A hand pressed against his back and immediately pushed him out. Loki felt a strange barrier pass over his body before it closed behind him as if someone had deceived it momentarily, after which Loki found himself in an entirely new space where he donned on an illusion to hide his appearance by turning it into Gehrman Sparrow. Crowds of non-human beings all gathered in the area, but Loki's gaze swept over them without concern. They're all pretty weak, the strongest of them is Sequence 5 with the only Sequence 4 being Daphne. However, she has her characteristics extracted for some reason. Loki's eyes instead locked on someone more interesting. "Hello Mr. Merlin," Loki said softly as he decrypted the name of the rat that was staring at him blindfolded with confusion and surprise. The process was rather simple. There was corruption within the rat from an outer god that Loki recognized. And there was only one other corruption-filled being related to Dumbledore whose virtual persona Dumbledore could be linked to, ergo Merlin. Even still, Loki was quite confused by his appearance as a rat man. They did say Merlin was not human and a being born out of a devil, a part devil. Perhaps this was also why the founders never trusted Merlin, because they knew his real identity of someone from Earth but of someone from the larger cosmos, an outsider. "You called me?" Loki asked softly while looking at the rat down his nose in annoyance. Hermione on the side finally heaved a sigh of relief she hadn't known she was holding as she made up a reason in her mind for such an occurrence. "Of course, Mr. Error wouldn't speak with such a great being inside my mind. What if I got corrupted?" "Wait a second. He said that the rat man was Merlin. And that he called him is the one who arrived here, Mr. Error then." But Hermione didn't know what to think anymore, so her brain shut itself down. Instead she simply stared at the chibi representation of Mr. Error that was visible through her glasses, confirming her that the being in front of her would corrupt her simply by her laying eyes on him. And so she persisted, keeping her head lowered in respect even if she could still directly look at him. The rat spoke from beside her without regard for respect, however. "Your mind, it's a steel trap, a good one unlike the girls. You've got something to hide, don't you?" Hermione tensed at that, but Loki responded calmly, "No. It's just to prevent what's inside from getting out." "Getting out?" The rat made a puzzled expression, but Loki said nothing else to further the conversation in that direction. Instead he asked simply, "Where's the original creator being kept? I can't find him with my spirit vision. Is he being hidden inside someone?" "You're right. Though that's not surprising. He is being hidden inside a Sequence 2 angel of the Mother Pathway, but the woman doesn't know about the unfortunate herself. I guess you already noticed what's going on." Loki paused and looked around, or rather in a specific direction at a wall, using his spirit vision to look beyond it at the gathering of the angels in the primordial chaos's hold. "She is coming, isn't she? To reclaim the primordial chaos and stuff it back into her womb." The rat looked at Loki curiously with intrigue even though his eyes remained blocked. "You mentioned her, but you didn't get corrupted. It seems you truly are him." Loki questioned momentarily before moving on as if the matter was inconsequential. "What do you want in return?" Loki asked the rat. "I'll help only if you can remove my corruption first." "First? What if you run away? You've never risked your life before for me. Then you can hold the trigger to infect me again. I only want the guarantee that I can be free from this place." Loki frowned momentarily before asking the rat directly, "I'll do you one better. I'll get rid of your corruption right now, but infect you with a brand of my own." Loki didn't trust the rat at all, and so he devised a simple scheme. The rat was currently corrupted by Mother Tree of Desire, and he had been suppressing it for all this time, but with no other option to get it removed, he had come here to wait for Mother Goddess of Depravity. After all, if his previous decryption about the past where another Mr. Error defeated Mother Goddess of Depravity was true, it wouldn't be far-fetched to think that she would take time to recover from having the primordial chaos within her damaged. After that, if she would want to act as normal in her day-to-day life, she would have to separate the primordial chaos from her in some way and then recover immediately using new life before letting the primordial chaos recover on its own by feeding on her nutrients. And when it fully recovered, she would come around to collect it, hence giving Merlin the opportunity to make a deal to give new life to the corruption and get rid of it by killing it after it came alive. So Loki would do what he did best. He would steal such a puny corruption directly. But to keep control over the rat so that he wouldn't betray him, Loki would simply imply a corruption within the man that would steal all his thoughts of betrayal. But this was just a cover. Stealing the thoughts of a Sequence 1 author was not something Loki was confident about. However, there was something else that gave Loki absolute confidence in the fact that he could control the Rat Man. Dumbledore was already parasitized. If he wished, he could simply corrupt Dumbledore and then spread that corruption to all connected to that virtual persona, since it couldn't be dismissed as it was parasitized, giving it a new identity and a new source of life. Especially when Loki would use the corruption he was going to apply onto Rat Man to strengthen that link by allowing Mr. Error to use his Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit characteristics to exploit the connection. And so if Loki got corrupted by the original creator at any point in their mission, the corruption could be spread to the rat through his first layer of corruption first, and if that was dealt with in some way, it could be spread through the strengthened connection between the rat and Dumbledore. A perfect balanced situation for Loki where his safety was in his hands while the rat's safety was also in his hands. Hallucinating figures that don't exist is often a sign of corruption. McGonagall spoke, explaining to Ginny Weasley and Luna Lovegood, who were sitting by Harry, Ron and Astoria's bedside. Is that why they keep mumbling something about the original creator and someone called Mr. Error? Ginny asked softly, her eyes in pain seeing her family and the person she loved the most in such pain. McGonagall said nothing for a few seconds before explaining, "Promise me you won't look into the matter again. Not even in books available in the library. You won't be able to figure out when you begin hallucinating, such is the nature of evil gods that corrupt people." Ginny Weasley nodded before looking at Luna, who also nodded softly, although her eyes held a hint of surprise. She had called McGonagall here for something else, not just to lecture Ginny. However, it seemed that McGonagall had failed in detecting the anomaly. "Should I call the headmaster?" Luna wondered softly. There was a soft silence for a while before Ginny spoke again. "Have you already informed Mother Professor?" "Yes," McGonagall said sternly. "I hope you won't encourage any of them to search more about the corruption either. Madame Pomfrey is already working hard enough as it is, and I'm sure she will figure out a solution one way or another, so all you need to do is give her time." "And do we have time, Professor?" Ginny mumbled out softly with red eyes, looking at the older witch with slight annoyance. "I can feel their intense desire to tear themselves apart from the bedding and follow the orders of the voices speaking to them, Professor. They're barely clinging on to sanity with the help of the sleeping draft potion, fighting deeply in their slumber that was supposed to be dreamless. Of course they are, Miss Weasley. But the right solutions take time to find out. Anything else, any shortcuts you might find, will only trouble them later when things become much riskier and much worse. So you are not to study these things on your own, not even to help Harry and Ron. Do you understand, Miss Weasley?" Ginny looked back at Harry and Ron and sighed softly in acceptance before nodding. "Yes, Professor." McGonagall sent a last glance Ginny and Luna's way after that before turning around and walking back out of hospital wing. Luna looked at Ginny and saw her crying, so she decided to remove her cork necklace and place it around the girl's neck. She did so in a smooth motion before quietly walking towards the potions area of the hospital wing to help Madame Pomfrey brew more sleeping drafts. Knock knock. "Yes." Madame Pomfrey's voice rang out from inside the brewing area in the hospital. Luna walked in casually after the permission was granted and spotted a potion about to overflow out of its cauldron, only for Madame Pomfrey to tap it with her wand and direct it back inside. "Is that the cure, Madame?" Luna asked bluntly in her airy tone. Madame Pomfrey looked at the little girl before smiling through her sleeping bags as she explained, "It is not. But it is something that will help them calm down a bit more. It is a potion infused with the essence of the Sun Pathway's purification powers." Luna, ever the curious type, moved in closer to look at the potion brewing station. "My mother used to make potions blessed by the Sun Goddess for me to help me get over colds." Madame Pomfrey smiled before brushing Luna's hair and warning her, "Don't touch anything in the cauldrons, all right? If you want to help me, then help me cut the ingredients. Luna nodded and quickly got to work as Madame Pomfrey spoke softly. There was another student who used to help me like this before. Another student. Only one. Yes. He was the only student that ever stayed in the hospital wing even when he wasn't injured. In all my time working there hasn't been another. The allure of magic is too strong for others to spend their time with an old lady like me. Luna doesn't think you're old. I think you are as bright as the sun herself. Oh ho ho ho, flattering me so much. What do you want? You caught me, Luna said unexpectedly. Madame Pomfrey stood slightly bewildered at the honesty before Luna spoke. I would like for you to give up the act, madam. Pomfrey's face fell. I can see it even if Professor McGonagall could not. I can see your corruption, Professor. You were corrupted long ago, were you not? You hide it right inside the light so that no one would suspect a rapidly healing soul that was burning brightly, brighter than most stars, but I can smell it, Professor, the corruption burning within you, constantly. Pomfrey fell silent, her hands trembling as the ladle she was using to stir the cauldron stopped spinning while the rest of the knives cutting ingredients stopped in place, hovering mid-air. That potion and the sleeping drafts you've been giving to the students. The silence stretched thin as Luna pulled out her wand and pointed it at the Materone. It's to poison them to death so that they don't die in pain, is it not? The Materone's mask fell after that, but there was no rage, nor sorrow, only a clear indifference that held the burden of the revelation. They won't survive either way, no matter what happens after being corrupted by such a high-level being. There is no other solution than to die. And all I can do is make sure they die a painless death and be embraced by the sun so they know some relief. Are you sure there is no way to rid them of the corruption, Madame Pomfrey? Luna asked again, holding her beautiful bone wand tighter. Are you sure you're not just hiding the truth from us all to hoard it to yourself? The Materone frowned before explaining herself. No, I am doing no such thing. What even makes you think so? Quote. Luna stayed quiet for a few seconds before revealing the truth. Because you've been sipping the potion to taste it, madam. Why do you wish to taste poison while it is being made? If you were truly working to give everyone a peaceful death, wouldn't you have taken the poison last? Madame Pomfrey's brows twitched ever so slightly. But Luna caught it, so without further ado, Luna cast the first spell she had learnt from Mr. Error's Gospel in the Room of Requirements. She flicked her wand and wordlessly cast a spell. Madame Pomfrey reacted almost instantly, waving her hands to defend herself, only, for a moment there she forgot what she wanted to do. You are already corrupted, madam, and not partially like Harry, Ron or Astoria outside, but fully, are you not? Madame Pomfrey stood in a daze for a few seconds because Luna hadn't just stolen a single thought but a series of them, stealing an entire chain because of the amount of spirituality she had poured into the spell. Are we going to fight the angels, Mr. Error? Hermione asked fearfully. To which Loki spoke softly, no, that would be stupid. Just as Hermione was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Loki spoke calmly. I am going to kill them while you and Daphne fight a Sequence 2 angel and kill the primordial chaos hidden deep within her mind with the rat's help. Hermione gulped dryly before nodding softly with a weary face. She couldn't believe the words coming out of Mr. Error's mouth, but she could see just how demanding the world of angels and true gods was, and if they were in a time limit that was set because of her presence and was going to become an issue, then she would do her best to help Mr. Error by following his orders. Loki looked at the dispirited Hermione and nearly chuckled, but he held himself at the last second and calmly gave Hermione the plan. Mr. Merlin here will send you to the Sea of Subconscious, from where you will follow the ravings and madness that is constantly present in the background of this place. It will be apparent to you that you're getting closer the more ravings you hear. Don't get closer to it after you start to have to steal the corruption from yourself. Steal corruption? But, Miss Chadwick told us that we won't be corrupted, Mr. Error. Don't worry about that, just do as I tell you to. Loki said softly. Hermione nodded, but she was clearly worried now. Did she lie to us? Why? Why kill some random Sequence 6 Beander and a Sequence 4 demigod when you were an angel able to call a Sequence 2 angel a mere angel? Hermione nodded again and turned to look at Daphne, who was speaking to a player at the roulette table. You may leave, Loki said to Hermione while turning to Merlin. After Hermione left, Loki flicked his wrist and pulled out a glowing orb of crimson light from Merlin. It was the corruption of the outer god that had infected him. At the same time, Loki inserted his layered corruption he had planned before into Merlin's mind. But in addition to the simple corruption, Loki mixed in a bit of the grey fog wrapped around him so that it could corrupt the Rat Man once again if things came to the worst. Send them to the Sea of Subconscious when the time is right, would you? Loki asked Merlin, and the Rat Man simply nodded, a little annoyed by the additional presence in the sanctity of his mind while also happy now that the corruption that had been bothering him for so long was suddenly gone, wiped away, fully. But as Loki observed the corruption he found himself confused. Why does it feel like this corruption is layered too? It feels like it has something to do with order and disorder. City of Calamity maybe. Why did he get this corruption though? And where did he get it from? Is the City of Calamity on Earth, or was it taken by someone else to someplace else? The genie exists in this world too. Not having the answers to these questions for now, Loki proposed another deal to the Rat Man. Can you give me a way I can recover memories I stole from myself? Huh. The Merlin looked confused. He pondered for a moment before explaining. Doing such a thing without prior inspection would be reckless. Loki gave him a deadpan stare, asking, do you really think I'll let you do that? Merlin simply chuckled. I just assumed you would, since you didn't add this condition onto the previous deal. I didn't because you would have otherwise assumed that I was not who I said I was. Loki stated plainly, and you wouldn't have let me corrupt you, even if it is only momentary. Merlin nodded and explained with a sigh, while it isn't really possible for me to tell what you mean by stealing memories from yourself. All memories have their roots in the Sea of Subconscious, so as long as your memories were only stolen on the surface, dig deep enough and you will find them. Although since you are not a spectator, you will have to risk losing yourself if you want to find it on your own. All you have to do is find a way to summon it, either through a ritual inside the Sea of Subconscious or by performing a divination inside it. Loki nodded for the information, a plan forming in his mind with the Accio spell, and moved on to the next topic to prevent the spectator from realizing that he hadn't paid anything for that information. Not that it was worth very much, since any spectator could say so. I will take leave now. When I give the signal, send the girls into the Sea of Subconscious. And if I don't give you a signal, send them in when she comes here. At that point make sure to send me in too. All right. Merlin nodded before looking at Loki for a little while from under his blindfold and then asking him a question, how long until you resurrect? Loki stared off into the distance at that question, pretending like he was seeing something that no one could before he murmured, soon enough. Helga looked down at one of her avatars being held up by a student and sighed. She then turned to Rowena and asked her a question, are you sure there is no way out of the corruption? 2 of my avatars have become corrupted. They were quite precious too. Rowena, already sad-eyed, glared at Helga before speaking snarkily, the only way is resurrection. If it wasn't, he wouldn't be waiting to resurrect at the perfect opportunity. Salazar interjected at that moment, I think something is wrong with the way we are looking at things. Wrong? How can we be wrong? Everyone has reached the same conclusion as us. The mad primordial chaos is still rampaging while the one who he is rampaging for is lying asleep God knows where. Salazar kept quiet after that for a few seconds before speaking again softly, we wouldn't be here if not for him saving us all that day and repairing the barrier. Are we even alive anymore? She'll get the primordial chaos soon enough, and then she'll have the ability to shatter the barrier again while we are all weakened for the 3rd time in a row. Where is your Mr. Air then? Still asleep and keeping himself protected while we handle all his weight. Salazar sighed softly before explaining himself, I'm not arguing with you, Rowena, what I'm saying is that if we can perhaps find his resurrection spot, we could wake him up and have him perform the substitution killing of the primordial chaos once again. What's one more corruption to him? After all, he has all the time in the universe to resurrect himself, right? A whole epic named after him. Rowena, Godric and Helga all fell into a deep though after that point, pondering the feasibility of the situation as they calculated the gains and losses if they did so. Could they wake him upright as the barrier shattered to force him to perform the substitution? What if they left Cheek and him in the same room so that Cheek would remerge with the Red Priest pathway characteristics to awaken the mirrored original creator to kill the primordial chaos? The answer was simple. She won't agree, Rowena said, sighing. Once was already too much for her to handle. She won't risk permanently awakening the mirrored original creator in her just to kill her. She could just run away to a different planet. She's already suffering from madness here. Another planet where she can actually proselytize her religion would only be freedom. But could we force her? Godric asked softly. And how do you propose we do that? We could offer her a chance to resurrect in the cycle of rebirth and death I created with Salazar. Godric proposed, one where she would be separated from the mirrored original creator by the Styx and resurrect in her vessel of choice. That way, if we tie them up in the same room once we find them, the outer gods will think that they are going to perform the same trick as last time again and try to attack them, but if they do attack the two of them, they will be forced to defend themselves and choose our alternative. It's a much safer bet than letting her reawaken the mirrored original creator fully once again. After all, Mr. Error has nothing to lose, and once he sees that attacking Cheek to hurt her again is the only way, he will do it himself. Rowena closed her eyes with her fingers on her chin to think deeply. Time passed and Rowena finally opened her eyes with a fierce resolve. Let's figure out where Mr. Error hid himself to sleep. Godric nodded while Salazar smiled wryly. We should still respect him. You know, he was the one that helped us grow. Don't be tricked, Salazar. He wasn't someone kind. He only did that to have more gods and goddesses on his side. He would be proud that we are doing exactly as he taught us to save the planet. After all, if the planet goes away, no matter where his hiding place is, it'll get destroyed too, right? Salazar finally nodded with Helga agreeing as well, so the four of them began to look into where Mr. Error's resting place was. Where do you think we should start from? Or how do we even go about detecting it? Do you think the convergence of pathways would work? I still have the Fool Pathway Blasphemy card and we know the location of the uniqueness of two of the adjacent pathways. Could we use those and search through the spirit world? Rowena asked softly. That seems like it could work, but why don't we just first divine about it? The type of failure could also tell us a lot, could it not? After all, he doesn't have the Saphira castle with him to hide inside it. Salazar explained. Rowena nodded and performed the divination with a simple flicker of her eyelid. Only. The second a vision flashed in front of her eyes. Her eyes popped. Agag. Rowena muffled a scream as her eyes regenerated, before she looked back up and explained, I was hit by an imbalance in order and chaos. Simply looking at him exacts a price I was unwilling to pay. And simply earning the right to look at him required the price of my eyes. The just to see our pathway. The genie. Is he just in the Department of Mysteries? Helga asked softly, a little unsure since she had been to the place several times before and never noticed something so unusual about it. I don't know, it should be somewhere on the planet. Just not visible without paying a high price. What would require such a price? Rowena asked everyone. A sealed place could have been broken easily by your authority as a great old one. To exact a price from you would mean that the seal's integrity is beyond that of a great old one. Like the original creator's seal over the astral realm, who even made such a seal? Salazar asked, puzzled. Loki looked at the angels standing guard, gathered outside the prison block with ease using his spirit vision. They were Sequence 2 angels. Loki knew because he could see the amount of spirituality they held was similar to Voldemort, but Loki didn't really feel worried even though Voldemort himself was currently just a Sequence 2 and he himself was only Sequence 4. All because he currently held the uniqueness of the error pathway. However, Loki was still cautious. Need to be careful now. I've lost my memories too many times recently, I don't want to lose them due to some error again. Each of the angels held a different mystical item related to gardening, either shears, scythes, or hammers. Some even had multiple tucked away safely on their waists or backs. They're all from the Chaos Primogenitor pathway, alright. Loki concluded since the Chaos Primogenitor pathway had a sequence called the Gardener which made one proficient in using the tools associated with it as weapons. Not that they should get a chance to use them if what I have planned goes smoothly. Single quote. The first task is to figure out where the damn warden is being hidden, and then take that person out so that my abilities are completely unrestricted. After which I must figure out who among the angels present in the area holds the primordial chaos and isolate her while killing the rest so that Hermione can enter the sea of subconscious of that person along with Daphne and Merlin. Then I must get rid of the other angels all while planning for the greatest theft of all time that the universe has existed. The theft of the primordial chaos himself. Loki held no delusions in being able to kill an original creator-level being while being a measly Sequence 4 temporarily sitting at Sequence 2. After all, one had just gotten his divinity and the other was the closest to the very source of it. And so Loki hoped to accomplish two things in his fight with the angels: steal the primordial chaos so that Mother Goddess of Depravity doesn't get another chance to break the barrier around Earth, while also find out how the new life rebirth ritual worked so that he could take it back to Earth along with the Beyonder characteristics of those Sequence 2 he killed to be able to free people of the corruption back on Earth using the same ritual. Loki evaluated the battlefield for the last time before he looked at Merlin and nodded. "I'll give you the signal for when you have to act." Merlin, the rat man, nodded and that was it. Loki vanished from his spot soundlessly, reappearing directly in front of the 5 Sequence 2 angels all gathered around the entrance of the prison block. Only, things didn't go as planned almost immediately after Loki appeared. Not because the angels detected him appearing. No, they couldn't even see him since Loki was perfectly hidden under the illusions cast by the authority of deceit used from the error pathway uniqueness. No. It being the first time Loki had ever traveled outside the planet, he failed to account for one thing: the gravity of their location. They were currently in the center of a neutron star, one of the densest places in the universe. The place where black holes are formed. Hermione and Daphne got it wrong. Loki gasped in pain as his Sequence 2 body barely withstood the sudden change in gravity and pressure in the environment. The place they were being held, the prison block, wasn't a region of chaos and disorder being held down by a mere Sequence 4 demigod of the Arbiter pathway. It was a paramita, an ability of the Chaos Primogenitor pathway that allowed it to trap its enemies while also strengthening their own abilities. Almost as soon as Loki stole the distance between them, the paramita noticed his malice against their creators and spat him out of its mystical bounds, making it so that the conditions set for its existence no longer applied to him, which meant suffering the infinitely high gravity of a neutron star. However, this was but a minor setback. As the Sequence 2 angels were reeling with the fact that someone had just broken from their paramita, Loki acted instantaneously even as Voldemort's body began to crumple upon itself. Loki performed a theft. He stole 3 abilities from each of the 5 Sequence 2 angels. Loki stole the first most important ability, their authority as a broken pillar. This theft Loki performed using the uniqueness of the error pathway. Stealing this authority rid him of the curse that normally came from attacking a Sequence 2 broken pillar, instantaneous and harsh rebound from the physical world, like the one Loki was suffering from the gravity of the neutron star upon being excluded by the paramita. This theft succeeded for 4 of the 5 angels, granting him near immediate relief from the gravity of the neutron star, which had chosen to focus on him because of the physical rebound, but Loki didn't have to suffer the last one. That one could simply be deceived using the uniqueness of the error pathway, its target shifting to the final angel on whom the theft failed. Next, Loki stole their paramita. Loki had no regard for the Beyonders trapped in the paramita. Firstly, they were being from the cosmos who held infinite malice towards those from Earth, and even if they didn't, Loki doubted that any of them hadn't yet consumed the bodily fluids of the 5 Sequence 5 angels keeping guard of this arbitrary neutron star so that they could become vessels for producing prime Beyonder ingredients in the form of babies. Hermione and Daphne hadn't yet eaten anything here yet, and hence they were safe. With the stealing of their paramita, Loki stole their ability to resurrect dead individuals, i.e. resurrect their partners. They also could no longer use spells like ghost form inside it, which gave them partial invincibility, leaving them infinitely more vulnerable. This theft too was successful only on 4 out of the 5 angels, but the prison block shattered. And finally, Loki stole the angels' ability of new life. With the theft of new life, the angels could no longer resurrect themselves or heal themselves instantaneously from his attacks, meaning they would suffer and bleed just like normal people. This theft too surprisingly was only successful on 4 out of the 5 angels. However, all this was within Loki's plan. After all, one of the angels was holding onto the primordial chaos, and for 3 out of 3 thefts to fail on any one particular angel would mean that out of the 5 angels currently guarding the prison block, that specific one was special to be able to block thefts of a higher level. With the vanishing of the paramita and the identification of the angel in whose body of heart and mind the primordial chaos was being hidden, Loki gave Merlin the signal to act and transport Hermione and Daphne to the Sea of Subconscious immediately. Daphne and Hermione vanished into the sea of subconscious, but with the vanishing of the Promita, Merlin was finally free. And so he too vanished into the sea of subconscious, but he left for grounds unknown and did not stick around with Hermione and Daphne. Although not an ideal outcome, since it would have been very helpful if the Ratman stayed to help in case Mother Goddess of Depravity herself showed up, it was still better than risking him interfering with the fight and causing Loki to have to deal with another Vector throughout. And so Loki heaved a sigh of relief when Merlin did nothing other than leave silently. I'll remove that corruption from him if he does nothing by the end. Loki promised the Rat Man mentally while giving him a thumbs up. With the short pause in attacks from Loki, the Sequence 2 angels regained their breaths and acted. Without their paramita and their ability to use the spells inside it, they were simply left with their Banshee's weakening curse and death wail along with evil summoning. 3 things happened after that in the next immediate moment. 2 of the 5 angels used a weakening curse on Loki to rapidly drain his life force and prepare him for the ability the other 2 angels used, Death Wail. However, Loki had already countered this with another theft. Loki stole this time the life force from the 4 angels whom he knew his theft would be successful on. He added this life force onto the lifespan of Voldemort in an attempt to retaliate against the death wail that started to spell his death because of the weakening from the weakening curse of the 2 Sequence 2 angels. However, this still left Loki vulnerable. A mere Sequence 4 facing the curse of 2 Sequence 2s. It was at this moment that Loki used 4 of the abilities he had thieved from the angels. Loki applied the authority of the broken pillar to himself. And since he applied 4 of them, the backlash from the physical world on the angels was instantaneous. The 2 who used the death wail on him were all but crumpled into a ball of fleshy goo, while the 2 who used the weakening curse were splattered on the floor as they too died almost instantaneously after being crushed by 4 times the effect of the gravity at the center of a neutron star. Why did the 5th angel not attack him during this time? Loki too wondered the same question, so he turned to look at the angel. Only what he found was rather surprising. The angel stood simply dumbfounded. Not because her allies were killed so quickly, but because Daphne and Hermione had done the impossible, or at least it seemed so. A few moments earlier, when Hermione and Daphne had been teleported into the sea of subconscious of the one of the angels keeping watch over them. What do we do now? Hermione asked softly as they looked around at the truly bizarre sea of subconscious that had formed around them. The world was a blur of images, truly graphic to be described in detail, making Hermione nauseous enough to puke immediately. However, she held it and given their mission while Daphne froze. Daphne. Hermione nudged her friend only to find her shocked and looking in a random direction. Hermione looked over there too, but found nothing other than a wall of images of grotesquely birthing babies who were crawling out of their mothers' wombs by tearing open their stomachs with their sharp claws and nails. Only, all of a sudden, a giant Big Ben showed up in front of her. Its size was truly enormous. Hermione looked up at it, but before she could, the scene around them changed once again. Hermione was no longer at the neutron star anymore. She and Daphne were back on Earth. In a location they recognized not, but a location they knew was on Earth nonetheless by looking at the night sky. The constellations were the same and the air had lost all its oppressive aura. Their Beyonder characteristics had fused back in themselves while their abilities had fully returned to normal. What just happened? Hermione asked Daphne, confused, frightened and bewildered. Loki entered the sea of subconscious of the angel in front of him rather easily once he felt something familiar emanate off her mind. It was almost as if the feeling invited him to it rather than the other way around. But once Loki was there, he too was left surprised and in awe. Not because of the sights he saw, although they were pretty, too. But because his memories finally returned. Loki found himself unable to articulate his feelings and emotions in words because of the plot unfolding before him. The Big Ben was still visible in the sea of subconscious of the angel, but Loki's focus wasn't on it. Instead, Loki's focus was on the figure that soon emerged in front of him. Loki began awkwardly after looking at the figure of himself standing in front of him rather relaxedly despite the situation. So what? Surprised that you're just an avatar? Loki shook his head and said softly, no, I decrypted that already. Then what are you surprised about? That you would agree to give up your life so easily. Loki said, a hint of surprise in his voice. Give up my life so easily. It's not easy, but it has to be done, or humanity will have no future. I assumed that you would revive in time, but delayed it by a large amount of time, which left me deeply corrupted, and now I have decided to merge with him and sleep so that you can grow." Loki stood silent for a long while as he digested his memories and the words of the past him that was speaking right now. Mother Goddess of Depravity had attacked him at such a random point in the past purely because she wished to kill past Loki. It had been a long time and the primordial chaos hadn't recovered yet. Precisely 2,160 years since he had been reverse corrupted by the past Loki. She was about to regain her ability to use the primordial chaos without succumbing herself to permanent madness and prematurely ending the universe, but the primordial chaos himself hadn't recovered yet. And so if she wished to attack Earth by breaking the astral barrier to regain her Sephiroth once again, she had to kill the past Loki who was still around and only asleep so that the primordial chaos could recover. And so she hatched a plan by working together with the only other Beander who would benefit from Loki's death, the Fool Pathway King of Angels that was also the Hanged Man Pathway True God, Herpo the Fowler Gellert Grindelwald. And since Grindelwald held a grudge against the past Mr. Error for forcibly making him dual-wield the Hanged Man Pathway, it was an easy sell since the astral barrier would remain fully intact as she would only use a descent vessel to appear before Loki and kill both him and his past self. And so when she saw Loki in front of her, she held him down so he couldn't escape. Then she created a situation where the past Loki was forced to take over the present Loki's body by threatening to kill the boy, which would take away his only option for resurrection. And so past Loki reappeared by forcibly taking over present Loki's body in that moment to battle out Mother Goddess of Depravity. Mr. Error won in that fight by putting the space around the Chaos Sea into a limbo and sealing it to banish Mother Goddess of Depravity from there. However, the damage was done. The past Loki had awoken from his slumber and been forced to use his abilities to combat something else than the progressing corruption of the primordial chaos that had corrupted him. At this moment there were only two options left. Either forcibly merge with the primordial chaos to make sure that when Mother Goddess of Depravity merged back with him, she would be unable to use it without fully killing Mr. Error, which would only get harder to do because he would merge with the primordial chaos and attain partial original creator status, if only temporarily because of the madness that would come afterwards. Or, he would have to give up and immediately resurrect in present Loki regardless of the consequences that might hold for him as the Goddess of Fortune predicted. The answer was immediate for past Loki. He trusted the Goddess of Fortune's divination more than his own at the current moment, since he was but a mere king of angels while she was a full-blown great old one who was dealing with a near-identical situation as his, only for longer, and because he could clearly now see his fate was obscured by something in some way. There was a part to it that was hidden, even from him. And so past Loki trusted the path Goddess of Fortune had laid out for him. He would wait until his avatar reached original creator level on his own before attempting to resurrect in him, even if it meant giving up the race for dominance of personality. After all, if worse came to it, he could always simply just live as an avatar of the avatar instead after his resurrection this way. However, this was unlikely since he would likely be killed by Mother Goddess of Depravity in some way eventually, since he had merged with the primordial chaos. After all, there was only so long he could hang onto his sanity in this state. However, what past Loki hadn't anticipated was that during the throes of the primordial chaos, when he was merging with the primordial chaos, Loki himself would show up to physically steal the primordial chaos. This changed the game significantly. Now past Loki could merge with the primordial chaos safely and have Loki steal him away from Mother Goddess of Depravity. This would mean that when the time came he could safely resurrect in present Loki without being killed by anyone. And then he could relegate himself to being an avatar of the avatar, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing since it guaranteed his safety. At this moment, Loki looked at past Loki and fully understood his plan. "Alright, I'll help you, but I need a few things first. So greedy, I'm giving you up my position as the dominant will and you still want more. What's to say? After all, I'm an error pathway Beander. It would only be stranger if I didn't have a thing or two I wanted." Haha, true, I wouldn't have trusted you if that wasn't the case. So tell me, what do you want? You have to stay awake for a little bit once you merge with the primordial chaos to undo the corruption plague spreading around in everyone on Earth. Past Loki nodded. Then you have to help me kill the remanent will that you gave temporary Mr. Error status. Haha, I refuse. Do that yourself, you are more than capable of doing so. Loki frowned but understood the reasoning and nodded. So he then spoke softly, "Do you know what the goddess of fortune is planning?" "Not entirely no, but I'm sure you'll figure out more on your own, and if it doesn't happen you'll regain those memories anyway once you merge with me eventually before she acts on whatever she's planning. Either way, I know one thing for sure, she's definitely not an enemy. She's just in a similar situation, like ours." Loki nodded and that was that. Past Loki was about to teleport Loki back to Earth but Loki stopped him. "I'll have to go to take down the fake Mr. Error. You just merge," Loki said politely, waving his hand in refusal of the service. Past Loki smiled mischievously before nodding and vanishing, leaving behind a few words, "I'll be watching from the front seat then." Back in the real world, Loki reappeared in front of the angel holding a baby. The baby looked ugly to say the least but Loki held it with care nevertheless. The angel had already died. Past Loki had taken care of that. Once that was all settled, Loki didn't delay further since Mother Goddess of Depravity would be arriving soon since she had already been traveling from Earth back to this neutron star since the battle back on Earth had ended. Loki quickly set up an altar to pray to Mr. Error. "Mr. Error, I would like you to bring me back to the planet. I have succeeded in helping the Tarot Club member and the future member, I have also successfully stolen the primordial chaos." Once the prayer finished, Loki found his vision flooded by a crimson light before a door opened before him once again. Concealing the primordial chaos in a wall of spirituality, Loki entered the door and began to travel back to Earth through the spirit world once again. The process was the same this time and Loki took full advantage of exploiting it thoroughly. The travel time was going to be 4 seconds once again. So 4 things happened in those 4 seconds. First, Loki let the primordial chaos be taken from him by the fake Mr. Error. This was a necessary step since otherwise the primordial chaos would attract unspeakable horrors from the cosmos into the spirit world. So Loki let the primordial chaos merged with past Loki leave his hands and safely reach fake Mr. Error. However, this act had 2 purposes. One was obviously to safeguard him, while the other veiled act was to distract the fake Mr. Error with the new baby. In the 3rd second, Loki exploited the loophole that Mr. Error hadn't protected himself during the travel and attacked him. Loki did so not directly but indirectly by planting a seed of malice deep into the fake Mr. Error's spirit body. Obviously, even though he was a fake, Mr. Error noticed the sudden obvious attack and retaliated first by stealing Loki's next thoughts and then with a swift termination of the teleportation through the spirit world that was ongoing. Loki was immediately expelled from the spirit world out into the cosmos. Left stranded out in the open where he instantly died due to lack of oxygen, freezing to death while simultaneously feeling his blood boil from within as his eardrums exploded and a constant stream of blood and other fluids leaked his orifices. Of course, such a death was planned since Loki had already stolen fake Mr. Error's thoughts to examine the seed of malice that Loki had planted within his body. A seed of malice was a sequence 2 Bloody Archduke's ability and it held the ability to allow planter to revive using these seeds if the main body is destroyed. And so the 4 seconds ended with Loki's death in the 3rd second and his resurrection in the 4th, but the difference this time was the fact that he was now inside the Saphira castle and not outside. The following attack after that was swift and decisive. The relaxed fake Mr. Error, who breathed a sigh of relief at having repelled the sudden attack, found himself wailing in pain as someone else revived within him. The world sank into silence as Loki pushed himself out of the seed of malice and returned with Voldemort's body inside the Saphira castle, breaking out of Mr. Error's body after stepping out of his psyche. Almost instantly, Loki used the uniqueness of the error pathway to perform 3 thefts. First, Loki stole the monocle off the fake Mr. Error. The monocle stealing a monocle was an error which was not possible, so Loki instead stole the runes, causing its position to constantly flicker between the 2, freezing it and binding it to himself permanently. Next, Loki stole fake Mr. Error's thoughts for retaliation after deceiving the fake Mr. Error's attack to never be launched in the first place. And once that was successful, Loki finally stole Mr. Error's soul. Even when all that was done, Loki didn't stop. Instead, Loki reacted quickly by using the monocle to substitute Mr. Error's soul with his own in his host Voldemort before inhabiting his original that had been abused by the fake Mr. Error till now. Along with that, Loki recovered the monocle and placed it on his face, leaving him with the exact same image he started with. He was now holding the baby primordial chaos, nudging the monocle over his right eye while looking at Mr. Error in the Saphira castle. Only this time, he was in his own body and not Mr. Error's. Good job, the baby finally spoke vaguely before it closed its eyes and fell asleep. Voldemort, or rather fake Mr. Error, now stuck as a parasite within Voldemort, finally regained his consciousness as his thoughts not being stolen flowed once again, only he looked at Loki with surprise, shock and horror. However, Loki showed no mercy. Goodbye, Loki said one final time before snuffing out the life that was fake Mr. Error by stealing his soul once again. Loki looked down at the rune that the fake Mr. Error's will had turned into, with satisfaction. Finally. It's good to be back, Loki mumbled under his breath. He then softly looked around the Saphira castle, soaking in its silent sanctity as he quietly thought about all the things he had to do next. There's advancing to Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit. Then there's acquiring the Fool card from Rowena. And finally, the most important question. Should I return to Hogwarts? To do so would mean that I return the memories that the fake Mr. Error stole from everyone. But doing so would also bring questions. Why did he steal my memories in particular? What reason could I come up with? Loki thought about a few things around himself, about Voldemort, whose body he now owned to be able to do whatever he wished with whenever he felt like it, Dumbledore's virtual persona body that he also now owned to be able to do whatever he wished whenever he wished, or at least if the rat man Merlin didn't get to it first. Let's see, what's the advancement ritual for Sequence 3 again? Why don't I plan things according to that? Loki thought back to the memories he had in this body because of the fake Mr. Error and learnt the ritual that he had to perform. Without violence, find and exploit loopholes in rules to temporarily collapse order in a region. Can the exploiting of rules be twisted? As in, do I have to exploit actual rules, or can the rules be social rules or office rules, etc.? And the region must be no smaller than a village, the smallest entity that can form a projection in the spirit world. Can I cause a collapse in order in Britain by revealing that Voldemort's alive? Would that count as exploiting a loophole? Since the Ministry vehemently defies his existence, what if he is suddenly revealed to be alive, which causes all of the Ministry's social rules about speaking against his revival to collapse? What if Voldemort gave out an interview to the Hogwarts Honest Mill? Could he reveal his plan to grow stronger by consuming the despair and distraughtness of people all over Britain after he kills Harry? That would surely cause a scene, wouldn't it? Loki liked his new advancement ritual. Walburga would be happy about it if that happened, since it would send the Black family's stocks up. So I should return to Hogwarts then. What reason do I give everyone then about my disappearance? The reason could be that I was being safeguarded from Voldemort because I took a secret video of him while he was revealing his plans to the Death Eaters. So he is out to get me. And now that the interview has been released, I can safely return to daily life with none the wiser. How genius. Someone should build a statue in praise of me. And so, Loki began working once again. Loki detached a worm of time from himself and used the monocle on his right eye to turn it into an avatar. However, since he wasn't a full-fledged Sequence 3, the avatar would be weaker, but that perfectly suited his needs. The avatar bowed before him until Loki spoke calmly, "Parasitize Voldemort. Your job for now is to summon a meeting across the Death Eaters and tell them of your plan to kill Harry Potter." The avatar nodded, knowing exactly what Loki planned to do, and parasitized Voldemort before Loki sent him away to his position under the Hogwarts castle. How weird. I don't think I can ever get used to seeing my face on something else and not shiver, even if it is just an avatar. Alright, now that that is taken care of, I should get going to record the entire event under the guise of free and fair reporting. Before then, however, Loki walked to a random spot in the gray fog surrounding the castle, where the fog slowly swirled out of view to reveal the captive of 3 generations of Mr. Errors in the Saphira castle. "Oh, you're still alive," Loki mumbled, looking at the true creator that was now trembling, looking at the primordial chaos baby that was fused with past Loki lying safely in present Loki's hands. "Be a good boy and cough up the Fool pathway Beander characteristics, or you know what I'll do, right?" Loki said plainly and openly, even though he actually had no way of truly waking up the past Loki right now, and if he did, he wasn't sure if past Loki could take using his abilities while fusing with the primordial chaos. After all, past Loki had already fallen asleep to help cure everyone on the planet from the plague that had recently spread. Loki didn't know if he had energy for more without being fully overwhelmed by the primordial chaos's will. The trembling True Creator however knew none of that. And so, Loki watched patiently as the True Creator bound to an upside-down cross coughed up several Beander characteristics neatly separated by sequence onto the floor. Loki had debated shortly with himself whether he would take away the Beander characteristics or not, but in the end decided to take them away since he could use them himself and then return them to the True Creator once he wanted to advance to sequence 0 error. Loki didn't feel like touching all the characteristics drowned in spit, so he kicked the giant eyeball once or twice, or thrice, before pulling out his wand and flicking it lazily to stow the away in his pile of things that now held the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway as well. Alright, now that I have the full pathway sequence 9-to-1 characteristics, I should be able to make mystical items to perform grafting and use historical projections. All that remains now are the Beander characteristics for the door pathway, which past me should know the locations of, or at least Salazar should know about it. After all that, Loki kicked the True Creator twice more before he whispered, "That's for not telling me that Elaine was the moon goddess all along." Before he kicked the True Creator once again as he mumbled, "And that's for being annoying and kickable. Now you're just a single pathway god, make sure you don't behave like a madman. If the Aurora Order members aren't stepping in line by tomorrow morning and helping the Black family in their operations, I'll make sure you don't remain alive anymore, got that?" The True Creator gave Loki a spiteful glare, but when Loki threatened to drop the primordial chaos onto his head, he shivered repeatedly once again before falling limp and still, as he closed his eyes to play dead. Single quote. Loki kicked him once again before covering him up with the gray fog so that no one could see him again. Lucius Malfoy felt the sudden burning up on his left wrist and knew exactly what was happening. He calls for us. Now. Lucius Malfoy did not waste any time. He had been working on organizing certain files for the funds needed for his works and plans, but he quickly stopped and got ready to meet his lord once again. He folded the files with a wave of his wand and set them back in their respective drawers with another. He then quietly walked out of Malfoy Manor in the dead of the night before focusing on the dark mark on his left hand and apparating away. He vanished in a swirl of darkness as it wrapped around him like a womb before transporting him through the abyss and into a different location altogether. It was a grand hall of magnificent proportions that would have made him jealous if not for the constantly burning human candles on the edge of his sight and the constantly screaming piles of skulls that seemed to still hold the souls of people that were still alive and being tortured. Lucius knelt on the floor almost as soon as he arrived in the area. It was something he had practiced to do often so that he could do so without tripping at the wrong moment, at any moment. Almost as soon as he did so, he felt the familiar pressure on his body that arose from his lord's high sequence. However, what Lucius did not realize, just like the other Death Eaters with their heads bowed down and kneeling on the floor in that moment, was that Loki was currently standing behind Lucius with a camera resting on his shoulder to record the entire event. Loki was hidden using the illusions of the Mentor of Deceit characteristics he had gotten from the fake Mr. Error to make sure he remained hidden from view of everyone. Loki even stole Malfoy's thoughts about moving too much because of the pressure on his shoulder so that the video would be stable and wouldn't have too many jerky movements. Should have brought along a tripod. Well, no worries, if Voldemort can have human candles, I can have human tripods. Also, my acting skills are pretty good, my avatar is playing Voldemort perfectly. The scary aura radiating off of him that is created using the subconscious thought of fear and inflating that desire in everyone near him is perfect. The Voldemort who was staring at the darkness-filled skull hanging on the wall turned around slowly as he looked at everyone kneeling before him. He spotted Loki visibly since he was a sequence 2 and Loki was only using a sequence 3 characteristic, but he didn't expose Loki. Instead, he acted quickly so that he didn't delay his lord from achieving his best shots and leaving. "Today, I called you all here for a simple reason," Voldemort said softly. "My rise, it comes soon," he said, looking over each person present slowly. Several people trembled, including Lucius, but Loki frowned at it and stole his thoughts to stop him from trembling too much. "I have prophesied the date of my advancement to the status of a high angel at the end of this Hogwarts year," Voldemort said with great excitement before proclaiming in a frenzied tone, "That will be the day I attack Harry Potter while he lies within the castle. That will be the day the news of his death spreads. The day the boy who lived turns into the boy no longer." In the despair that follows, Voldemort's voice suddenly turned into a whisper. "It shall help me rise," he said, his voice level, resonating off of the walls and bone pillars of the hall that they were in. "I shall rise to take over Britain soon after. Dumbledore will no longer be a threat and neither will the puppet rulers of the country be any of any consequence. I shall take over Britain and all shall tremble in my presence. I shall take over Britain and be known as the greatest wizard to have ever lived. A dark lord greater than Grindelwald. And a wizard greater than Merlin himself. I shall return." Voldemort finally stopped with his arms stretched wide as if embracing the world itself, showing his domination over it as he stepped onto everything it stood for and muscled it under his feet. Voldemort's gaze passed over Loki, looking for praise, but Voldemort's strange appearance coupled with his lack of expression made Loki think for a second that he truly was in the presence of a Dark Lord himself. Loki nearly shivered and felt goosebumps rise on his body at being stared down by Voldemort, but he got control over his emotions quickly and nodded. "Good job," Loki mouthed before picking up his clunky wizarding camera from Lucius's shoulder and turning off the record button. Loki looked around all the people that existed in the hall and gave new commands to Voldemort through the monocle, by implanting a thought into him. "Give me a list of all their names and addresses. Also give me information about what they do in the organization. Make sure those people burning as human candles are put off and rescued if possible, and if not, just give them a proper burial and let them rest in peace, same for the skulls." Through his vague peek around, Loki noticed that Snape was absent and felt some relief that his teacher wasn't a fanatic and quietly slipped out of the hall. With a simple vanishing act, Loki reappeared in the Saphira Castle, vanishing entirely from his previous position without a trace. Inside the Saphira Castle, Loki looked at the recording before wondering how he would turn it into a film that could be watched and heard by the audience before realizing that he could just use the Miracle Invoker's Beander characteristic that he had just obtained from the true creator. Loki summoned it to himself and gave it a good thorough clean in water produced by the Aguamenti charm before he held it and looked at it deeply. "Alright, this thing still has some power left to it." Loki summoned his Disc of Wishes and used the monocle to substitute the already present but dried out characteristics in it with the new one and found it obtaining a soft steady green glow, indicating it was ready to be used. So Loki made his wish. "Give me a moving picture version of the video recorded in this camera so that anyone can hear the words spoken by Voldemort in it as long as they wish to do so." The Disc of Wishes complied and Loki soon had a simple piece of newspaper in his hands with the entirety of the article about what was in the recording, but as long as one paid close attention to the video in the paper they would be able to listen to it themselves. Truly a wonderful piece of magic. Loki studied the runes making it possible and edited it a little to his liking before becoming satisfied enough to be ready to print it in the newspaper for tomorrow morning. Loki looked at the Disc of Wishes and found that it still held some power given its dim green glow, so he asked it for another wish. "I wish for the memories of all those that had their memories about me stolen, returned." Walburga sat down in her study with great unease. She felt a keen sense of fortune suddenly track their family. She'd just received the news that all the Aurora Order members had begun to search for black family handlers in the black market to suddenly want to work under them. However, this made her feel a deep sense of unease and worry. Why was the Aurora Order, whom she'd been ready to get rid of until recently, suddenly showing up at her doorstep asking for asylum? Especially when there was currently a seemingly incurable plague going around. Was the plague infecting them and making them suddenly subservient to her house because she was related to the god that the plague was spreading information about, Mr. Error? She lifted her cup of tea for a sip of cold tea only for the cup to slip out of her hands and shatter on the floor. "How could I forget?" Walburga suddenly gasped as she regained her memories. Walburga panicked instantly as she remembered about Loki and the fact that she hadn't heard from him in weeks if not months. What happened to him? Is he alright? How did I lose memories of him so suddenly? Was it the doing of that evil god of his that he has a pact with? But why would he make me forget my grandson? Did Loki get involved in something dangerous? What's going on? Where is he right now? Suddenly her vision was filled with crimson as her gaze slipped past the spirit world and landed on Mr. Error, who was sitting above the gray fog on his regal seat. She was about to ask him questions about Loki, bombarding him with them to understand the situation, but Mr. Error spoke first. "Loki is all right. He will return soon. He was involved in a matter that required absolute secrecy, which was why he and all knowledge regarding him was concealed for a while so as to not let the spirit world be polluted by his intentions. Loki hopes to see you again soon. Walburga's questions got caught up in her throat at that moment. Her eyes teared up and Loki felt the urgent need to give her a warm hug, but he felt that could wait for now since he had other important things to do right then. While I cannot tell you all that he was doing in this time frame, one part of it is this. Mr. Error said softly, sending a paper floating Walburga's way as she grabbed it to study it carefully. A newspaper. Almost as soon as Walburga read the headline her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Voldemort's plan to conquer the world exposed. Underneath the headline was an article, but what took Walburga's full attention was the moving picture recording currently playing underneath the headlines. A recording of Voldemort. How did Loki record this? Walburga immediately asked Mr. Error and he nodded. And if not for the fact that Mr. Error had started with the words, "Loki is all right," she would have currently been at his throat, God or not. You can listen to it. Mr. Error said softly and Walburga became confused, however when she paid attention to the moving pictures in the paper once again her eyes widened. It's true. I can list. That was when Walburga heard the content of Voldemort's speech. It shocked, bamboozled and left her bewildered since it revealed Voldemort's plan for his advancement ritual. Which meant that Loki had infiltrated a seriously high-level meeting. How? His memories missing now make a little more sense. Was he preparing to infiltrate this meeting for so long? Walburga trembled with pride and acknowledgement of her adopted grandson since the things he did always left her shocked and surprised. Do you wish for me to include this news in tomorrow's paper, Mr. Error? Loki nodded softly, causing Walburga to be filled with delight. Such an exclusive piece of news that will be sure to shake up Britain. Good job, Loki. Grandmom loves you the most out of all her children. Loki disconnected her connection with that, allowing Walburga to continue her work for the night. Should I go visit her? She nearly cried. I should go visit. It's been only a short while for me since I was asleep until I resurrected, but it has been a while for her already. And so, Loki cut his time short and teleported back out of the Saphira castle and reappeared before the Black family manor. Knock knock. Loki knocked on the door using the knocker and took a few steps back as he waited. Almost instantly, Loki felt a wave of spirituality pass over him as someone attempted to drag him into a dream, but that only lasted for a second before he heard the thundering sounds of someone rushing down the staircase by the door before it slammed open on him as it flew off its hinges. Grandma! Loki shouted in surprise. Walburga rushed to Loki's side, grabbing hold of him and examining him from all angles as her eyes teared up instantly before she grabbed him and held him up close in a warm tight hug. Loki felt his shoulder get wet from tears, but he just warmly wrapped his hands around his grandmom before whispering. I'm all right, everything's all right, you don't need to worry about anything anymore. Where did I worry? Walburga whispered with some disappointment. I didn't even remember you. Loki noticed the deep sense of self-blame in that statement, but he had nothing to say to it. What had happened was a freak accident. How would he know a simple mission to protect a launch facility would turn into a battle against multiple true gods, outer gods and even an original creator-level being? So Loki only whispered once again. I will try not to let something similar happen once again, I promise. Promise? Walburga asked back, sniffling softly, completely unbecoming of her prideful black self. Loki nodded as he separated from Walburga and looked into her reddened and puffy eyes. I have to go back to Hogwarts tomorrow, but you can spoil me all you want tonight. Soon, however, Walburga slapped Loki's shoulder before praising him, but you brought back something pretty good this time, so I forgive you for worrying me. Loki smiled, and that was the end of their reunion at the door as Walburga dragged him inside the house, flicking her wand to fix the door on their way to the dining hall. And as Walburga filled him to the brim with all sorts of sweets from various parts of the wizarding world, she asked him several questions about his time tailing Voldemort, to which Loki presented her another piece of good news. I should have a list ready about all of Voldemort's associates by tomorrow, but yeah, there are a lot of them, so it'll be a little difficult in avoiding them. What do you want me to do? Release their names too. Walburga definitively nodded. We could take over all their businesses if we have the first mover's advantage by buying it at dirt cheap. But adding that onto the paper will delay the release to evening. Loki smiled softly and nodded. That should be all right. I'll send you the information tomorrow by afternoon at the latest. Can't you just stay longer? Walburga asked softly. But Loki shook his head. Not yet. People at Hogwarts will be pretty worried about me too, since they would have regained their memories of me already. I'll send the headmaster a letter tomorrow morning and leave by evening at the latest. Walburga frowned sadly, but she smiled soon after. All right then. Let me spoil you tonight. Loki smiled happily as he felt more exotic sweets coming his way. Loki looked at Walburga one last time in the evening and waved a goodbye. Take care. All right. No more up and vanishing with taking away my memories, all right. Walburga whispered softly to Loki while gripping his shoulder. Loki nodded and smiled before he gave her one last hug and teleported away from the scene. However, Loki's destination wasn't Hogwarts. It was the Saphira Castle. The changed papers took time to be published today, so they would just be reaching their customers about now. And since Loki had included the list of the Death Eaters' names for maximum impact into it, Walburga had decided to do a special edition evening print. And so Loki couldn't wait anymore as he divined a simple statement. Now is a good time for drinking my potion for my advancement ritual. Loki repeated the statement 7 times and looked down at the pendulum hanging from his hand. The pendulum was spinning clockwise. Loki picked up the Mentor of Deceit characteristics and dropped it into a beaker. He then placed it above a small burner inside the Saphira Castle before dropping in the supplementary ingredients that he had picked up from Walburga and those that he already had on him from the previous potions he had made. Everything in the beaker pooled into a bright golden emerald crystalline deceptively ordinary potion that looked completely normal other than the funky color it had on itself. Loki looked at the potion for a while as he recounted everything he had done to get this far. This has been the toughest sequence to advance to so far. I hope the others aren't this difficult. They probably won't, but just in case they are, I hope they aren't. And with that, Loki picked up the cauldron and emptied its contents into a small clear beaker. The potion felt normal to the touch despite having been on fire until recently, so Loki calmly brought it to his lips with a heavy emotional feeling of pride. And then he gulped it in one go. Loki felt himself being divided almost instantly. He felt his soul fragmenting as his spirit body turned into millions of microscopic worms of time, almost as if they were each alive on their own and trying to become separate entities. Loki tried to control himself using cogitation, however none of it worked. The worms kept multiplying and exploding from his body, becoming entities of their own, as if a million people had each possessed him and were separating him into a piece of their own. The world felt maddening and the pain was even more confusing. Did the ritual not work? Was my divination interfere? Obviously. Loki instantly teleported out of the Saphira Castle along with the pieces of himself that had already separated from him into a well-known part of Britain, the Big Ben. Not that the Big Ben was a special place because it was his mythical creature form, but because the Big Ben was a highlight of the Britain culture and a place near where the Ministry of Magic was buried. Loki stood there for a second, pain capturing his mind and heart as he grasped at straws and felt the spirit world equivalent of Big Ben from its most popular spot. And the effect was immediate. Loki felt a barrage of information hit his self about the current chaos in London. In a random house somewhere in Britain, a young lady screamed in fright as this day's special Hogwarts honest mill was delivered to her by an owl and opened. Her fingers graced the moving pictures of Voldemort delivering his speech before his voice filled her mind and she panicked. It was only a whole minute later when she realized that nothing had happened to her that she spent the time to look at Voldemort in the paper once again, only to hear his entire plan of killing Harry Potter and taking over the world. Another young man in his home opened the special edition of the Hogwarts Honest Mill and shrieked. In a random office at the Ministry, several owls tore open the spirit world at once before entering the office room, as they all held a card with the same simple question: is you know who really back? Professor McGonagall, known for her ever calm distinction, felt her heart trembling when she read the newspaper today and heard Voldemort speak. She then immediately got up from her chair and rushed towards the hospital wing where Harry Potter was to make sure he was all right and safe from harm as he recovered from the plague fully. Where is the headmaster when you need him the most? Hermione stood frozen as she read the new issue of Hogwarts Honest Mill that Daphne had gotten her. Her mind a whirl of colors and emotions as she heard Voldemort's plan, but more than anything, it stood by on the single line below the moving pictures enchanted to credit the reporter of the news. Reported by Loki Black. Her heart trembled at the sentence as her mind shattered into disbelief. She had only recently gotten back his memories, which everyone else also seemed to have gotten back at once, and now this. Was Loki involved in something so dangerous that all traces of him had to be erased so suddenly and cautiously? Who even did all this? Was it using the help of the true god of their pathway? The darkness pathway. Is Loki alright? That question had been ringing in her mind since last night, but right now it was at its peak after seeing what he had done in the span of time he had remained hidden. Is Loki alright? Hermione asked Daphne, who was standing there waiting for her friend to break out of her shock. I think so, Daphne nodded. Loki, meanwhile, after experiencing the absolute chaos spreading across Britain, calmed down. His body splitting itself into a million worms started to stitch itself back together into the structural web of support that formed the Big Ben itself. The pieces of him that had split off from him slowly began to merge back together as his divinity also suddenly shot up and he learnt the basic knowledge about the sequence he was currently in. Sequence 3, Mentor of Deceit. Loki aimed his wrist at the true god stuck in the Saphira castle and performed a simple theft. Loki stole the hanged man's symbolism of sin-bearing. He then threw a stone at a random person before performing the act of sin-bearing. Almost instantly, the rock that was flying at a random muggle at Mach speeds changed its direction and flew towards him instead. However, the rock lost its momentum as Loki performed another flick of his wrist. Loki had deceived the rock's momentum into thinking it didn't exist. The rock which could have damaged him earlier now turned into a harmless pebble tossed into a pond. Loki then flicked his wrist and caused a small Beander characteristic to split off from his finger and collided with a bacteria present in the air. The bacteria then transformed and turned into another Loki, becoming an avatar that he could now create and have control over anytime he desired. The avatar turned to look at Loki in confusion before Loki spoke elegantly, as if his voice were silk and his tone were butter. Words rolled off his tongue like honey as they sank into the mind of the avatar he had just created. You are not an avatar. You are the main body. The avatar's eyes glazed over as Loki used his enhanced charm and deceiving nature to test out his ability to deceive. Suddenly the avatar put on a proud expression as it ordered Loki with a pointed finger, "Merge with me. Now you filthy commoner. I created you, so return to me." Loki laughed at having deceived a part of himself before twisting his wrist and returning the avatar to its Beander characteristic state and merging it back with himself. I can create about 300 avatars before I start feeling weak, Loki estimated. However, the gifts did not stop there. Loki closed his eyes and opened them wide as he realized that he had fully digested the potion already. What? How did I fully digest the potion so easily? Was it because I deceived so many true gods and outer gods into believing that I time traveled? Then can I advance to Trojan Horse of Destiny immediately? What's the advancement ritual again? Loki closed his eyes and remembered the ritual from fake Mr. Error's memories. To assume another person's identity through disguise and deception and other methods that don't involve Beander powers, then earn their social circle's trust until the identity dies naturally. The higher tier the target, the shorter the ritual duration, with a minimum of 6 months that does not need to be maintained until the identity dies naturally. Does holding Mr. Error's identity count towards the ritual? After all, I've held it for longer than 6 months already, right? And my past self, who was the true Mr. Error, is a king of angels. The ritual should already be completed, should it not? Loki quickly teleported to the Saphira castle where he extracted the Sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Destiny Beander characteristics from where the fake Mr. Error had stored it. Loki then quickly created a new potion station, clearing out the previous beaker he was using and replacing it entirely with a new beaker to prevent any contamination or interference. Loki placed the Sequence 2 Beander characteristics into it before turning on the burner underneath it. Then as the Beander characteristics started to turn semisolid, Loki placed in several supplementary ingredients into the beaker, causing a bubbling hot potion to appear. As the potion was forming in his beaker, Loki performed a simple divination. It is all right to advance to Sequence 2 right now since I have fully digested the potion and completed the advancement ritual. Loki repeated the statement 7 times before opening his eyes to look at the pendulum that was spinning clockwise on his wrist. All right, Loki finally looked back at the potion that had finished forming. The potion was mercury colored with many looping symbols that formed worm-like shadows in it. The silver potion was then contained by Loki and placed into a small flask which he grabbed calmly before looking at it and observing it closely. I can have this and advance to sequence 2 right. Nothing strange like some random will awaken within me right. No, that plot point is already done. If they do it again they're probably running out of ideas at this point. Loki slowly grabbed the flask and brought it closer to his lips. With a single gulp, Loki stuffed down the entire potion into his stomach. Only an explosion of taste occurred in his mouth as the potion merely grazed his tongue. There were so many intangible tastes that it felt ethereal in nature, and left him unable to comprehend it all. Tastes like what it felt like to eat extreme sadness, to what it felt like to be in love and simultaneously what it felt like to be involved in a disastrous accident that has caused one's limbs to be twisted in all the wrong ways existed at once. It was a fusion of multiple different fates all thrust into Loki's sensory perception at once. As if he were drowning in the river of fate. At the same time Loki's mind deeply held onto the identity that he had formed after coming to this world. The identity of Mr. Error that he had taken over from the old Loki. The identity that he had used to fool not just the members of the Tarot Club, but also true gods and outer gods alike. Each word he spoke after that as Mr. Error replayed in his mind. His simple worded responses. His habit of rapping the edge of the table with his fingers. His careless habit to reveal high-sequence information without regard for corruption. It all came rushing towards him, reforming him as the potion merged with the cells of his body. It changed him on a fundamental level as each cell in his body took on the mythical creature form of the Big Ben, a huge ancient stone clock whose hands are worms of time split off from Loki's own body. Loki breathed heavily as the final transformations finished right before he heard a bell ring in the distance of his hearing range, a bell that rang from his mythical creature form to signify his successful advancement. Loki opened his eyes that had gained a deep black color signifying his stepping into the range of an angel instead of a mere demigod or a saint. Loki looked up at his spirit body threads and observed the deep-threaded fate that awaited him in the future rather easily. Coming up to the level of an angel, he felt several minor authorities become added to him as his mythical creature form took shape fully and solidified the foundation of his divinity. Each authority of destiny and theft turned into in-depth explorations of his power with the authority of destiny giving him the ability to manipulate destiny that belonged to him and others without facing any strict backlash. His authority of theft too strengthened by leaps and bounds, allowing him to steal 6 abilities from each target at once while also allowing him to directly steal Beyonder characteristics from other Beyonders below his level. He gained the ability of fate siphoning allowing him to swap the fate of 2 creatures in a short time. Overall it was a great boost to all his abilities till now. However, those were not the only things that Loki found irresistible about this sequence. Firstly, Loki had gained a deep sense of involvement with the Saphira Castle in this sequence, giving him the ability to act as a sequence one within it. This meant that inside the Saphira Castle Loki could show the authority of a sequence one worm of time. Meaning that inside the Saphira Castle Loki had authority over time. He could steal the time of various people inside it and return it to them to age and de-age them. He could instantly steal uniquenesses from various true gods without harming them using several avatars at once. Inside the castle, Loki could also display abilities of a Sequence 2 Planeswalker and a Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker along with all the adjacent sequences below Sequence 2. But above all else, Loki found that he had fully digested the Sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Destiny potion as well. Was this because I am already a Trojan Horse of Destiny planted by my past self to subvert something inevitable? Single quote. With no direct answers to his questions Loki could only divine about it and his pendulum was moving clockwise so he believed it without hesitation. Now all that's left is for me to advance 4 more times. 2 times to reach true god status, and 2 more to reach original creator status. With that Loki opened a door in the Saphira Castle and stepped out of it to reach the Hogwarts castle grounds. I still can't open a door directly in Hogwarts. Why? Loki wondered as he stepped out into the castle grounds near the Black Lake. I should bring the Chaos Sea and merge it with the Black Lake soon, that way the greatest mystery of the world, magic will be hidden right under everyone's noses and no one will be able to see it. Also what happened to Rhodes? Loki only thought about the mirror and much to his surprise found that the fake Mr. Error had tried breaking it once before. Why did the faker attempt to break it? Before sealing it away? Well, I better check up on it later to make sure it's alright. And to find out why it hasn't met me, its master yet. Loki took in a deep breath for a second, rejoicing the fresh air of Hogwarts that he had so long been separated from before looking at the castle and beginning his journey towards it. Only on his way towards the castle he found a unicorn rushing towards him from the Forbidden Forest. It tackled him to the floor and began to sniff him all over for any signs of hurt or wounds before it gave a pride-filled snort as if to say, "Of course my friend wouldn't be hurt so easily." "Damn, your memories got stolen too?" Loki asked the young unicorn that he had helped way back in his first year. Loki pet the horse for a while before leaving it to let it go back to its home in the Forbidden Forest before walking towards the castle once again. This time Loki was interrupted by Hagrid, who looked at him with worry and the gentleness of a giant. "Loki, you're all right. I saw the newspaper clipping today. Hermione showed it to me. Did he really do that? Did he record you know who? Did he really say that he was going to kill Ari?" Loki was about to respond, but before he could, Hagrid's hut's door flew open and out ran from it a very bushy-headed girl who looked like she'd seen better days. Had it not been for the public setting, Hermione felt like she would have used a door just to get closer to Loki. However, she kept a handle on herself, only running towards him at full speed as she tackled him into a wide hug. "You're all right," Hermione mumbled. "I was so worried about you, you know. I nearly thought something happened to you in the time we all regained memories regarding you and until I saw the newspaper today." "What happened? How did all that happen? Were you alone? Did you need our help? Did we fail to help you? Are you all right now?" Loki smiled warmly at Hermione before petting her bushy hair. He gave her a warm hug in return before speaking softly, "I'm all right. Although a few things happened in the time I was tailing Voldemort to get the news clipping, I eventually managed to keep it all under control. Aren't I here right now?" But Hermione wasn't convinced. "What about inside the abyss? When we were all fighting against her? You stayed back then even though we escaped with the help of the Flamels. I had help from the true god of the darkness pathway then with the help of an item from the Black family. That was why I had to do a task for him in exchange, and tailing you know who for information happened to be that task." Loki nodded, lying through his teeth, but he didn't want to go around explaining to her that he had died and only resurrected recently. That would surely only make her go even more crazy on him. Loki's gaze then left Hermione and traveled up to the hut's door, where he saw Daphne standing silently and smiling. Something felt off about her to Loki, but since he couldn't put a finger on it for now, he left it alone. She walked up to Loki and gave him a warm hug as well. "How are you feeling?" Daphne asked softly. Loki looked at her and found her eyes to be twinkling softly with a certain confidence he couldn't place, but he nodded. "I'm all right now. It was really stuffy at Voldemort's place, but I should be fine now." "What if you know who decides to take revenge on you now, Loki?" Hermione asked softly, still clinging on to him like a baby koala, as if he would disappear the second she left him alone. Loki looked at her and thought for a bit before explaining. "I thought that too, but since I was supported by a true god, he should know that I was just a medium, not the one that planned the entire thing. So he shouldn't do anything to hurt me, yet, or if he does he'll only seem weak. And now that his ritual has been exposed, he needs to find a way to still advance, so he probably has larger things to worry about than some random frog in a well." "Makes sense," Hermione nodded, not realizing that Loki had just used his charm to make her simply believe his nonsense. "Good job in exposing the evil Loki. I always knew ye had it in ye," Hagrid said, giving Loki a rough pat on his back, but Loki was finally able to withstand it now that he was a bona fide angel. Loki talked to Hagrid for a while longer, asking him about the unicorns and the centaurs before he broke off and finally entered the castle along with Hermione and Daphne. And it just so happened that the first person Loki ran into after coming into Hogwarts was Malfoy. Loki mumbled, looking at the young boy walking with a great aura of depression with slight annoyance. "I was having a great day, you just had to step into it to ruin it." Malfoy suddenly shivered. This was the person he had forgotten everything about. And then regained memories, all without anyone doing anything to him. Only for him to learn that he had filmed Voldemort's grand ambitions in secret. Could such a person be a normal wizard at all? Malfoy did not know. But he did know that Loki wasn't normal by any sense or measure of the word. After all, the newspaper had also released a list of names of Death Eaters present at the time the recording was taken, in which the name of his father was also present. It was why he was currently rushing home so that he could ask his father what he was supposed to do. Loki of course read these thoughts on the top of Draco's mind and laughed softly, giving Draco a chuckle that sounded both condescending and mind-numbing at the same time. I remember seeing your father Draco, but I wonder if I saw you too, did I? Loki asked a question that spooked Draco. Draco didn't know much about the world outside Hogwarts, but he did know what it meant to be branded a Death Eater. The Ministry would throw you into Azkaban. And now the one person who could get him and his family thrown into Azkaban was Loki. So Draco did the only thing he knew how to do best. He instantly hugged Loki's thigh, surprising not just him but even Daphne and Hermione, who were watching the reunion with interest. I'll pay you anything, Loki. Just keep my father's name out of it. I promise we aren't real Death Eaters. But Loki wasn't ready to give in just yet. He taunted Malfoy. And the times you told us all that your dad was always a Death Eater in secret, planning for Voldemort's resurrection. And that he would kill Harry Potter as soon as he was back. Draco paled, his face turning ashen as he looked at Loki with wide eyes. Loki laughed softly before petting Draco's head as he spoke calmly. Go talk to Grandma Walburga, I'm sure she'll have a way out for you. Loki wanted to get the word out there that Walburga was the one to deal with in this scenario. After all, she was the one that handled all the Black family finances, and it was her idea to take over the business of the Death Eater families during this time. Only, just as Loki was about to say more to get Draco out of the way, a phoenix appeared through the tall open doors of the castle that they were at the entrance of. Fox? Loki asked, puzzled as he looked at the bird that he recognized was Dumbledore's familiar. Loki grabbed the letter from the bird before thanking it and brushing its feathers softly as it preened itself on his shoulder. Loki then looked at Malfoy and spoke again, as you can see, I'm busy right now. It's better for you to talk to Grandma Walburga, it'll save us both time and energy. Draco nodded fearfully before stepping away from Loki and then breaking out into a run towards the end of the castle. Loki meanwhile looked at the letter he had just received and opened it up to read it. In it were the simple words. Mr. Loki Black, I would like it if you paid this old headmaster a visit as soon as you enter the castle, since things have gotten a little out of hand recently after the truth of your disappearance has been revealed. Loki looked back at the girls flanking him and explained the situation to them. I'm sorry, it seems our time here will have to be cut short. I have to go visit the headmaster, you see. Daphne nodded but Hermione frowned. Why's he calling you so soon? Can't he wait a little bit so that we can talk about all the things that happened during the time you were absent? Loki chuckled at Hermione's insistence and chopped her head softly before interrupting her to speak. I'll see you again every day after today, so you don't need to worry too much about us not being able to catch up, alright? HMPF, fine, Hermione nodded softly before separating from Loki and standing by Daphne's side, watching as Loki left them to get to the headmaster's tower. Loki walked over to the large ugly stone gargoyle which stood just as silent as it had been all the other times Loki had come to it. Loki looked at Fox for the password only for the gargoyle to move aside on its own and reveal the circular staircase behind it. Did Merlin return to take over Dumbledore? Or is it just the fake errors parasite acting up and trying something now that he's gone? Loki didn't know but marched on ahead since there were very few things in this world that could get him at this point. And neither of those qualities were present in either Dumbledore or Merlin. And they definitely weren't present in the parasite. I still have to get that Fool Pathway blasphemy card from Rowena, I'll do that after I'm done with this. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.